Ladies and gents, we're back for another Sunday of shenanigans, but today we are joined by someone very special and very dear to my heart, Mr. Winston. Hello.
Special. Hello.
Special.
That's quite the welcome, the warm welcome. All two and Anitan, two legends, excited for it. We got a good day. I'm too low. Sorry. I gotta get my desk set up right. Okay, here we are.
You can't be perfect, Winston. You know, what the greatest part about you, like as a caster and everything, is just the fact that you're so goofy and so down to earth, and you're just absolutely so knowledgeable. And what? Yeah. But now the thing is, I'm gonna lean on you for all this knowledge because Winston, I know that you're a Chad. In game, you understand the mechanics. You know how they're supposed to play out, right?
Bald land, supposedly, yeah. Let's go.
Okay, so Baldland. When we think of the map like Baldland, we have to consider now, of course, the players on top of it. Baltoon has been an absolute menace in these tournaments. Have you seen some of this man's games?
Baltoons? Oh yeah. I've played with Baltoon for a long time. We actually came from AoE 1 together to AoE 4.
Oh.
But that's a different era, a different time. We used to play team games against each other almost every day.
Oh,
but Anitan, I know what you're talking about. So I'm going way back. I'm pulling out the archives.
That's why we have
you.
Age-old knowledge. So
okay, I just turned up a little bit. Sorry.
Winston, if you didn't watch all of Baltoon's performances recently, this man has been taking down the top of the top Chads all around. Baltoon has been our dark horse for this qualification. He's done quite a few upsets. And Chad, you know, he's sitting here ready to fight for the title. But Baltoon, he's the guy to watch, really. And I'm pretty excited to see what he does. How do you feel about our first matchup, though, on Baldland?
I mean, Chinese making it through is always sus. And on Anitan, I feel like that's scary. So I think, like, yeah, it's definitely something you have to watch out for, especially in, you know, recent tournaments. It's been one of the higher prioritized bans, obviously, with all the new content and everything changing. You know, that's been up for debate, which civs are the prime ban targets, but Chinese being the first draft from Anitan shows that it's still a top pick. So wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Anitan just feels really comfortable on a civ that's, you know, still very dominant in a lot of situations, especially on maps like Baldland.
Oh, what was interesting to me specifically about the draft is, yes, China as being a very big prior pick, but all of these guys are now starting to ban the same civilizations. We see a constant message of Japan. It's a problem. Japan is just too scary to handle. Ottomans over and over again, even after the nerf of the Sipahis. So I guess we're still going to need to see a few games to see how that plays out, but I don't think the strength in Ottoman just comes from the Sipis. There's just so much going for them. But Malians again and again and again. What do you think of these bans, though?
I think Malians is a great ban. I think Malians are the best civ, personally. That's like my underrated take. I think it's the best civ. I think it's the strongest civ. And I think I think there's other people who have other opinions, and I think it depends on playstyle, but I think it's the most versatile. I think it can play almost every matchup really comfortably. It can't play every map as well, especially some of these more jank ones sometimes, but you can almost always make do, and I feel like it's great. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see indeed, especially with this draft that I'm looking at today. And guys, this is something that I'm loving about this event specifically. We have our standard boys, and we have the ones that are extra spicy, like King of the Hill, of course. But Baldland is one of those too. But before we go too deep into that, we are throwing the bracket, and you guys can see what's right there in front of you. Mr. Baltoon and Anitan, our first two players, going to be facing off, and right after, Vortex and Beastie. I know, right? And I mean, Baltoon's story here is pretty interesting, right? Taking out Corvinus in a thriller, but then the matches against against Myriad were, you know, pretty decisive. But I mean, I just keep thinking about Myriad's games against Puppies and how like crazy that was. And if you think about, you know, the brackets, usually the top seed is expected to make it, you know, to the semifinal in each bracket, right? They're expected to make it. And seeing Puppy taken out, I still feel like is like the storyline of this tournament for me. By the hands of Myriad, I still think that's like one of the craziest things that's like happened in a while. It's like a pretty big upset, right? Like crazy.
This takes me back to Wololo from a few years ago when we saw I Am Magic against Marine Lord. I feel like that was the matchup I'm comparing this to. I Am Magic versus Marine Lord. Magic performing miracles there, but yesterday it was Myriad on the miracle board. But I do want to bring on a special guest here. We do have Gigi Dog, who loves doing predictions. Over the last few weeks, Gigi Dog has been pretty okay with her predictions. And as we can see, she did have something to say a little bit earlier. I'm going to ask her what her thoughts are on the first one. Gigi Dog, Potter, do you think Baltoon has got this? Seems a little bit unfazed. Gigi Dog, what do you think about Anitan? Anitan, really? That's pretty what? Guys, I think Gigi Dog has made a prediction. Yeah, no. What about the other side of the bracket? You know, Dad is playing today. So what do you think about Dad winning? Beastie. You think Beastie is the one? She seems intrigued. Okay, now Gigi Dog, she made her predictions clear. So far, we'll see if she's accurate today. We have Anna Chad being our first predictor and see how accurate the dog may be. She was actually pretty on point before, Winston. We believe.
We believe. We believe in Gigi Dog.
Now,
that'll be perfect.
We have AOBids against China. Like you said, China, absolutely crazy. Let's go see how this plays out between these two Chads. Oh, you see, already 25 seconds in game, the sheep war has begun. Now, Baltoon, he's an aggressive man. We've seen him a lot of times. He knows when to be a little bit greedy, but he knows how to raid constantly. And I feel like AOBids gives you exactly that. How does Chinese stack up against AOBids in the current meta?
I mean, who's to say? Who's to say, women? I feel like it's a pretty complex one at times. I mean, the AOBids hit these timings, but I feel like if Anitan is able to just get whatever his core strategy is going like correctly, I tend to feel like Chinese can get this unstoppable momentum. So I'm curious to see what Baltoon's strat's going to be here.
Okay, now Baltoon, he's definitely someone who doesn't greed out too much on the feudal age or going for fast castles. He goes for things like responsible castles. When I see him play, he knows exactly when to put a little bit of momentum on that. But Anitan, on a map like Baldland, I feel like his aggression at the same time can snowball so quickly. This map is just so punishing. If you get to that point where you are dealing with lances, when you go out onto the secondary resources, that is going to be pretty important here. Ooh, and we have game sound.
Oh, finally. Perfect. Oh my god, what a play, Baltoon. Look at that House of Wisdom. He's building it.
Oh.
Sorry, I gotta get some of my bad jokes out now so that it gets like, you know. No?
Oh, where would you put the perfect House of Wisdom, Winston?
Where would I put it?
Yes. Where's the perfect one?
The perfect, I mean, that's a pretty good spot. What's wrong with that spot?
I'm just checking as the all-knower of House of Wisdom.
Fine, in the corner walled in so that you can't lose in the free-for-all. No?
That's big brain. Well,
yeah, right there.
He's never going to check there. There's not going to be any sheep there either, so why would he? And you can always keep your age up a secret. Pretty five-hand. But we do have logistics on the way, which has been...
No surprise, yeah.
Every single time we get a little bit of logistics play. So Baltoon just going to be able to put some feudal aggression in. I say that because we see he's already got a few boys on wood. Not going to be too greedy, but not pulling off of gold. Tells me we are definitely not going for some greedy shenanigans, which makes a lot of sense. This map is a map where you don't want to let your Chinese opponent just get pro scouts all for free, as they love to do. You have to put a little bit of pressure out there on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen logistics for a while now. It's been so... It's really, you know, come to its own at this stage, but it just gives so much value, right? Like, in extended feudals, it can be really good. If your opponent is playing greedy and wants to go castle age, you can quickly follow up and just immediately snag some relics. It's just so smooth. It helps keep your more expensive units alive later. It helps keep up cav. It feels like it offers so much. And the fact that they heal each other is just so nice. It's just, there's so many positives to it.
Yeah, with no downsides, why go for anything else? But we also see him going for wheelbarrow, which just tells me he's using the gold he's getting. He's going to make use of every single resource actively and play a little bit of the feudal game, which 4 AOBits is something they do not mind at all. As an AOBit player, you would just be the one who's taking trades. Even if they go badly, it's fine. You just go back, heal up, do it again. So he's got this wood in the bank already. So the moment logistics is done, those production buildings are going to be popping out pretty quickly. And we do see a stable being built up there, I believe.
Yeah, it gives you the most flexibility. Horsemen and Desert Raiders. Just gets everything smooth that you need right away. We'll see what the follow-up is behind that. Ooh, the dervishes. The dervishes.
They're deliciously going to arrive, yes. Winston, I think both of us just need to wake up a bit. Even our producer yapping and saying how bad that was. No.
They're cambulances.
Ambulance?
They're
Oh.
camel ambulance. It's an ambulance. They carry... Yeah.
That one got approval.
That's what we call it. We call it cambulance.
Okay,
Awesome.
from here on out...
You don't have to.
Ambulance.
It's just my, you know.
With these 2 cambulances heading across the map, he is now getting into a spot where the scout gets to be annoying against other said scouts, because that's the beauty. Now you're pushed off of everything. Professional scouts in queue there. We do see with the supervision, it's going to come in fast. But Baltoon is ready, and he's already got 3 Desert Raiders in the queue. This man is looking for blood pretty fast. And Anitan, with 4 scouts, he's going to be able to go for a few different deer packs without putting them all in danger. But
If he gets spotted here, that could be a real big issue because the Desert Raiders could make their way over. Yeah, he's trying to just get to a deer pack right now, and this is kind of a critical moment, but it shouldn't be too bad. Anitan might be a little bit delayed in his first deer pickups. You know, not able to grab them right now. Maybe even losing a scooter. Oh, the scooter goes down. I mean, each one is very valuable, right? Like, you need these. They're economy right now.
especially in the early game now, every scout that you have was possibility of dragging back 1 or 2 deer carcasses before the aggression arrives. These horsemen, though, they are looking for some blood, and you can see Anitan knows he needs to get a lot of them to really make this work. That Desert Raider, though, he's going to get tickled, and sure, he takes that extra bit of damage because he's ranged, but the dervishes, they have something to say about that.
That's an interesting position. Anitan getting those first few gear in is like, it's such a breath of fresh air, right? Like, he needed that. He needed that in this moment. Now even adding in some archers to try and get some more poke damage. It's going to be, you're going to need quite a lot of them to do anything meaningful, and the first one goes down. Not a huge deal, but the pressure is mounting.
Every archer that goes down is something that will be very hard to handle as those Desert Raider numbers grow. But luckily for Anitan, they're not going to grow too much. Unluckily for Anitan, those, what did you call them, cambulances, are going to be...
Ambulance. Ambulance.
They're going to be healing some lances pretty soon, and that's exactly where Baltoon's heading. Oh, actually, they're going to go for the relics right after. Anitan's the one who's still making horses, and I just don't know how he's going to find the damage with them against this army.
Oh, sneaky little Anitan, able to get just a few more, and each one of these is so valuable and so important for jumpstarting this economy. We'll see some little pokes, and he can afford the tank, you know, 1 or 2 of the hand cannon shots because of the healing. Kind of crazy. And here's the counterattack, but it looks like Baltoon maybe even predicted that a counterattack was coming. He saw the numbers for Anitan and doesn't see them protecting the scout, so he should know that at home he might not be safe. He did build an outpost on that gold, and a scout going down. Again, there's still some deer underneath, so Anitan should be okay for the time being. The counterattack, let's see. Immediately spotted. Yeah.
And the tower reaction is so fast, although the villagers on the berries, they are a little bit delayed here. They might get us around on one of those, and the horsemen get their damage, but only one will go down. It's good damage, though. And again, the gold gathering has been stopped. This is great for just ensuring that Anitan can make his own way towards either just making more scouts, getting more deer, and actually surviving this part of the game. Because what's happening right now is Anitan sees, okay, this man's going for castle. What am I going to do? His answer is very, very clearly, we're going to keep making units, but he does need a few more scouts to keep the pump going.
Got some archers here. And might be looking for a bit of a surround. If he's able to kill 1 or 2 of the dervishes, things could get a little dicey for Baltoon, but it's going to be difficult. Dervishes hot in retreat here. Escape. Run.
Now, those Camel Raiders, they are switching to the blades, taking a few trades, knowing that they're not going to be going down too easily. Trying to do a little bit of a moving back and forth, but Industry Wing is the answer here. Now, Winston, I had a big question mark on my face when I saw people going for Industry Wing every time. Do you know why they go for Industry Wing every time?
Well, it gives you... So, I mean, it's been buffed, right? It gives you... Now you get additional construction speed, and it gives you more stone than before. And I think it just offers a lot of flexibility. You can use it for a lot of different things. It's a huge chunk of wood as well. And you can quickly follow up with the TC, which used to be, you know, part of the reason you would go growth here, is just to get a quick spurt of vills, and then use that to outpace your opponent alongside the dervishes. But we'll see.
Oh, so
Responsible Anitan isn't too far behind, right? Like,
yes. The thing is, he's going for passive castle, and I love that about China. With the taxes, you just get to that castle age naturally. But I wanted to add on the Industry Wing. I did go and ask a specific pro about this because it did not make enough sense to me, especially when you just think, oh, wood and stone. But a lot of people just go ahead and sell it. So with all of that, you get that extra bit of boost you need, especially when in castle. You often get pushed off of your gold because your opponent knows they need to make damage happen. Now, the Imperial Palace is coming on up, so Anitan's not going to be under that same pressure, but he's still providing that aggression. He knows he's still got an answer to most of those Desert Raiders, and they're in the form of 14 archers.
so you think we'll see a market, and then Baltoon will sell the stone?
Yes. Oh, well, that's what we usually see.
Could
I actually
happen.
didn't know. I actually didn't expect this at all, but I noticed everyone makes a market, and then they're like, oh. But yes, as Cal just told us, it could be 2 TC as well. But we have been seeing a lot of that. So I know I wanted to bring that up because Twitch chat was also sometimes a little bit confused.
Let's see. The relic game is the next play. Let's see it. Oh, little raid just to distract. Potentially could catch a dervish on the left. Nope.
Oh, and one villager does go down. Dervishes are desperately trying to heal those up. And with this Palace of Anitan on the map, it just forces those dervishes to not be able to pick up those relics. And that's exactly what you want to do. You want to delay that for your opponent as long as possible. Going for his own monastery now. And Camel Lances is the name of the game. He's still holding on to that stone, though. Does this mean he does go for that second TC, especially considering the wood is just increasing and he's still got the vills there? But trying to produce as much as he can now.
5 stables. My, oh my, that is quite the investment. Lot of units going to be produced here. Into Knight Crossbow from Anitan, so could it be some rather decisive battles here? See how Baltoon is going to use the Camel Lancers. What's his first target with this production? Because it's going to be a lot on the field fast, and it's going to counter a lot of what Anitan has on the field already, which is the Horseman Archer, so gonna need to see Anitan build up that massive crossbows to get into that threatening position.
Now, that's the difficult part when you're playing against the Aeobits. Aeobits is so good at making a bunch of camels, and then you having to snipe those out individually. With archers against the Camel Lancers, you can just waste so many shots, and Baltoon knows this. He knows that, hey, these guys in a fight, they do look a little bit similar, and it's going to require every bit of action from you. But Anitan, he's got the APM in the bag, and he's ready for this. Now, 2 of the relics already making their way to the side of Baltoon, and Anitan is building yet another monk to go and try to pick up something. Just to get that little bit of gold. He's got 16 on gold himself, though. That is a lot of investment there for not as many lances. But how's his food situation?
Just secured the berries on the right, but there's some raids potentially occurring there. There is a Lancer around it, and if you don't notice, you could lose your berries, but nah, it's not going to be too bad here. Just a little bit of idle time, which is very annoying in this state, but looks like a big dive as well onto Anitan. So both players going for economy.
And makes a lot of sense. This is Baldland. You're going to have to move out on the map. The horsemen, they do pay a pretty heavy price here, but they are just cannon fodder at this point. We can see him not making any more horsemen. He knows these are just temporary. That Lancer army and the crossbow army, that's going to be where it matters. This Lancer, though, he's been doing some work. A lot of idle time.
Yeah, basically equal on most upgrades. But things are kind of spicy here. A lot of idle time for Baltoon as he's not really able to get his situation sorted, and the Camel Lancers looking for more and more positions. There's some big fights happening.
With every single time there's a raid happening, Baltoon is told, hey man, you need to do the same. He hasn't been able to connect the same way to take down one villager here. But with the stone that he had, he hasn't been able to do anything just yet. He got himself a little emplacement there just to make sure that the Lancer doesn't cause havoc. But this is the vulnerability with Bald Land. Horsemen absolutely just decimating that very nice economy that you would have on any other map, where the resources might be a little bit more protected here. The villagers, though, they're a little bit spicy and take down anyone who dares cross them.
Yeah, Baltoon could be in some serious trouble really shortly if these fights in the center of the map don't go his way. He's almost out of food in the back of his base, which means that if this army is going to start sitting in front of his base, things are going to get ugly. Baltoon has been getting some damage with the raids, but they are getting chased. And in the middle... Oh, big charge. Big charge. No backup.
That's a pretty expensive trade for Anitan, as his food is also going to start running low eventually. He's trying to still do professional scouts, but Baltoon is on top of him. I love this about Baltoon. Most players would get overwhelmed and be like, oh, okay, there's still deer on the map, he's going to be able to get those, but no. Baltoon is everywhere. The problem with that is he is splitting up a bit of his army, so these direct engagements get a lot scarier. But it's not just that, it's also the 18 crossbows you're going to engage directly into.
Yeah, and as long as they have enough frontline, they'll be okay against the Camel Lancers, but it could get a little spicy. There's only 4 spears on the field, only 4 Lancers, so really dependent on that spacing, on that micro, and we'll see if Anitan's able to, execute on the fights with less mobility, being one of the major concerns for him. You can see he's had this sort of force in the center of the map, and while it's zoned a bit, these Camel Lancers, it hasn't done all too much from stopping from Baltoon from grabbing a bunch of these relics himself, getting a lot of the space, and just distracting on the left still, and the right. He's even got some Camel Lancers still stashed up in the north that could come in at a critical moment when Baltoon is busy microing. We'll see. Crossbows are...
Running into them, that's going to be the name of the game here every single time, because they are absolutely everywhere. He's making sure to keep them in a pack to respond to these. But you can see Archer's now splitting off. He knows these guys also might not just be too long for the world. He sees that heavy commitment into Camel Lances only. And the Spearmen in the mix as well. This is going to hurt.
And Baltoon, is he going to have an answer for this fight in the center? Anitan streaming a lot of units into the middle, and while that is like a nasty force of Camel Lancers, I don't know if it's enough to actually win a full fight here.
Yeah, he's going to take He's going to take a fight into his direct counters, and I think that's where the issue is going to land. So Anitan's army might look impressive here, but he needs to be so careful. He does feel it out, sees the huge numbers, decides to pull back, but this is spelling a difficult situation here for the A-Bits. They struggle with food as well, and it's getting to that point of the game where the berries are going to slowly start getting tapped out here at the back, and he needs to think about a transition of sorts, which he hasn't really gotten any benefits from going for that industry wing. He didn't do any massive amount of damage with all those Camel Lances. He was just stuck in his base responding to the raid. So Anitan definitely did all he could to punish him, and he's gotten his value from it. But you can see with these Camel Lances, he's trying to find more damage.
I think he primarily spent all that stone on emplacements on his front gold, but we'll see if that's able to pay off long term, as there's some skirmishes in the south, but big battle could be brewing in the north. These dervishes have gotten so much value this game.
And they're not getting picked off. He keeps them nice and safe. Those Camel Lances are doing their work. But we do see a little bit of a switch here coming from Baltoon as well. Now starting to spend a little bit of that wood into the archer composition. Now, this is going to respond to most of what Anitan's doing, but we're going to need a lot of them. And that's exactly what he understands. Use up a bunch here. Wood lines are going to start getting a little thinner as the time goes on. We do see all those walls being erected everywhere.
Oh.
A bop.
Just a little, ooh, you know? A little bit of a, ooh. The ambulance had to run. Yeah. Scary stuff out there in this world. I like the walls from Baltoon. I think, like, shutting down some of these raids, it could be something that could benefit Anitan as well. Although Anitan is kind of on the front foot, as they say at this stage. He's not really suffering from raids right now, but it could happen at any moment if you back off like you're doing right now. This is a window now where Baltoon could look to get some raids going, and this is where maybe some walls would be nice, especially as the economy for Anitan is spread out more and more. We see just pockets of economy everywhere, which has a lot of risk with it. Like, as you can see here, little raids come in, and you're going to lose a lot of vills here if he's not careful. The Knights are just prioritizing vills.
And that's exactly what they should be doing here, because Anitan knows, as the Chinese, you're already pretty much a little bit ahead with the economy as time goes on, but with every kill, you are just getting further and further ahead. China doesn't mind playing a late game, whereas Aobits, they shine when they hit that castle timing. But it looks like it quickly becomes the downfall as well. Now with these lances, they're trying to find some damage against them, and they're making some pretty good connections here, especially when the slow infantry mass is just lagging behind.
Yeah, the raid's getting shut down. Both players attempting to wall off the whole left side and take a fight on the right. Ooh, this could get dicey if the army gets surrounded, but it's got the mobility. A dervish gets taken out. That's actually huge, because now the other dervish isn't going to have its buddy, its companion, its lover in life, its other healer, and that's going to be challenging, potentially, because it's been one of the things that's keeping Baltoon's forces alive. He has not had as much production, he has not had as much military on the field, but this healing has kept him, you know, topped off and ready for each engagement, doing well with these skirmishes. And I don't know, I just feel more and more that Anitan is just pulling a little bit ahead.
Oof. Anitan just picking off all these sneaky little villagers as time goes on. And this is the tough part of the game, where you're now starting to go out on the map further and further away. The walls from both of them, very, very smart move here. Both of these guys are respecting the fact that raiding is going to be the key, but the archer numbers is pretty scary. Anitan now, he's going to need to respond to this Camel Lancer raid, and I don't know if he knows about this.
Yeah, it's just smart from Baltoon. He can't win the fight in the middle of the map. He knows it. We know it. Anitan knows it. Anitan knows that if he can get his army into the base of Baltoon, it'll be a real big issue. I mean, Baltoon is building up that archer mass to handle this on the back end of this, but until those forces are united, it's going to be really challenging. And here's that counter raid, and this could be a lot of damage. You see a huge amount of villagers in migration to the left. What is happening to the left of this game? How many villagers are just migrating? And the Camel Lancers are gonna find them. Look at that! Look at that! That's what I'm talking about. Look at all the vills! Look at them run! That must be 40 vills.
Mass migration happening, but with the slow infantry, they're not able to catch up too well, but you can still see the Camel Lancers, they're deterred. He knows how expensive these are. We see zero food on Baltoon. He's spending everybody's got.
Yeah, Baltoon, he's going to try and connect forces. So the archer mass, now 57 archers on the field, coming towards the left side here. If they can get past this wall, which Anitan, he just finished? Did he just finish that wall in the middle of the map? Is Baltoon trapped? Almost. He's almost trapped. This could get really critical here for Baltoon. He's going to try and torch his way out as the army from Anitan comes crashing down. The knights are going to get on top of the archers, and the Camel Lancers have to run. They can't support.
Now the Camel Lance is running. Definitely not the worst part in the world, as we can see the archers holding up this fight pretty well here. The lances are going to be hard to handle, but with enough archers, you have the answer. Ooh.
You're just trapped. I think that wall is complete, yes? Yeah, this is going to be very challenging, potentially. Oh no, the wall might have gotten denied. Yeah, I got that. Sorry, it's hard to tell just by the minimap.
Now, with these Camel Lances coming out alive, Anitan might feel a little bit more intimidated here, because as we can see, he's just lost a ton of lances to this. These archers, I love my expression, your archers are not going to counter a lancer or a knight, but 60 of them will, and that's exactly what he's living here by. Baltoon making sure he's got enough archers to handle anything. Now these spears, trying to shut down a little bit of food here out on the map. He needs to be careful. If he's not paying attention, he's going to lose 5 villagers, and that's... they're trying to repair it just in time, but the Camel Lancers have arrived. Cavalry have arrived.
I'm starting to think that Anitan might need to start thinking about some sort of siege transition. We're seeing the farms as well, but I think siege is what he's going to need short term to get this game keep this game alive. Because I think Baltoon's army at this stage, if he just powered through, would be able to do a lot of damage. If he's able to reunite his forces, connect, and do a push down the center, I think he could easily decap these sacred sites. But it's up to Anitan what units he's investing in here, because he's got to be kind of picky. You know, his resources are getting a little bit thin, especially as he does that massive grenade transition in the back. It means, you know, he can't just spam archers. He can't really do much of anything while he's doing this. Kind of the critical moment here is this next battle.
Oh, and look at those archers just pumping away at that poor tower. More villagers going down, though. Anitan, he is relentless, just constantly raiding. Now 13 total have died. More will fall. I say that, but the archer mass is ready to pump. The one thing that a lot of players end up doing, though, is they forget about the sacred sites. Now, Anitan, I'm sure he's learned his lesson from watching the last few weeks of people just not prioritizing them, but now these archers are firing at the tower, and the problem is, it's not going to be the tower firing at you, it's this massive chunk of archers and crossbows that are coming right at you. These lances, though, they are making sure that the split off is happening, and this major army will not be colliding at 100%.
This is potentially a large, meaningful battle if they actually commit to it. I think could be a bit of hesitation here. It's hard to tell as either player if you actually have enough. It's hard to exactly discern if you have enough camel lancers if you're in Baltoon's spot here, or if you'd rather just keep whittling away your cheaper archers and trading those. You're able to keep the production of those much better. If you commit with these camel lancers, things could go south fast. We'll see. Where are all the lancers for Anitan? Right. They spread out?
With 13, you usually don't have the same presence on the map as you would like. But we can see they're not all here, and that's the issue. That tower, though, it's been getting its value. And we do see it eventually going to be going down. I love the fact that the archers are sometimes just touching it to make sure, but that villager pulled to just enhance the lifetime a bit. They do get the damage, but this could still be devastating. Baltoon's micro is magnificent with this, making sure that those archers get in, get out the moment they need to.
Yeah, he did take a lot of damage on those camel lancers, though. No dervish on the field to repair them, so I'm struggling to see if Baltoon will ever be able to just fully commit to this fight. It is a big formation, though. Maybe he'll take it? Maybe, he's making a dervish. He recognizes the need for the healing here. Or just to grab the sacred site himself as well.
And it's a lot of units to heal. I think this is the value that he notices in this too. But we even see with those crossbows, he is doing a fantastic job at putting them behind the lances, so the archers need to do a ton of work here. The camels, though, they get a pretty good connect, but the lances, again, frontlining every single step of the way.
Oh, a step forward, maybe a step too far, and now we're going to be forced to commit here. Baltoon just fully dives in, but the crossbows are just melting the sheer number of... Look at the number just goes down. Camel Lancers, they're gone from this world. They are out of here. Now just archers on crossbows with a few Lancers left in the mix. I think Baltoon might be happy about that trade in the end, because if he's able to trade out against the crossbows, then he might be able to get like a cost-efficient trade at the tail end of this fight, but he lost his big investment into military. Oh boy.
And you can see him quickly trying to make a switch towards the horsemen as well. But those handful of lances that he keeps mixing in, Anitan that is, it's just sucking up so much arrow fire of these archers, and they're not able to constantly take care of these crossbows. The crossbow numbers are growing, and sure, he's killing a handful of them. But this is going to get to a pretty scary game if China gets a little bit more breathing room. Because now we're in Song Dynasty. Villages are getting produced faster. And the farm transition, it's underway. It's going to start ticking pretty soon, so that villager lead gets even further ahead. At the same time, though, Baltoon, there's a lot of places he could raid.
He also just added a TC, maybe feeling confident seeing that the crossbows, well, it did trade away his army. They're not in a... Anitan doesn't feel like he can push, and maybe he's feeling he has a little bit of breathing room here. I'm not sure that breathing room is all too real, but we'll see if it's just a matter of Anitan taking this respite to... you know, wall up the map and clear things up so he can just focus on another push coming in. Or if Baltoon's read on this is correct and he really does have as much breathing room as he thinks, because that TC is a bit of an investment here. I think he had to buy the stone even. I don't think he's been mining it at all.
Those stone mines look fairly untouched around his base too. So definitely an interesting choice if you consider the fact that with the second TC, you're telling yourself, I need to catch up. And I'm not going to die if I do it right now. So Baltoon knows he's got the numbers, keep himself alive, but he needs to find a way to scale into this a little bit later. Now, Anitan capping those sacred sites yet again. And even though he might not win this on sacred sites, it's still putting a timer on his opponent. And with a keep there, it's going to be a lot harder to shut down. The farm transition looking juicier and juicier every time we go back.
I mean, it's not sushi, but it is juicy. I mean, I'll tell you that much. And we'll see if they get the other two granaries pop down in a second, which would really, I think, be a bad sign for Baltoon. His farm transition is coming together. It's not like he's completely fallen flat here, but this is where I feel like China is about to get at their scariest, is, you know, right when they're about to click Imp, and after they hit Imp, they can just, with good supervision, they can get everything they need really quickly. They can get a very lethal force. Their food economy is all established, and I think Anitan might even be thinking, all right, if we're taking a break, I'm going to go Imp, and I mean, I don't see Baltoon clicking Imp in the next at least 6 minutes. I mean, unless there's truly no fights or threats.
The question is just, does Imp give him anything? And I don't think it does in this case. Him seeing his opponent go Imperial is going to put a little bit of a alarm bell in his head saying, hey, I probably need to do something about this. I need to either use the army I should have. Ooh. I think we have a little UI bug there. Not really seeing what we're aging up with, but it's very standard. Always, every single time. He will be able to see this though, so he knows what's going on. Now, trying to decap the sacred site, I hope to ensure that this doesn't become a problem down the line, but this army is still pretty scary here from Anitan.
You can't fight here for long, because the moment that shoots, has it been revealed yet? I don't know if Baltoon even sees that, and here's the first volley. Not that scary, but it will be enough to protect the sacred site, probably. That's a really good positioning, because now it's like you can't comfortably take a fight here. There's already a keep on the other side. And, you know, Baltoon is minutes away from Imperial Age, right? Like,
he's going for that military wing, isn't he? This man, he's got two choices here, and I don't think we're going to be gambaying tonight, but getting that military reinforcement constantly when you know the only thing that's going to make the difference is the sheer number of replacement, or the amount of units you need to replace constantly. So it makes a lot of sense. We see the reinforcement wing coming out, and I love this in Imperial. It is such a huge mass to handle, and especially when you know your opponent is going for crossbows. These are going to do a pretty decent job at just being that versatile unit that can handle most things that China throws at you.
yeah, it's
I
great
just don't know if
against...
it's enough.
Yeah, I think it might be. I mean, he's caught up in Vil count, like... Anitan has set up a really good defensive perimeter, and he's sort of shored up the entire center of the map, where he's got a lot of villagers, you know, mining an 8k. He's got another 4k, I think, next to him, so he's got a really solid position, but Baltoon still has an 8k on the right side here. I don't know, he'll be up in another minute or so, right? So things don't look that rough for him. You know, I feel like he can take a good fight, but like you said, the sacred sites... It just sort of feels like a constant reminder. Even if 7 minutes is a lot of time, it feels like a ton of pressure in this state, right? Because you're thinking, I don't just need to, like, trade well. I need to win in 7 minutes, effectively, is what it feels like here. And as a player, like, you just start to think, all right, so what am I going to do? You start thinking about, okay, do I need siege for this? Do I really need to be the first one to start adding, like, a bombard in and really think about how I'm going to push these positions? Or... do I just need to, like, defend and hold with military, or can I sneakily decap, right? It's going to be a challenge to find the right strategy here, I think, for Baltoon, especially when his population feels a bit inflated with the sheer number of archers, which are one of the lower quality units you could have at this stage, so it's spooky, a bit spooky overall.
And with the resources he's floating, he's going to be able to afford those upgrades the moment he hits Imp. But as you said, 7 minutes feels like a lot of time, but when your age up was still a minute away at that point, it's going to be 6 when you hit it. Then you need another bunch of time to get your Imperial Age upgrades. Then get the right unit composition to handle this. And surely enough, you're going to be stuck at 3 minutes before you take that engagement. That is starting to be a very scary reality. Baltoon instantly queuing up those upgrades, goes for the camels, goes for the archers. He knows what's important.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of choices as well in the matter. He just got pushed off the 8k on the right, and he just sort of had to give it up, and that's a huge deal, not getting this gold. You can tell he just started to mine it, and now it keep being built here. Anitan even mixing in the hand cannon, so he's preparing for a proper endgame with China, and this is where the Civ is just so scary. This is so scary, and he's been able to maintain this massive crossbows. I don't think at this stage you're that scared of 54 archers, you know? Maybe a little bit.
Now, 54 archers are scary, not against the composition he has, but they're only scary when you start getting a little bit of incendiary arrows here, but the raids are constant. This is the beauty of what Anitan is doing right now. He's not looking to kill Baltoon. He's just looking to keep Baltoon busy, because Baltoon being busy means he's not going to make a plan towards that sacred site. And that's exactly what's happening as the time progresses. Now those horses, oh, they are so slippery. You can just see Anitan sliding right into the back of that base. And he's going to be able to do, not damage, but ensure that the army is pulled all the way to the back here.
I think if Anitan gets another keep sort of in between these two sacred sites, I struggle to see when, even if Baltoon has a good composition, I don't see him having enough time to take it out, right? With 4 minutes remaining, very little gold, 1 wood in the bank. Baltoon is feeling the impoverished nature of his economy at this stage, and I don't know, like, Horseman Archers against this Chinese composition just doesn't feel like it's it. Ooh, those villagers. Run!
Is that 200 pop, and every villager that falls now is just going to be another military unit, as those camels are popping out for free, but it does look like Baltoon's feeling a little bit more confident about taking this fight under the DC, and with the villagers running towards possibly their death as well. But the archers are trading pretty decently here, at least for now.
Yeah, the problem is that Anitan he's comfortable sacrificing these crossbows at some stage, right? If he gets a fight that's like even somewhat even footing, like maybe this, right? I think he'll just be confident that, like, he doesn't need the crossbows anymore. There's no threat. There's no heavy units anymore. It's just archer horsemen, so he can make do with horsemen of his own, with hand cannons to support them, and I think he's feeling like this is going to be enough. And even that, like, the archers didn't even get that great of a trade here against the crossbow mass, as raids are still happening on the left. Sacred sites are ticking down. Baltoon just feels he has to tap out of that one. I want to say amazingly well played by Anitan.
Oh, for certain. And the fact that Anitan was able to just constantly use this crossbow army and the few lances in between to counter essentially what Baltoon was trying to accomplish with the huge mass. And that's the problem when you're playing against someone with such a mixed composition, especially with the crossbows. Crossbows are a good answer to everything, especially if you have a solid amount of gold. And he did. He's China. It's not a civilization that struggles that much, even when they start running out of the gold in their base there. So, had the map control, Anitan was everywhere all the time, and he definitely deserved to win this cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a couple of critical moments. I think the potential trap on that army could have been a highlight of the tournament, maybe, is if he had run his spearmen just a little further to the left and kept a lot of the crossbows on the side of the wall instead of going through that gate section to try and match the archers. I think we could have seen all the camel lancers go down, or at least a huge chunk of them, for very little, like, value, and that could have been huge. And I think even the lesser valued version of that was still a major swing in this game, right? I think Anitan was able to secure the middle with that play, and I think feeling confident in the middle with the slower army is usually exactly where you want to be. And the fact that it was able to pan out, the fact that that's where sacred sites were, the dervish play didn't really lead to, I think it was, 3-2 relics in the end? Which is probably not what you're looking for when you go dervishes. Yeah. Like, this moment here, I think, is really critical, right? Like, you could see a moment, if the spears, what I'm saying is if the spears went further left here, right, and bring the crossbows down now to the camel lancers, I think the game goes very differently, potentially. But yeah, it's still able to get out. Baltoon, oh man, what a game, women. What a game. That was a fun one.
Oh, for sure. Baltoon, he had a few good moments here where he was able to deny the professional scouts. He was a constant presence on that map, but Anitan, he was doing everything else just a bit better. But we have Baltoon responding with a pick on Holy Island, which honestly, I'm excited for. Baltoon's Holy Island is a thing of nightmares. When I see Baltoon on this thing, I know that he's got a plan, and especially with a pick like Lancaster. Lancaster just offers you so much in that early game. The problem is, though, I think French has something of the same, because when you're on Holy Island, of course you want to be gathering wood, but you get a little bit of gold anyway because you're trying to respond with springald ships. So if you notice that there's problems on land, you can very easily switch with both these civilizations, as their age-up building is a production building, in essence.
Mm-hmm. And we'll have to see how that that pans out. I'm excited for this. Lancaster, I mean, Baltoon on hybrid maps, I think is very solid. It takes a lot of split focus and attention, but Anitan is, I mean, it's Anichad, right? Like, there's a reason. He's a goat, you know? So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Excited.
I feel like at this point I'm calling everyone my goat. So, Anitan, my goat, Baltoon, my goat. I'm just goating everyone here. The fact is, these guys have all evolved into having their very unique playstyles. But if I was going to pick a map that Baltoon was very comfortable on, I've seen him falling into Holy Island again and again. He's comfortable with this. So,
They're both my goats. Is that allowed?
everyone's our goat. Our producer allows it. That's good. As long as the producer allows it, he runs the stream. So guys, if you don't agree with that, you can blame Cal in the chat. !blame. And it will blame Cal for anything that happens in the rest of the stream. Ladies and gents, let's go and look at Holy Island. Oh, we're just going to look at each other awkwardly. Never mind. I think Cal is getting revenge on us here. Never mind. Oh, there we go. See, that's the power of the producer.
That was personal. Wait, I mean, you took it really far there.
Look at all those blames.
Oh, let's see. Sheeps. Sheeps and docks.
Ducks! Oh my god, fish? Is that
Someone's building
fish?
a dock?
Wow, on Holy
Gonna get-
Island? This is crazy.
This is crazy.
Winston, what I love to do in the early game is I love looking at the fish spawns to see how much travel time would be on those little boats. But I already saw Mr. Baltuna deciding to go for the shoreline fish. He says deep sea tuna is not what I need. Let's quickly click on that dock, please, Mr. Observer. The one right in front of you. Right there, right there. Click on it. Okay. Oh, it's going straight to the shoreline fish. Very nice. So I love this. I always ask myself, what is the right response? Do we go for the deep sea fish or can we stay on the side? Ooh, Anitan as well, going for a mill. So close to the wood line. Late game farms, they're going to be stacked. But, I mean, when you want to make sure your villagers don't have travel time, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's convenient. That's where your vills are right now. And also, you can just bring a sheep or two over if you ever need, like, an emergency burst of food to help age up or get some techs or, you know, your fishing boats are being stalled out. It can be really nice to, like, quickly switch between. But it's also, you know, you're not going to build farms anytime soon. You don't need it on the berries.
Now, the question is, does this delay his fishing ship? Because with wheelbarrow, it does cost that little bit of extra wood, but oh my goodness, Baltoon. Look at this man just flexing on Anitan.
He gets the bonk! He gets the bonk!
It didn't take...
That sheep did not deserve that. That's cruel.
Next to a gold mine, he's never going to be gathered. That's just going to be a stinky old sheep who is rotting away next to the gold villagers, just trying to make a living. Disgusting. But it does mean that there's one less sheep in the bank.
Stinky. You called the sheep stinky?
After a few minutes, yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Now, what I'd like to see about this is Anitan is putting just one fishing boat on it, while on the shoreline fish. While Baltoon says, we're going to go for shoreline, that's for sure. And that double dock already coming out too. Now, usually you also ask yourself, am I supposed to transition into going for gold already? When is that point? Do I add that second dock? Am I going to have the opportunity to add a second dock? And both of these players, after Anitan spots that second dock coming out of Baltoon, he says, hey, I will be joining you in the second dock life.
Second dock life sounds like a romance novel. Am I allowed to say that? I said it.
It's too late now,
it
Winston.
just does. It does. All right. Sue me.
Oh no, don't tempt Twitch chat. Now, with both of them going for double dock, I love to see where that feudal age usually lands, what timing it lands, because for House of Lancaster, this gives you a unit for free. On the other hand, Anitan is the one who's going to need to gather resources to make that first knight. But one singular knight can be so devastating, especially if we take a look at that red wood line. So can we quickly take a look at Mr. Baltoon's base?
So that wood line is very much not protected by TC fire, especially after chopping 1 or 2 more trees down. So you can see a little bit of protection, but a knight is not going to mind charging into that to get the damage done. On the other hand, you know, the Lords of Lancaster, they don't do as much when it comes to running into a wood line because of the lack of mobility. So they're a little bit cheaper because they're free, first one at least, but the knight just gives you so much more. It does mean that there's a little bit of breathing room here. Ooh, Lancaster Castle though. Hold up, ladies and gents.
Hold the phone. What gives?
Anitan's gonna see it though.
Whoa. No, it's not nearly low enough. It makes you think for a second, like, what if it gets denied? But I think it starts, what is it, 10% health, 15% health? Just, taking a shot. Get out of here, Mr. Scoot. Mr. Scoot is not welcome.
I'm a little confused about this, Winston. What's happening right now? Why is there a Lancaster Castle being built on the forward gold? Are we gonna get a... This doesn't protect your wood line. It doesn't give you a nice little advantage. It just gives you access to your gold for longer. I guess, because it shoots, right? There's no garrison slots inside of it.
Yeah, but it's challenging too, right? Because like a knight will still not really care about Lancaster Castle, right? Like it's sort of chip damage. I mean, what's it, 8 damage? I think it's like an arrow slit emplacement, right? So it could be a bit scary. Maybe if comboed with an outpost. But we'll see. Or is it 12 damage on it? I actually forget the damage on the actual Lancaster Castle. But yeah, it's been a minute since we've seen people make this, right? But I guess it kind of makes sense. You're not going to have the economy to really make lords right away. And if you don't want to invest in lords because you want to focus on the water, then maybe this landmark just gives that more immediate upfront value.
Definitely giving something, Winston. I'm just hoping to find out what it is. Boltoon, though, if Boltoon's cooking it, I'm trusting it. Cavalry, School of Cavalry also being finished, and we see that knight is queued up instantly.
Look at these walls.
Oh, guys, is Boltoon... Okay, this is crazy. He's got 14 on food, right? He's going for a boat.
Going Castle Age?
Would he, with 8 on gold? I feel like it's a possibility because he's like, oh, I've got my Lancaster Castle here. I'm going to defend myself here. So we'll see if the Sweden has something to say about that knight making. But he's making a spring ship as well. He does respect this. He's going to be a little bit aggressive on the water.
I mean, I think even getting the wood upgrade here, so I wonder if maybe he's thinking about getting one of the Demi-Lancers out to deal with the early knights. That could be, like, an option, but you're going to be paying a premium without a single mana on the field. So, yeah, I'm a bit confused right now, but I want to say it just once. I'm only going to say this once. Just let him cook. Let's see what he's got, you know. I feel like he's a strategist at heart. He's got a lot of ideas, and I'm curious to see how it plays out. So the timing isn't great on the outpost there. The knight is here, and we talked about the Lancaster Castle only dealing a little bit of damage, no garrison slots, so it just sort of sits there, and it has to get cancelled and rebuilt further left, but we'll see if... There's no scout nearby for Anitan, because it's busy over here, so he's not going to see it. Oh, he's going in again. Oh.
Now, the thing about this is, those arrows are firing away, and sure, they're doing one little bit of damage at a time. This is now starting to add up because the knight is not ready to commit. Now the second knight is going to make this quite a bit harder. Now at 145 HP, it's still pretty healthy. It's ready for some more raids. And that poor scout, he needs to back off for now. We do see the military boats also moving into position, and Boltoon is investing more.
He wants the Vil. He wants the Vil, but it's not going to be worth it. I think that's enough ships, I think, to defend. That Vil is like the safest Vil I've ever seen. And by that I mean he's likely going to die soon. But we'll see,
The boats,
he's not going to take it.
You have to keep in mind here, Anitan is someone who...
The Vil! No!
But
you
the
had
knight...
one job, boats. The scout was on the wrong side. The knight does go down for it, but the dock being denied is a big deal, and getting out there is going to be challenging, and here's another knight.
Now, the question he's got to ask himself, is this going to deter my opponent away enough? And yes, it does, especially with Anitan not just having normal squishy knights. These are not going to be looking for a big trade just yet. And you can see this. Boltoon, he's investing on the water. He's just investing in spring-old ships, though, and this makes me a bit worried. Because with all those demo ships coming out, one galley is not going to keep you alive.
The numbers, they just aren't there on the forward side here, I think, for Anitan. He's got a lot to go up against here. A lot of fishing boats, but 2 demos actually could be enough here. Not enough to snipe it. There's a 3rd demo from the north. The surprise attack is here. Boom, boom, boom. Get out of here. Get out of town. Get out of Dodge. That was a shocking 3rd demo. And nobody saw it coming except for Anitan. And that was quick and decisive. Jeez.
Anitan's saying to Baltoon, this is your home map. Oh, this is your home map, brother. Not problem. I will make demolition ship explode. You say bye-bye. Yes, good night. And Baltoon is swimming with the fishes. And that is going to be match point. Anitan now ready to move on. He's ready for it. But is Baltoon going to let it? Because, of course, Baltoon is now the one choosing again the next map. But what is he going to pull out after that? Because we already saw him with House of Lancaster. It felt like he had a plan. The plan was just completely derailed by Anitan.
I thought you were going to say something else. Yeah, I don't know. That was quite the plan. I mean, the Lancaster Castle did help protect the gold a little bit. You know, it dealt like 40 damage, I think, over the course of the game, which, I mean, in such a short game, it's not nothing. It did mean that this knight died instead of lived. But the triple boom, I mean, this is the only highlight of the game, really. 1, 2, 3, honestly, perfect demos. The 3rd one almost not even necessary. But yeah, that was kind of crazy.
I'm shocked. After that one, I feel like when you watch games, sometimes they can go for an hour, and you're like, whew, that was tiring. After playing that one, I feel like Baltoon sits there and he's like, I need a breather. Because it felt like Anitan just read it so perfectly. Now, this could just be something he didn't expect, but Anitan, he does this. He loves going for those demo ships, and he's so good at getting that control and just them under control so well. Because people very often, they say, hey, with enough spring ults, I'm going to snipe this out. Not when there's that many, and not when they're coming from 3 different directions. You're going to try, but it is going to be a little bit too difficult. King of the Hill, though. We're getting a little bit of Rus. Anitan playing from Belarus, playing on the Rus. Is he connecting into his roots? Does he get that +3 damage buff playing on his home civilization?
We'll see. We'll see. We've seen Anitan take some interesting strategies with Rus in the past, so I'm curious if he's got any more innovations with them. We've seen him do a lot in recent tournaments. I say recent, over the last year. He's done a lot with them in LAN events and done interesting things there when, you know, the pressure gets high and, you know, every game counts. And this is certainly one of those cases. So I'm curious to see what he's got to bring to the people on King of the Hill. Obviously, they've been a historic civ because historically good civ on this map. You know, you get the high trade house and you put it in the corner of the map and it just generates a boatload of gold.
That would have been a wonderful expression for the previous game. Missed out. Spending
the word boatload.
Yes, yes. We missed out on that one.
It's more apt on land maps, you know, because there it's not.
There's no boats.
You're right. There's no boats. That's what I'm saying. It's more of like a je ne sais quoi, you know.
So Sengoku, though, Mr. Winston, Sengoku has been constantly, yes, people have been banning it out constantly, but I feel like over the last 2 weeks, Macedonians are starting to get even scarier. Now, they've been nerfed. Were those nerfs enough, in your opinion? It's not in Anitan's opinion.
Sorry, which civ? Nerfs enough?
Macedonians.
Oh, the Mac nerfs? I think so. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. I think there's something to be said about how streamlined their strategies were. And if those continue to be that streamlined, probably not. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Did you want more? Do you want more insight?
I was wondering because
it's the bottom of the barrel right there.
Honestly, Winston, I feel like Twitch chat is usually super passionate about these topics. So this is where I get my inspiration from. They can go on a rant about how these nerfs need to be more. This civilization is busted. But in your case, you seem to be pretty confident in this. Like, we'll see. And let the players decide. I like that. Let the players decide and we'll see if the ban has some other ideas, but Anitan's going for a standard old Yatai play in the early game. Oh, Anitan. Baltoon is going for the standard old Yatai play in the early game. And we'll see how many scouts Anitan goes with. Usually on this map, we see a lot of hunting cabins. And I mean a lot. We've seen up to 4 hunting cabins on this map.
We're seeing 3 already. I mean, it makes sense if it can really secure your gold, and if your opponent is taking a slower start. Like, Sengoku's starts are always a bit slow. Like, the Yatai take time. Your age up is later. You're not really in a position to put any Dark Age pressure on. So knowing that your opponent literally cannot go for, like, a spear rush here in this context is, like, pretty nice, right? It gives you a lot of freedom to do things, right? A lot of other civs, for example, which is why you might not do this in other matchups, is they could just choose that if they know that this is something you want to do, they'll just add a barracks, right? They'll add a barracks, add a couple spears, and deny this investment, have map control, and be really obnoxious. But Sengoku as well is not going to be too mad about this game state, right? So both players kind of getting what they want, if you will.
Exactly. Just getting to a point. Oh, and we see Cal making nice notes for us. 69 gold. Nice, he says. And yeah, it is pretty nice. As meaty as it goes, that's a huge amount of income in the early game. And you can see the gold is just growing. That feels pretty good. I mean, Baltoon, he's going to be in the same position with all of those Yatais as well, with that second one already out on the map. But with Sengoku, you need this breathing room to get that momentum going. Whereas on the other hand, they don't need to go for all the hunting cabins, but it's really nice if you want to put some pressure down or just get some upgrades to make sure that your feudal age can shut down someone like the Sengoku. Now, both these civilizations have shown us in the past that they're very happy going for a fast castle. Are we seeing a fast castle here, or do you think these players are a little bit more aggressive than that?
I don't know. I'll be real. I don't know. I don't know how you decide. I think in this context, it's really tricky to commit at this stage right now to saying, oh yeah, no, this game's definitely FC. I think you have to be a bit more reactive than that. Just because if your opponent is doing something hyper-aggressive, then you need to respond to that. And I don't think FC with Sengoku in this context makes sense until you know that Roos is maybe doing something slightly slower themselves. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, this is a little bit of annoying pressure, just torching, using the scouts to be obnoxious.
This is disgusting, though, Winston. Usually, your Yatai is protected by a TC, right? But this is you just absolutely obliterating your opponent with pure presence, and this is the beauty of having Roos.
This is Anitan just walking in with his aura, and what can you do? You just have to sit back and admire, and the scout's gonna get doinked.
Doink and Ryukon.
You get doinked.
Ryukon. Winston, we have the Ryukon.
I mean, some pop space is convenient, and then you get the healing. So maybe gonna go for a bunch of horsies.
Now
it's gonna be a horsey situation.
It's going to be a fun one at that. Did you see with the scouts around we have here? He knows he needs to get the wood. Oh, and one of those villages is starting to get dangerously low. But losing a scout at this state of the game just means he doesn't know what his opponent's doing. And that's what you said earlier. We don't know if they're going to go fast castle. But Anitan, he's already showing us, I get to decide how this game is played out. With these scouts, he's getting himself ready for if he wanted to go for pro scouts.
Almost had this around there. That was close. Close. And this is annoying because at some point, it's been a lot of idle time. He did have to take a long time daggering down one of those scouts, and the villa's getting low. It's not the end of the world. They can just go to the hotel. Unless they get trapped. Unless they get trapped. A perfect trap is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy.
He's gonna get a kill. Winston, he goes down. And one villager down is massive.
And they all tried to do like a ceremonial kick to tell him, no, please don't do that. But it was too much, and now they're forced to gather gold next to their dead comrade. That is tragic. Man. And the scouts are still there. It's just like such a sign of disrespect. And you gotta start repairing it now because you don't want to be repairing it while it's burning because that's free damage. Oh.
And he's
close, but he's got it.
Yeah, repairing this isn't just about repairing it and keeping it alive. It's the aggression from Anitan. It's about him just idling out yet another villager. So Baltoon, he lost the villager now. Now he's idling on out to repair for days. This is going to hit quite hard. Now, if we take a look at those food carts, we have to consider these food carts are about giving 60 per minute. So it is significantly more than the hunting cabins. So it doesn't feel as punishing to lose one villager. The problem is just, Anitan, he is most likely not going to sit back and let the day go on. As we can see already, double barracks coming out against Anitan's single barracks. Anitan wants to fight on feudal, but Baltoon doesn't mind it either. He's got access to a lot more interesting units than Mr. Anitan does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Baltoon's got the whole roster here, and we'll see what that's going to pan into. I can't imagine this will be a spear battle for long. Someone will surely make a change. And I'm curious who's going to break first from this.
Now, with the double barracks from Baltoon, you know he's ready to invest in this for a bit longer, but that's the beauty of Sengoku. They don't just have spearmen, and your opponent's spearman is not going to handle that too well. We do see an archery range being added in here. Makes a lot of sense. You are now getting yourself into a spot where you see your opponents going spears. You need to be able to respond to this. Or, well, I don't know if he actually saw this, because he doesn't have a scout.
Yeah, losing the scout early is pretty painful, but now the Wolves can have something to say about the spear raid on the left, just trying to poke for information. And also, the spears are good because, you know, Roos wants to build knights. You know, generally speaking, it's something they like to transition into, especially in a long feudal game. It's part of a core of how they win a long feudal is those knights, and having the spears on the map just helps protect your Thai investment. If they start to go down just for free, things get really, really sucky. You know, you don't want to be in a position where your Thai get taken out. It just feels really bad, and your economy gets wrecked. But let's see if there's really much going on here, and even sending some villagers over. What is the plan here?
He's going for the boar, baby.
Going for the boar play. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The boar's pacified. You don't need to send 8 vills or more. Don't even need to micro. It's simple.
And delicious, apparently. We're having meat tonight, boys. And this is nice because you don't need to pull more. Of course, you just get into a spot where you invest very, very little to make this so worthwhile. And that one archer already in position to do something about this. Now, we do see Anitan macroing up to castle. So not going to be staying in feudal for too long, but they do need to push off all of these scouts from the deer as the pro scouting has been happening. I'd like to see what Baltoon has there on the bottom scout pack of his. I see a red dot. Just one spear. I don't know, red dot on the deer pack. There we go. At his base, right there. Oh, it's just a yatta. But these deer can also easily be yoinked if Baltoon doesn't have this presence. And that's exactly why he's everywhere at the same time. And when I say that, he's also floating a little bit of gold here. So I would not be too scared to say he might be thinking about following this up the moment the high trade house goes down. The high trade house, mostly in the corner.
That's a nice spot. Although he did chop 2 of the trees. Maybe 3 of the trees. How could he? You know, that's an interesting position. I mean, yeah, treason indeed. Yeah, we'll see how Baltoon... What his response is. What are you thinking he goes for here, Wyman?
Baltoon needs to go for his castle edge because he, of course, needs to get some beef on this field, dealing with anything that Anitan can serve. That's the beauty. And with him not going for any gold, I'm not expecting him to do crazy stuff here. I'm expecting him to just let the wood do the talking. When you have 14 on your wood up until this point when you're about to age up, you're telling us you have a very heavy wood army coming on in. And now stable getting added in here too. Can we take a look at that base of Anitan to see what production buildings await? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to previous season where we have horse archers everywhere. And that mobility from Anitan is something we've seen again and again and again. He values the legs. The more legs on a unit, the better. So Anitan definitely going to be active on this map.
The spider DLC is really going to hit Anitan hard. He's just not going to get enough of them.
Spider civilization coming out. Every unit has 8 legs. That's Anitan's main for sure.
Yeah, he literally can't play anything but. Anyway, I mean, I like the choice for the horse archers here. Generally speaking, against the recon, it's also very nice because you don't want to take chip fights against them, so you want to take more committed fights. Ones where if they need to retreat you can hunt them down and continue to deal damage. So I like that over like archers or doing some other slow composition. It just makes a lot of sense here. Probably going to need to decide what your front line is going to be for these if you're going to make one. If you're just going to rely on running around and doing a lot, I think you could run into some issues with the Yari Cav upgrades, right? Baltoon has that as an option still, and with the bonus against Cav that the horsemen get, things can get dicey. So we'll see if that ends up being the option, and we do see a couple knights on the field for Baltoon. Mounted samurais.
Now, these mounted samurai are not like the Japanese ones, especially without upgrades to support them. But this is something that is a pretty good option for Baltoon right now, as the horses are not going to be firing that many arrows just yet. Horse archers in huge numbers can pick them off, but they do take quite a while to get there. When he spots this, though, he might respond very quickly. Like you said, the Yari cavalry, especially with the upgrade being available right after, it is not the heaviest investment for him to get to. So it might be a pretty good switch, but at the same time, Baltoon could just be the one that goes directly for the base and tries to land some real damage. Anitan, though, is making walls.
Yeah, the walls are a smart choice, especially with the knights on the field or the mounted samurai, and I think this is good. Obviously, Yari Cav could be an option, but it makes a lot of sense to go for the mounted samurais here, right? You want to make use of the gold, which stretches your food further and doesn't require you to have all the food all the time, right? Which is something that you can't necessarily afford at this stage of the game. See, as units have the healing from the Ryukon, things should be pretty cozy if you're able to retreat from these horse archers. That's the value of them here. And taking out, I believe that was the daimyo, right? The annoying loss, because retraining it can be, if I remember.
It's quite costly for anyone, because at this stage of the game, Baltoon doesn't have that farm transition going. He doesn't have the same access to food just yet, but ooh, that's a pretty nice pick off. 3 in a row. So, with those horse archers, he's gonna need to try and find engagements that really matter, and with those ones, he's already found quite a bit of damage, but he does need to be careful because it's so easy to lose track of those little groups trying to raid. Baltoon, though, he's keeping his army together. We don't see him actually spreading off too much, making sure that he takes these fights in a group. And it makes sense. When you're up against horse archers, they don't like team fights. And building those walls, that's just going to force the team fights.
Baltoon stopped making Yumi. He's only got 6 on the field. He's kind of fully committed to the mounted samurai, which could run him into some trouble here. Anitan has continued to produce spearmen. He's got 12 spearmen, 12 vets on the field, and that could be a problem if Baltoon wants to take a decisive fight into this. He might find himself not being able to handle this many spears.
And 9 spears is a significant amount, but they're still feudal age spears, so that's also something to consider. He's not investing too much. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Anitan's aren't. That's going to be a problem.
Anitan has 14 vet spears is what I was talking about, right? Like, that means that I don't know if Baltoon can really take a fight. And as soon as he sees those, you do see Baltoon immediately queuing up more Yumi. He's like, okay, if you're going to go for spearmen as your front line, I need to make sure I have enough Yumi as a back line, right? Because mounted samurais, although they are pretty good into spearmen compared to other, knight types, it doesn't go that far, especially when you don't have the armor yet.
It's okay, Winston. We're going to learn how to speak English by the second
armor
set.
Armor is hard. Words, English. I said armor is hard. You know what I meant. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, so it's okay.
We could just talk in noises and vibes. Twitch chat will get it. They understand the game way better than we do. Oh my goodness, look at those horse archers. Picking off a little villager here. Picking off a unit there. No relic for you, good lad.
I thought we were going to do that, but you were joking. Okay.
No, we could.
No. I think we've explored this already. So now, Baltoon will try and take the engagement. I'm not sure. I don't know. Even with this number of Yumi, it's got 5 in queue. Just waiting a little bit seems to be the play. Relics getting grabbed on the back of this should be the plan for Baltoon.
The problem is here, those horse archers, they're so good at kiting backwards, and that's the whole point of them. They want to be able to get to the back of the spears so fast. Baltoon, on the other hand, he doesn't want to kite with his Yumis that easily because the front line is a bunch of melted samurais who are going to get obliterated by these spears. And we see that kiting now in action. He's not getting caught out. He does lose a few here, but very quickly, they just go back forward. Oh, but the Horse Archer Micro, it's going to need to be pristine here. And for a second, the Spearmen do connect. Some of the Mounted Samurai go down. Both of these players struggling a bit for food, though.
Now this could be a pivotal fight. Anitan forced to just take it. The Yumi stepping up. The Mounted Samurai with their armor able to take that fight. They're moving forward. And oh boy, that was a big loss for Anitan. That was a big loss for Anitan. Now switching into Knights of his own to try and get some sort of solid front line for these Horse Archers. And it looks like Baltoon is switching to 39 Yumi now on the field, just pumping out those cheap but effective archers. The Daimyo about to go down as well on the front. Be a bit of a loss for the buffs, but my gosh, this is a powerful force for pushing forward. And I don't know, I feel like Baltoon just has the momentum to just keep going. Why should he stop?
He is looking very confident with this. They are going to go and fight under the TC, but it doesn't feel like there's any line here that can defend against this constant Yumi mass coming forward. And there's more in the queue. He's got the villagers in the TC, but look at the Yumi very confidently just walking in under. You get the Horse Archers completely engaged, making sure that they can try to do a bit of damage. And sure, even if he loses all these Yumi, he's still got the reinforcements at home.
And there's no TC or any defenses out the back here, and there's just villagers, just death, just destruction. Baltoon is sure to bring it. He says, no, I will not get 3-0'd, and he wants to deal some meaningful damage while he's in the back here. Let some of the villagers sneak out the south. Oh, but he even finds, is that villagers on the south corner of the map? He does find it, but it's just with one.
One Iki will take down a few victims, though, as we do see Anitan has had enough, and Baltoon looking strong in this game, though. I love the fact that Baltoon made sure to wall up every single angle to ensure that you just cannot really push through and do what you want with those Horse Archers. Because like I said earlier, Horse Archers, they don't do team game or team fights that well. While with Sengoku, that's what they love to do, especially when they have that Daimyo inspiring all of their units as well.
Yeah, really well played, I think, from Baltoon there. I think he had a great read on the situation. I think there was a brief period where I thought if Anitan was producing more, spears in Castle Age and Baltoon didn't do the switch into full Yumi, I thought maybe there's a chance that Baltoon's like just getting caught off guard, but he read it perfectly. He saw the spears and said, okay, if you're going to go spear Horse Archer, that loses to Yumi, right? Yumi are just faster in a pitched battle. They can run them down faster than a standard archer, right? They can run down the Horse Archers while they're kiting. It's not quite the same relationship as before. And Anitan had a bit of this cheesy aggression, and it was annoying, but it didn't end up panning into anything. We didn't see early Knights to come and try and keep things really in control. He took a very passive approach, just went Castle Age and went for these Horse Archers, and I could see in these fights just didn't do all that much damage here. I think there's a reason that this unit isn't as in the meta. I think a lot of the newer civs just have ways that feel like answers that feel pretty good against this kind of thing, right?
Now, I can see that the composition of Baltoon just overwhelms, and like you said, it's not in the meta that much to make the Horse Archers anymore. But you learn to play against it, and I think for a lot of players, when they play against this, they get overwhelmed by the fact that there's a ton of Horse Archers in your base, usually raiding and keeping your eco idle, which just allows them to get further ahead. Baltoon didn't put himself in that spot, and I think that's the main difference here for him. He's not falling into those traps. So something like this play is becoming it's a heavy meta when we look at the top 32. But when it gets closer to this top 4, top 8 range, constantly players are showing us they know how to respond to any of these types of shenanigans. But looking at the next bans and picks, I'm kind of hyped to see this here. Gigi Dog, very much not entertained by this, as you guys can see her napping away behind the microphone. But Macedonians is let through, and JD is banned. Now, Baltoon on JD, I've heard horror stories.
Have you?
Yeah, do you wanna experience them firsthand? No. I mean, we don't want to scare them.
Campfire horror stories? Do we need like a flashlight under our chin?
hopefully we get to see a little bit of that campfire horror story in the next series if he makes it through, because I don't want to put out any nightmares into people's minds here, but Anitan also says he knows about the JD on Baltoon and he's not giving him that. So opts out for the Macedonians instead. And honestly, seeing someone let Macedonians through tells you a lot. It tells you a lot about what you see in your opponent on JD, on Dry Arabia, the most standard of standard maps. So how do we feel about this matchup? Macedonians versus Golden Hordes, both new civilizations.
I feel like Golden Horde have a more, like, simple game plan at times. But, yeah, I don't know. Great analysis, I know. It's just, I think it's, like, pretty flexible. I think, like, you have to find some solutions to the potential cheese. Like, you have to make sure you're not going to die to some of the all-ins that Mac can do, right? With the Men-at-Arms, with the Knights, the Vidari, they can just get really crazy and out of hand quick. And if you're not prepared for it, I think you can just die. But I feel like there's answers on the side. I feel like the Kipchak's attack can be really, really dominant against some of the things that Matt can do, but that takes time to get to. So we'll see. We'll see how Anitan plays Golden Horde here. I'm really curious.
Now, Golden Horde has actually been banned out quite a lot as well. We saw them 1 week popping out, and people weren't really able to respond to too much of what they're doing. So I think after a while, players are starting to get the feel for it. Because I know when I talk to other pros about how they feel at the start versus in the middle and at the end of a tournament, especially these multi-week events, for a lot of them, they learn the meta. And the meta evolves from week 1 to week 3. The bans evolve, the picks evolve. And I'm actually hoping to see in our next series what those bans and picks are going to look like. Because for both of these players, you can see these were highly regarded civilizations. Sengoku, Macedonians, they were picked pretty early. And JD left a little bit later, but you understand why, because Aubitz is still there. While on Anitan's side, he knows how good his French is. Byzantine's also really highly regarded for him. So Byzantines getting sniped out, it makes sense. But Macedonians, we'll see why Baltoon says this civilization was the second most important thing I needed to pick in this set. And we're about to go and witness that. So, ladies and gents, Dry Arabia.
Let's go! And here we go. Oh my gosh, I played a game on Golden Horde. I want to say, like, it was last week. It was like last Friday. And it was embarrassing. I forgot to build the Uvu. Yeah. It just happened. It just happened. It was one of those games where I just sat there with the wood, aged up. Was like, oh, shit. Can't do anything anymore. Yeah, that was a rough one. You know, I think it's important everyone shares their most embarrassing moments. So now you go. Just kidding. I think we should share the love here, no? Everyone's done it. Everyone's done it. Tell me you've played a game as Mongols and you're saying you've never forgotten the Uvu or Golden Horde.
Winston, I don't believe in the Mongols. I think that Mongols is a myth. It's not a civilization that needs to be played in this game. I just don't believe in them because of the Uwu. I've played a few games of the Mongols, and the Uwu is probably my biggest enemy, because I will forget it again and again and again, so I respect that. But Baltoon, he's not going to need to worry too much with the Golden Horde. This Uwu is something he needs to shut down, but he needs to shut down multiple of them, so he's going to be reminded of its existence, and Anitan, we'll see if he remembers to make one in every age.
It's hard. It's tough when you've been playing Mongols for years. You know, you just build the one, you go feudal, castle. You got to build more. It's like, whoa, new rules. You know, yeah, it's fun. I got made fun of.
Oh, I see. Twitch chat is asking for it. So, Winston, you do have to sneak one in a little bit later when we're talking about that specific building.
I have to.
You have to. You have to. Sneak.
Is this contractual? Like,
I think. This isn't the EGC contract.
Is there any negotiations available here, or is this non-negotiable?
Okay, I'll let this one slide. Don't worry, I'll make up for it. It just happens sometimes.
Okay.
So now in the Dark Age, with both of these civilizations, Macedonians, they sometimes do a little bit of aggression if they wanna, but in this case, he doesn't need to. He's going for the deer. He's living a very good life, just snacking out those outside food sources. And Anitan, with the age up, this thing takes a long time. Now we see constantly again and again, it's just the Torgud every single time. I'm waiting for the day we get a little bit of a switch up, but I don't think anyone is going to reinvent the wheel. And Anitan says, I'm not making any diagrams for new wheels just yet.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious. You know, recently EGC TV published the landmark pick rate and win rates as choices on the Civ, even in matchups. And I'm curious how if that's gonna shift the meta at all, or shift perception at least, right? Because it shows that, you know, people who maybe are thinking differently about the Civs might be right, and it's curious. And I think I'm really, really curious about Torgud versus the production buildings, because I personally find that the production buildings is like, it's like essential to how I feel I play Golden Horde. I think like getting early tempo on units is really good, and then I think going Castle Age, getting more options to like, you know, quick Monastery, for example, is just so critical. I'm surprised that less people take it, and I'm curious if this is something where, you know, statistics and metadata being available to the public will really change like how people perceive this. I think it's going to be interesting.
I really hope the Beastie and Vortex are listening to this cast right now in the next set, because they will be the ones that can give us that option a little later. So when one of you two are watching for our next set, guys, let us know if this is a choice and show us why it's good. But the Imperial Hippodrome, though, Winston, this thing is again and again said to be the best landmark there is, because it gives free stuff, and we love free stuff, especially considering it's, I think, a little bit more than 600 resources you kind of get out of this in free units.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly takes time for that to really get in, but it also, I think the champions have a lot of underrated value with the auras, right? Like, they really buff up their units, getting move speed and damage, and I think like that benefit on top of also being able to add in horsemen quickly and just be on the map and kind of be annoying. I think these are really important features for Mac to really even have the position they have right now, I think, in the meta, right? Which is, I think a lot of people view them as, you know, pretty dominant in some contexts, right? Maybe not as much so in like this, in the top 4 pro play, which is, you know, what we're quickly approaching here, as we're in the semifinals of a qualifier, right? So this is certainly putting things to the extreme.
Now, what I love about this is that Baltoon he's making sure that he doesn't get countered by anything that is the natural transition of Golden Horde when they go to Feudal Age. When you go for the Khan and the Torguds, it's natural, you're going to get the Khan, you're going to get a handful of Torguds, and you're going to start raiding. Baltoon's ready for that. He's going for his own spears, and Winston, you are very welcome to say the names of those guys, but I prefer not to speak.
I call them at gears.
Okay.
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. I think I'm wrong about that. I call them at gears, though.
Now, our ad gears are going to get into position.
At gear, very, like, you got to get the American ear on the back end of that.
Those ad gears are going to look really feisty when the Khan tries to go and shut down anything in that base, but Baltoon is going to be ready for those ad gears. With those ad gears, so nobody can raid those villagers on the outside deer. Now, that deer, it feels so good to eat, but it doesn't last forever, but you want it to last as long as possible.
I don't know if that sounds right. I don't think that's right. That's gonna haunt me. Oh! What? Batu Khan, no! You know, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Do you think that the Mongol Khan feels a little left out on being named? Something I've been thinking about for a while now.
It's the original.
Yeah. So he's the OG, just the Khan. So that's it's cool that you're not named. So you think Batu feels inferior that he had to be named so that he's not to be confused with the OG?
Yes, the Khan is the Khan. You can't just, it's like when you think of any one named person, you're like, oh, this is that guy. And anyone else that follows, they always have another name. Otherwise, you know, they're just always going to be confused with the OG. So the Batu Khan, it also tells you he's a little Batu than the other Khan because he can hit and actually do some damage. That was supposed to be better, but it's too far off. Damn.
That's a close slant rhyme. I think we'll count it. We'll count that. Uvu took some damage there, and Anitan obviously not forgetting to build the second one, as he is a professional player. And yeah, we see the at ears coming in to defend against the Torguds, and yeah, Torguds not really able to get much value here.
They're not too good for these types of fights, especially because they have a little bit of lower damage.
No, putting down the law. This is a new contract. We need a new one. No more puns.
Okay, I will refrain from any puns. I promise, guys. Sorry, Twitch chat. I feel like I need to apologize to you guys as well. With these tour goods, you struggle to really kill villagers, and that's maybe the thing that makes Golden Horde feel that you can deal with them, at least a little bit. But Anitan is floating quite a bit of wood here. And this begs the question, are we transitioning to something? No, we're getting us... Is that just an extra uwu that costs all that wood? Look at that card. Bruised completely.
Yeah, he does heal up very, very slowly. So he'll be healthy eventually. I wonder if it's better to trade him. Just train a new one, maybe. I don't know. That's definitely not the answer, but something you think about when they're at like 10 HP. It's like just running around, not really achieving too much right now. Maybe having full health would give you more options, but you never know. It's probably best to do this. Not throw away your units.
Now, with Baltoon, you usually have a lot of control on the map with these horses, and I feel like he's doing a pretty good job at keeping most of the units busy in Anitan's space. Well, with Golden Horde, you want to do the same. You want to be everywhere, drag around the units, because you want to be able to transition into a castle or just make your next move. With his pastures already coming out, he's got pretty good food economy scaling onwards. Now, of course, there's still a lot of sheep under the TC. Baltoon is not going to be starving anytime soon, but he's making a unit that I feel like Anitan doesn't have a response for, especially not at this stage of the game. Anitan, though, he's stacking up a lot of resources. He's making a few more tour goods, and I'm really hoping he finds a bit of damage with those, because when this Varangian god mass starts to add up, it's going to be pretty hard to handle.
Yeah, the Varangian guards, I mean, this is one of the reasons they're so potent. Getting the second armor upgrade really does a lot for you. Because that's when you actually start to have an advantage over other man-at-arms, right? Because they have one less than other feudal man-at-arms, one less ranged armor. And then you get the first one, you're caught up, and then you get the second one, then you're ahead. And this is such a big deal, I think, for Baltoon. If he's able to get this force going and get across the map, you know, there's this Uvu on the front, which is potentially in trouble. There's the gold on the left here, on the north side of the map, which could be pressured. A lot of vills on it too, but it looks like Anitan just trying to get up to the castle age, and this is where I actually really like going for the horse archers. If you can get to castle age in this position without taking damage, which it looks like Anitan should be able to do. You have to get there quick though, and then you can just sort of kite these Varangian guards. It works really well.
I would have liked to see a lot more presence here from Baltoon with the horses that he has to try and stop this, because you know how much Golden Horde loves to get to this castle age. On the other hand, Macedonian Dynasty, they have exactly the same situation. Muscovy Yasak is going to be the age up of choice, and with the Macedonians, we all know they're just going to go for a nice Golden Horn Tower to make sure that you get all those free crossbows. Yep.
Trouble in paradise. We're gonna have to garrison, but there's Torgods here. This is potentially going to be a lot of damage. Now, Baltoon, it doesn't look like he's going to bring his units back. Maybe just send a few Akirs there. Yeah, he's peeling off the Akirs, it looks like. Well, moving forward, this is the main timing of the max when they do this, right? Is you get all the Varangian guards, and then you get the Radari. And the Radari, I believe it's the one that grants the move speed, right? Which, it gets kind of crazy, right? It gets crazy.
Now,
and here's the second armor.
It's about... Yes, this is going to take a while, so the moment the age up comes through, this armor should be coming through as well. And I feel like this is that moment where Anitan might be in a little bit of danger here. Because at this point, he wouldn't be able to have made any Castle Age units, and you're going to have to deal with that extra bit of armor. And you see already, Anitan pushed off of that gold, and the problem with this spawn is all of his golds are on this side. Those Varangian guards, they can take a punch.
And here's the engagement. So he doesn't quite have all the pierce armor he could get, so it could literally get worse from here. And there's not enough room at the end. You're going to have to ungarrison some villas to make space for others. The Torgods take the engagement. More Torgods now are coming to reinforce, but the archers are just trying to kite, trying to buy time against these Varangian guards. The final armor is going to give them 5% HP and 1/1 armor. This could going to be huge here in this feudal age, kind of all-in position here. It doesn't look like Baltoon's got much of a plan outside of this. The Torgods take an engagement against half of them. Oh, boy. Oh boy, here's the castle age. Probably crossbows the first thing being queued up.
Anitan is overwhelmed completely with this, and he's getting the Springleton placement first. He says that's going to be the thing that takes them down, but he needs to get some kind of unit that actually handles this. He's making none. I think he's a little overwhelmed right now, Winston. This poor man.
He's got no food.
The food situation means you would only be able to afford a single crossbow, but I don't think he's thinking about that just yet. Poor man is completely...
The engagement.
He's taking the... Yes, with the horses, the front line, the Torguds are doing a pretty good job at absorbing this, and it does look like he's able to clean up a significant bit of this, but the idle time from these villagers just gave Baltoon the breathing room he would need to also go for castle himself. And Macedonian castle, it's hard.
Yeah, especially if he just gets upgrades on these, right? If he just gets vet here, that could make these ranging guards even scarier. And then behind that, Radari to help run down anything that's left. And these are starting to look dicey. This is a big, meaningful fight. If the Radari... Sorry, no. If the Torguds go down, this could be a problem.
Now
There's
the
even some Keshik in here.
The Torguds, they're all looking pretty healthy here. We can see that fight.
What do you mean? They all have like less than a quarter HP. But they were able to do it.
And now with that type of engagement, the pressure is going to go over to Anitan's side to really do the work. Now, the problem is these units, like you said, they're pretty low. But at the same time, Baltuna has decided he's putting his Golden Horn Tower in the middle of the map. What this is going to cause...
It's essentially a keep, right? It's got that crossbow placement, which is really, really punishing for armored units to even go near. It slowly makes you those crossbows. It just adds a lot of value. Especially when you're in sort of this low eco castle age, which, I mean, Baltoon just did a big all-in. His economy is not great. Oh.
He's most likely ensuring that castle age hits, and he goes instantly for the Radari. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I would say everyone expected to see Radari coming out. Now, the problem with the Golden Horn Tower being this far out just means those horses are going to be very inclined to raid the main base. Now, of course, this is a great position. Like you said, it gets the gold, it gets some berries as well, and a tiny little wood line. But it leaves your base open for raiding. We'll see if Anitan tries to get some value off of this, but at the same time, he's being very careful about these units. He knows he doesn't have a heavy food transition himself. This could be very costly.
I'm surprised Anitan's making man-at-arms here. At all, as an answer to, I mean, I guess he's thinking it'll be useful against the Athir a little bit, but you know crossbows are coming, and with Radari's being such an obvious option, surprised by that a little bit, but we'll see crossbows now in queue, maybe just needs a little bit of a front line in an emergency, something to handle these right now. Has to delete the wall, wasn't able to finish that on the boar. It's denied, the Akir in hot pursuit.
Those little walls that Anitan tried to put up desperately is just burned through too fast. So for Baltoon now, he's getting the Radari, and sure, the Radari got a little bit nerfed. We just don't know if this is going to be enough of a nerf, but the problem is when your opponent is only making archers and adding in a crossbow here and there, this is not going to be a problem for you at all. Those Radari are not going to have anything that will stop them.
Yeah. Interesting, just both players getting up quite the mix of units. Yeah, the Radari count getting higher and higher. Spooky.
Spooky.
It's very spooky, I think. I mean, I'm a little worried for Anitan here, you know? Like, he's trying to grab some relics, and I don't know if he's going to have the map control to hold relics for long. Or to even grab the relics. Maybe the one in the south is pretty easy for him to snipe. But, like, what beyond that one? Like, there's one way in the north, no shot anytime soon. Unless Baltoon really messes up.
Now, this is the beauty of the Radari. We can see 3 little Radaris pulling away a whole army, and a solo little one goes and cleans up some food villages. And that's now the problem that you're faced with. You may have the mass, but the mass needs to chase one by one. And if you were he denies a little bit of a relic capture, but look at that Radari again, getting idle time absolutely everywhere. The villagers on the food, still only having 2 of those pastures set up, means that he's not able to constantly produce. While Baltoon, his food economy is looking a lot healthier with him still having access to most of the map's food.
yeah, these disruptions onto the food have been very precise from Baltoon, right? He recognized that the Boervilles got chased off for a long time and said, well, if all of your army is dealing with this, maybe I can get even more disruption in. And those little bits of idle time, you can see the production for Anitan is lacking right now. He's not going to have as much in the next like minute or so because of that little bit of idle time, unless Baltoon forgets to build houses for long, which surely he won't, right? Surely he'll build houses.
Baltoon would never.
House,
oh, there we
house,
go.
House. Good. I was getting scared for the caster curse there, that we call it out, and then he just forgets for 10 minutes, but no way. No way. Too much on the line here. The relic conversion just trying to stave off the inevitable. In the pen.
He needs to try and find a little bit of time to get more crossbows. I say this, but he's not making more crossbows. He's just making spears. The engagement's coming. We see the Radari going straight for where it hurts the economy. Now getting a little bit of a wraparound to get on top of those archers, still feudal age archers at that. But it feels like the army is melting like butter. Baltoon coming in with a hot blade. And no Uwu is going to save Anitan tonight. I felt like we were running out of time.
You were. You had to get that in. I understand. It's compulsory, as someone in Twitch chat said. It is, I guess. And yeah, so that's it. That's the game. That's all she wrote. Anitan is taken to game 5 by Baltoon. This is quite the series we got.
I am so impressed with Baltoon. Baltoona, our goat. Twitch chat, is this the goat? The singular goat man taking down Anitan, but they're down to their final map, right? So now at this point, both of them on equal footing, they need to cook something up for this. And it looked like it was going to be a straight 3-0 with the way Anitan was playing. But Baltoon, he's ready for that reverse sweep. The Swedish man is ready for a big fight. Anitan, he's got a huge hill to climb.
I want to say props to Baltoon for not letting the boom 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 of game 2 get to his head and really locking it down. I think it's clear he's locked in here in these 2 games where, you know, the raids did not get to him too much. Everything that kind of went wrong in game 1 and maybe game 2 was a bit of a just trying something and seeing if it worked, and it clearly didn't. And here in game 3, things are looking better. And now game 4, things are looking way better.
I feel like the way Baltoon is playing, he's just saying pow, 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 and making sure to break through anything Anitan throws his way. He knows exactly where to land, what the strength is of his units. And this one engagement, he went straight under that TC to ensure that he gets the maximum amount of damage. I mean, a lot of the times you do see players overcommitting. Baltoon is showing us it's not an overcommitment. He knows exactly how much he needs to put in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Mac are so feared of. Like even on just the ladder, right? Like let alone tournament play, right? Like seeing Baltoon pull that off like pretty well, like right? Like this was clean. He got the timing almost exact. I would say that the second armor tech was like 40 seconds late. That's like really it. And like come on, like at that point you're nitpicking so much, right? Like when the Radari champion came out, he had like 13 or 14 of these ranging guards on the field. He just walks over and idled Anitan's economy the entire time. It was so much value, so much power. And yeah, here you can see the final fight. Just not much to be done against overwhelming forces, not able to get the upgrades, just trying to barely hang on with the Muscovite recruits. Wasn't quite enough, and now we're tied up 2-2.
And it's Hillendale. Ooh, the Hillendale plays we've seen out of top games recently has been so spicy. I remember the days when we had maps, I would say Lippany and Hillendale being pretty equal to each other in that regard. We got 1 hour plus games. And sure, Hillendale is a map where you do get to those interactions, but players have been all up in your face every single time. And we do have a little bit of a favorable matchup, I would say here. And that is JD against Delhi. JD has reigned supreme for quite a while. The Ghazi Raiders, right, they have maces. They do a little bit of bonus damage to armored units, but pound for pound, a knight just feels a lot better when it hits into a Ghazi. And especially with time, JD will have that discount on them as well.
Yeah, it all sort of just adds up, right? I think the hope is that you can use the Ghazi to snipe JD at the start of the fight, but that's really banking on Baltoon messing up like a lot, right? Like a lot. And I don't think that really happens that easily if you're a player who's just paying attention. And I think Baltoon will not let that happen easily unless we see something crazy happening. And if JD's able to stay alive, get off her core abilities, keep the knights like nice and healthy with the heal, keep everything going, keep everything smooth, and get into that castle age, the timing can get really oppressive. And typically where Delhi needs to win is with that snowball, right? They need to get the Sacred States, they need to get things rolling, and that could be where, like you said, just the sheer factor of the knights, it feels like it's going to be enough. And we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll
Indeedly
see.
do. As
Indeed.
we as we see those spawns being a little bit spread out here for poor Mr. Baltoon with that forward gold. Now, you're still going to be up against the man who loves to make Ghazis, right? This is still a real threat. And Ghazi Raiders, they do run faster than knights. So having a gold this far out, it feels difficult to handle. While on the other side, Anitan's base is in a position where... Oh, wait, I just saw that the names were switched around and now I'm all confused for a second here. Baltoon is the one on JD. Yes, okay. So yes, he is going to get raided by Ghazis. Ooh, guys, the names being on the opposite side is throwing me off completely. But this spawn over here, it feels like you can make this a little bit more protected, a little bit easier. Oh, we're back.
Surprise.
It's okay. Guys, remember to blame Cow in the chat. Exclamation mark blame. Thank you very much.
Poor Cal. He's doing a great job blaming. I gotta blame him, you know?
He works hard, but he doesn't put our Chad's name in the right position for us to make sure that we could call those Ghazi Raider hits perfectly. No, we appreciate Cowboys, but we are going to be fighting... Oh, wait, we're getting it. One day, all right, nice. And then we will all be donezo, because without this man... EGC's broadcast will just not hit the same. And also, possibly a Homestead Cups stream will not look as nice either. This man makes all the things come together, but Baltoon, he's getting those early wheelbarrow, just like we see normally with the French as well. It does mean that your first knight hits a little bit later, but at the same time, it's on a map that is quite defensive.
Yeah, you want economy. It's Hill and Dale. It's one of the OG maps. It's just true, like, there are opportunities to raid sometimes in the early game, but at this stage of AoE4, like realistically, are you going to win a tournament game because your knight got there in time and your opponent wasn't ready? I mean, like, maybe, right? But it doesn't feel like that's the way you're going to set up to, like, win a game. So I agree with Baltoon here. Just do the solid standard openings, right? Get things going correctly. Don't try and cheese. You were able to get away with a lot last game with the Macedonians, but that's like on a much different level than hoping a knight gets there 30 seconds earlier and wins the game.
Now, with the Dome of the Faith coming out, this is the most standard way of playing this. That's the beauty of these two civilizations. They have a very linear way of playing out, except for that big question of where do we go for food? Because both of them very, very hungry. Your first 10 minutes are usually okay, because you have the safe deer, especially behind your base, and Delhi gets to fall back on that pretty well too. But if you can shut down the night spam, then it becomes a lot harder for Baltoon to recover from that. So I feel like Baltoon knows how difficult this will be, to just not make any mistakes. Anitan is playing a civ that is prone to being a little bit more forgiving with those mistakes. If you run the Ghazis too far, you take them back, you heal up. No victims coming out of there. So it feels a lot better. Yeah, no victims except for the dead villagers he raids.
Secret type positioning is pretty fair and even here, right? Like, but Anitan probably was hoping for slightly better spawns for him. That the one in the north is going to be hard for him to ever secure, right? The one in the south, he could maybe try and wall, right? Like, wall from the cliff to the edge of the map pretty early. And that could secure as well an extra berry, and maybe even the gold, the AK, if he needs it. And here we see just a little bit of chip damage, just being annoying. The Anitan special. He doesn't want his scout to just, you know, scout the map. Heck no. It's got a torch, it's got a dagger. Put him to work.
See,
Enough for the front lines here.
this is beautiful. Like, for most people, this just looks like, hey, a scout is burning down a building. But what you're doing in essence is if your opponent goes and tries to force drop off any resources, they're going to start repairing. And that usually can cost someone the building they're supposed to build. The wood they've just specifically calculated. You can see there's only one wood in the bank when he starts building that stable. This man was precise and he force drops off. So you doing a little bit of burning can go a long way when you want to delay someone's building or unit with just a few more seconds, which, you know, it does add up at this level.
I wonder how long that'll be relevant for. Foreshadowing intensifies.
You can make those jokes, I can't. But the first knight's about to hit, though. And this is something to consider now. The first knight already being behind here. There's nothing really to defend yet, as we see the stable coming on out now. And the Ghazis, sure, they're great. They're going to be able to chase this down. And you don't want to engage too hard because, of course, they run a little bit faster and they are going to be able to catch up to you. So, with him just pumping more and more knights.com, we're going to be seeing a lot more areas trying to be attacked. The problem is just the base is so compact that one wall is ensuring that this is not a safe dive.
Yeah, it's really tricky. And with Anitan's resources all compact like that, like he's got the berry and the deer for later, right? This is going to be very cozy. And JD doing JD things. She takes down a boar with her bare hands. Pretty impressive stuff, if you ask me. I think that's something I can't do, so JD's a hero in my mind. But yeah, we have the economy. Sorry, I got distracted. The economy for Anitan is so compact right now, and we'll see where he's going to expand his food eco to. I mean, there's this berry pack here that I was talking about earlier. I think it's a pretty good candidate to just try and wall in with the sacred site on the right here. I feel like that could make things very cozy. 5 knights though on the field, quite the number.
5 knights means that you are just not able to access a sacred sites, which, you know, that's pretty much the point of Delhi, right? You have to keep in mind though, JD is also, with her killing that boar out there, she is living a very good life, making sure that her villagers are gonna have a safe place to eat. But moreover, she has control of that sacred site. The JD civilization does so well at getting control of the map like this. Especially with that knight presence now being absolutely everywhere. The Ghazi looking for a little bit of damage, but this is a pretty scary army already.
Yeah, it's a bit spooky, but like you said, this one little tiny wall piece, and now there's a wall in the south as well to help secure the back of the base, and it's going to be hard for the knights to find meaningful damage without taking a fight first now, which isn't exactly where French or JD want to be, right? Obviously, JD doesn't mind taking a fight as long as she lives through it, but it's just one of those cases where, you know, being forced out of the raiding game almost entirely by such a small investment from Anitan definitely isn't going to feel good long term, but that's just Hill and Dale. That's what we've signed up for. It's life,
Well,
you know?
On Illendale, you always have a problem of pushing through tiny walls. And, I mean, Baltoon's used to this. That's why JD is out here being his most important pick, putting his whole life on this woman. But this scout definitely keeps them busy. Now, the knight numbers are growing, and Baltoon says, I see your spears. I don't care about your spears. I'm just going to make more knights because I value my legs. So the more legs, the better for Baltoon. The spider civilization looking even nicer for him coming into the future. So, Winston, if we got a spider civilization, would it be an Australian civilization?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Spiders. I can't even imagine. It's like something from Age of Mythology.
Future of AE4, guys.
We even saw, Baltoon even went to get just a little bit of stone so you could get the air slit emplacement on that tower on the boar, and I don't know, if Anitan isn't able to punish that, that's going to be a huge boon. Like, that, I didn't quite recognize the board spawn is, like, that close to Baltoon's base, like, that comfortable. We are seeing a few Ghazi make their way over, I believe, but yeah, this is some spice.
The problem is the Ghazi numbers are the ones that we usually see matching up to the knight numbers. Anitan knows this is not going to work. Again, like we said, pound for pound, this doesn't trade out too well, and Anitan knows this. He knows he's got control of the knights for now, so he's going castle and then going to be making those next decisions. But yet another stable is coming down, and Baltoon says this very, very clearly. I will be making more knights. I don't care about those other units. You guys might believe in archers against spearmen, but with enough knights, you can kill those spears. The Ghazi's now being a quick pickup for a knight charge, but will it be enough? They just get a few charges off these guys. Ooh, one falling down. Does mean that those two will go back to base and heal up, but Anitan's ready for the age up. The problem is Delhi. They need a lot of time. We see the House of Learning coming in, and to get those unit upgrades, they're going to need to go to university for a while.
This is a Rutro situation because that's a lot of knights. 17 on the field, and Baltoon just going to be skipping out on aging up altogether and just go for a fight here. And it's just a lot of knights. I said that already, but I'm just going to say it again. That's a lot of knights. That's a lot of value on the field. And a lot of the army here for Anitan is going to be in these scholars. He's going to have to pull them in order to heal. If these knights get in, the gold is going to get delayed, potentially a dive straight to the landmark if it's feeling feasible. It could be on the table. The hunt in the back as well is the only source of food right now for Anitan, so things could get dicey really quickly. Here comes a potential dive just sitting under the TC. All the vills are going to sit here waiting for some upgrades, and here comes the fight. JD leads the charge from the back because she's not leading the charge, and the Knights just taking a fight into a small choke point. The spears with their range able to get a lot of damage here. The fight actually does not look good for Baltoon. Are going to have to back out. Crazy.
And you can see Anitan target firing JD. He knew
she went
what
down,
needed.
dude.
He knew what
got
needed to be denied. Yeah, she's a relic of the past moment. Poor woman. But
yeah, she led the charge from the back and then went down first. That's rough. That's tough. That's tough, but you got to spell it Tuff. It's not even tough as in like a normal tough. It's like tough. You know.
It's tougher than tough. Yes. No, her going down this quickly just means you don't have access to the experience. There's no value in you going for a fight right now. But we do see him with 18 knights. Usually we see a guild hall, and that's exactly what he chooses.
Elephant. The elephant counters these cavalry very efficiently, and that has it's following the leg theory, which I like. I like that in this context.
Okay, Winston.
And, yeah, this could be good. This could be very good.
Winston, he cancelled the guild hall. Did you see? He has different plans.
He's like, wait, you guys have university over there? We need that too. And so now he's making sure that his units... Oh, losing the scout is actually really annoying. Oh, gosh. You hate losing the scout when you're knights because they're such a blind unit. You gotta train another one. Yeah, we see another one in queue. Baltoon's probably just like, ah. Baltoon's housed again. That's sad. Oh, no.
Baltoon is suffering with all the wood expenditure he's had to put out, but JD is about to come back out too with the Royal Institute finishing up. It means that you're going to be able to have access to all those nice little upgrades in Castle. But we've been seeing people go guild hall again and again and again for longevity. Baltoon, he's deciding we're not going to find out what the late game looks like. I want to do my damage, and I need to do it now. So with the one elephant in the army there for Anitan, it does feel like something he should be able to handle, but he knows he needs a little bit of time. He's getting the crossbow numbers.
Oh, if he had a scout. If only the woodpecker. If he had a scout there, he could have spotted that relic. And I think he'll see it now with a knight. Yeah, it looks like a knight spotted it. Oh.
Scout might get sacrificed.
And
Does not.
I think the scout... Oh, the relic gets jumped. He's like, run away. Oh.
You can see him investing in a lot more spears behind this as well. So the crossbows are going to do great, but he needs the spear numbers to match now. Now the archery range is forward. Finally, Baltoon says we might be switching to some other units too, especially with the gold, us needing to get out here. But the Royal Institute upgrades, a real bloodlines is about to hit. And oh my goodness.
Oh, is this risky? You could get trapped. You could get trapped. You could get trapped. This is a trap. Get the elephant in front. Get the elephant in front. Oh.
Now,
that could have been a trap. I get excited for traps. They make me excited. That could have been a trap.
Those knights with royal bloodlines, though, they should be able to take quite a bit of damage before going down. And with this, he's going to ask himself, oh, he's housed again. This man He is struggling to make sure that this population space thing stays expanded. I can see him being a really good Mongol player.
It's the AoE 1 special. Getting housed is just like a way of life. Alright, let's see. And this is really dicey because he's really banking on the all-in. Like you mentioned, no guild hall. He's invested heavily into royal bloodlines here. He's just trying to use the natural resources on the map. He's not going to be doing a farm transition anytime soon, at least not for the short period in the next couple of minutes, right? Whereas Anitan, he's got the elephant, he's got the scholars, not on the field. The scholars are still doing their techie tech stuff, right? They're still researching away. There's only a few in the army here, and I'm wondering if Anitan is going to sense the pressure here and feel the need to pop the scholars out and get that healing in the battle, because if Baltoon goes for the all-in, and notably Baltoon is housed, again, if he goes for the all-in with 80 population, we could see something spicy.
Anitan's population is just telling us he has invested a lot, with those villager counts being almost dead even. And you know, the beauty of that villager count is the fact that these villages are uneven purely because Baltoon got housed a few times. You see the crossbows being stuck in those archery ranges just because there's no population space. And it shows you Baltoon, he's feeling the pressure. He knows it's all or nothing in this, and it's so easy to get caught up in this. Builds a house, but I hope there's a second one in queue, because that's just one crossbow pop space, and he needs a little bit more. Now, Anitan's still 2 villagers ahead, while not killing a single thing.
Yeah, this is getting scary, right? Anitan's population, it looks like he's super duper ahead, and that's because he is. This is a really good position for Anitan. He's able to secure more and more map with these small walls. He's just going to keep things out. He has more crossbows on the field. He's going to feel confident about. The knights aren't going to find good engagements here. There's plenty of stone. We're going to get a keep drop soon, somewhere vital, maybe right here in the middle of this fight. The knights go for the charge. There is a relic for the conversion, so the knights will have to leave unless the crossbows are committed further in. And no, they're not. The knights have to leave. They're so low. They go down. Everything's going to fall apart here for Baltoon as his army count dwindles. And JD with a sliver of health, 1 HP and a dream, and she makes it out alive, but to what avail? What is this going to even accomplish? And at hand, in firm position now, most of those Castle Age techs have come through. The economy is looking good. The blacksmith, just a little bit of work to be done there. The House of Learning almost done with its critical techs. You know, we're really just onto the healing tech now. Like, really, this isn't that crazy. And to keep in the middle of the map, women. Who is going to get to the semis?
Ooh, Anitan just really making sure that Baltoon knows JD should not be the pick you put your whole life on, as he is convincingly taking some of these fights. He knew exactly how much to put in here, but JD is standing very far forward every single time. This keep, though, it's going to come up, but it might cost him... Never mind, I was going to say it's cost him a village or two, but with the units he's got here, he's trying to make the most of it. Crossbows are frontlining. JD does go down, though.
He goes down. We might need to see a buyback right away, but I don't even know if we can afford that. Yeah, we can't afford it. Can't afford it. And this keep on the center means the first sacred site for Delhi is coming into control. We even see him grabbing the sacred site on the north, I believe, right now. He's capturing that one with a sneaky... Oh, that's bait. Come on. That's crazy. That's crazy bait. That's crazy. Anyway. Ignore me.
Well, dude, he is doing a pretty decent job at making crossbows. But now the whole point of him going for the Royal Institute was damage, knights. Lots of damage with those knights. And now the knight numbers are non-existent because the food is running out all around. He had access to the boar. He's on those deer now. But what happens after that? Delhi is in a position where they are just living their best life. And soon enough, we'll get village fortresses too. Which just means that even though they're ahead already, they can get even further ahead with all of that. But there's a trebuchet on the field already. Winston, this is going to be a tough one for Baltoon to answer to, because he's making a trebuchet himself, but this is going to take a while.
As the first rocks come falling down, Baltoon's hopes might go down with it. He's got to find a way to kind of reel this in, and trying to deny vision could be an efficient way, right? Try and get that outpost out and make Anitan feel a little blind. I don't know, try and get in position, but now we're seeing mangonels as well to deal with the Arbalist composition of Baltoon. Arbalist and Riders. He's the hope and the dream. 5 knights remain, and they've just been chasing around some Ghazi. Oh boy. Oh boy, indeed.
These archery ranges at the front, they are sitting ducks, but we do see him trying to repair these as the time goes on. It feels like Baltoon is waiting for something to be able to take this. And I don't know what that something is. He might be cooking something we don't understand just yet. Economy, but the economy is not really getting to a spot where it will change the game.
I mean, that's all he can do, right? Is wait for the position to get a little better, right? Just try and stall. Because if Anitan just took a fight, I mean, I guess the Arbalist count is very high now. I guess it is. That's the hope, I guess, is you create a death ball, get enough trebs to start forcing the fights in the middle. But, I don't know, Delhi's good at death balls. They're good at responding to it on a whim, right? Because they can just pull out the scholars and get them in a position to heal everything. And Anitan is moving ahead even without scholars. He's just saying, let's fight.
This might be a very expensive one, but I say that, and those mangonel shots are pretty good on all these orbs. JD pulling back, ensuring that she doesn't go down instantly. She tries to get a little bit of a hit there on the front line, but Anitan's army mass, we're seeing a very clear story. Anitan, just as Gigi Dog had predicted, is ready to take his spot in the finals for the next game. Baltoon trying to give it his all, though. Trying to get a few shots off, but it's so difficult here. JD trying to just take care of everything on the front line, but she's being taken care of. Trebuchet's now firing at some spears too. Baltoon knows this is it, but honestly, he put up an amazing fight against the likes of Anitan.
Yeah, I mean, getting to game 5 here is really impressive. I think Anitan is honestly an incredible player, right? So it's always hard to face up against him. So I think like it's tough. It's really tough, and yeah, that game seemed really dominant. I think maybe it was the opening being a bit too many knights before Castle Age. Could have been part of the problem, or any eco advancement, right? I think the moment you see that Anitan's base has deer, berry, and gold all on the back and all walled with a forest and a small wall to the south, like, I think either you have to all in aggress on that position, like with before the wall can come up and like really force the issue, or like just got to match eco for eco, greed for greed. But JD doesn't do great in those positions. JD needs to fight, and Anitan, I think he played very patiently, right? I think a lot of players on Delhi, even on a map like Hill and Dale, will feel very compelled to try and, you know, rush or be rash or bold for the sacred sites. And Anitan was completely comfortable not taking a sacred site until basically the game was over, right? And I think that's something that requires patience and understanding about how a matchup is going. It requires reading how your opponent's playing. And I think he did that very well, and it was really impressive.
Oh, he definitely showed us. He knew where to commit to. He knew where to delay, especially when he was going for castle himself there as well, making just enough spears to handle those knights. And the scholar pop out was perfect. Gigi Dog actually got up after that game because she was asking about the result. He did win, actually. It was Anitan. Anitan won. So was it clean? She lifted those ears. So definitely a happy dog here. But yes, I'm absolutely amazed by how much Baltoon has grown over the last few weeks. We will definitely talk about that a little bit later, as Anitan is waiting for us to yap about this last victory. So let's hop on over. You did it!
Yo, hello.
Yo! So, Anitan, that was wild. You were making it look like it was going to be a 3-0. Did you at some point feel like it was going to be a 3-0?
Yeah, like after first 2 games I was a bit relaxed, but Baltoon didn't make it easy, right? It was a really tough best of 5, and I'm really glad that I managed to win. It was really hard series, right? For me.
Honestly, I was so impressed with how much he was able to push back after you took those first 2. One of my favorite games was on Holy Island, where you were just disgusting with those demo ships. Is this something you practice a lot?
Yeah, I think I'm really good at water. Like, a lot of players trying to ban water versus me, especially Holy Island. But it was like a lot of mind games. Like, I was expecting spears, so I put my dog like at the right. Then I thought he will go like versus Myriad he'll go one dog fast fiddle age. Then he didn't, and I just need to adapt. Like it was a lot of mind games beside it, and I was, yeah, lucky to see it all.
I saw that you were scouting, and the moment you saw his stock, you also went for exactly that. But we're quickly hopping into. Oh, there we go. So this first game with the Aeobids, I was worried because, of course, we've seen what Aeobids can do. That momentum. He definitely did a good job at shutting down your pro scouts. But how do you feel about the matchup in general between these two civilizations?
I don't know. Marilord was lost this to Vortex, and then he's likes to be afraid of this matchup. So I was a bit shaky as well. I was, please don't kill me. Like I don't mind to play macro game, but I a bit have this timing where he can just punch my face, right? And it's pretty insane. But I managed to survive. I didn't have any thoughts. Yeah? I just like make units, please survive. Make any unit in the game, please. I don't wanna die. Like it was my game plan.
Honestly, it didn't feel like you were just surviving. You were actually on top of him the whole time. You were doing what Aeobids usually does to other people. And that was wild because your lances were everywhere. You were just denying the food. And as we can see here, you were everywhere at the same time. Is this something that you're actively just telling yourself, I just need to keep their units busy so that they can't do this to me?
I think like all at top 8 trying to punish, right? In this game you have resources and you like kind of need to move out, right? And yeah, I mean, in top 8 everyone is punishing grid, right? You kind of have to defend everyone, everything you have. I think LMT is the first one who started to like raid with knights like super extensively, like one knight here, one knight there, and now it's meta, I think.
Yeah, he also found a good way of countering it, and that was a great invention of walls, which I felt like Baltoon, he added in, but he added it in a little bit late. I felt like you already had him by this point, where you were the one in charge of these pushes. But when we go into game 2, I wanted to ask you about that whole play where Baltoon went for not the Abbey of Kings. Was this something we see in any of your games before? Or is this a brand new, I would not say brand new strategy, but for this season, is this something you've seen?
I never saw it. Like, it first time I saw this landmark. But, I mean, I was like, whatever. I just will try to play water. I think his idea was Lancaster is really good on water, right? Because of plus range, and he kinda just want to skip land and play water. But it's actually a big investment, right? Tower, out of idle time still, and at the start of the water I managed to punish him. Because this plus 1 range ability is really costly, right?
Exactly. That's what I've been seeing a lot of players do. They go for springald ships mainly, get one galley in the mix, and then when the other player decides, hey, I can actually do this well, and I think this is something you've been doing constantly. You go with demo ships from every single side, and those springald ships can micro as much as they want, but they will make their collection eventually. This one, though, King of the Hill, with the scouts, you're one of the few people I see going for 5 scouts in Dark Age already. Is this just something you're doing against Sengoku because you know you can deny the Matsuri in the early game?
I think I saw Vortex doing it, and I like I did like maybe twice in my practice, maybe like third time, and you can see I was bad on macro, right? I get like 500 food, 500 gold because I'm just trying to micro my scouts. It was really bad by me. But yeah,
definitely.
I just, try to kill this wheel because I saw Vortex killing wheel, and it turns out good, right?
It honestly looked amazing from your side. At this point of the game, when you took that Vil down and then basically idled yet another one trying to repair this whole thing, I felt like you had the momentum for this already, but you went into horse archers, and we've been seeing a lot of players go into horse archers. What is the thought process behind switching back to that horse archer meta we had a few seasons ago?
I think it's just a very good snowball unit. Like when it's 15 it's bad, when it's 20 it's bad, but eventually you can just kill everything with them. I was a bit too confident
Yeah.
with me, and I think I moved out a bit too early. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, with all those Yumis, I honestly, I play Sengoku myself, and obviously very different level. But when I get to this Yumi mass, it feels like everything just melts. And this definitely looked pretty scary. Do you think this is just the civilization, Sengoku, or are other archers also capable of handling roosts like this?
Yeah, I think it's mostly Japanese and Sengoku, yeah, because the archers pretty cheap still. But you know, when I wrote GG, I was like up at his archer and saw like +3 damage, and I was like, huh? Why he had +3 damage? And like for a few minutes, I forgot about Daimyo. Like, why he had so much? Huh? Yeah, like. But then,
you felt...
then my brain started working on there. Yeah, I remembered.
Well, I mean, in this one, did your brain started working in this game already, or?
I think it was
did
a pretty no-brain game by me. The problem is, I saw Man at Arms. I saw what he will do, but I just okay, maybe Tukeshix will enough. I will hold it. But apparently, it's not really enough.
Yeah, one thing that we've noticed.
Overconfident. Sorry.
That's the thing about Golden Horde. I think we're getting to a point where the Golden Horde is just, they snowball so well if you get those hits, but the moment you start losing them one by one, it gets a little bit overwhelming. Macedonians, they got a nerf recently, but do you think this was enough to let them through?
I think it's fine, but main task for GH, make units. Like, you make units, you win. But sadly, like, I was not able to make any unit in this game, right? I was just looking at my one key stone, one key foot, and like, maybe I just play macro. Like, but he just come and kill me harsh, right? Pretty easily.
Were you scared at this point where the knights were about to hit everything?
I thought, okay, I lost a lot, but maybe at last game or at GH game?
No, this one right here in front of us. We see all those knights diving in under your TC. How did you feel about that?
I think I was fine. I saw there is no archers, and it was a checkpoint. I had the textiles, I have monks, so like I lost 0 wheels, right, and he lost kinda a lot. I think it's a really good matchup for daily if you play passively, right? I have free blacksmith, my TC making a lot of damage. I have monks, he can't really dive. I was a bit worried for my gold from the start, but I was lucky that it was back, right?
That's actually something that I was going to ask you about as well. The Delhi French matchup or Delhi JD matchup as well. A lot of people edge towards like, hey, French and JD do a lot better against Delhi, but you feel that the matchup goes the other way if you are able to turtle?
Yeah, I mean, I really like play Delhi. I think it's one of the best civs in the game in late game. So like, okay, just come and kill me, or we'll play late game with elephants and stuff, right? So I don't mind. Like, I can sit forever. Just try to punish me for it. And usually it's really hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, today we had a masterclass of how to deal with this, so I appreciate that. So, Anitan, my last question to you is going to be, we have our Vortex Beastie set after this. What's your call? Score. What are we going for?
I think it will be not one-sided. I think it will be a close set like my versus Balchun. But I think they're pretty even players. So it might be either way, right?
Okay. Well, guys, you heard it there. Anitan, thank you for joining us for the interview and good luck for your next game. Enjoy the little break. Watch your opponents closely. We'll see you in the finals.
See ya.
Guys, we are back. Vortex, that was so quick. Vortex taking the game 3-0 against Beastie. Guys, that was it. We have Vortex. That was a quick one. Oh, wait, we're back.
We're back.
Oh, interview went that long? So, Winston, we're starting here with a little dry Arabia, and I see a civilization I haven't seen in years. What's that green flag?
I don't even know. It's only got legend associated with it at this point. But yeah, interesting choice, right? Beastie letting that one through. Maybe he has some insight or information about how Vortex will play it that he feels confident, or maybe he has some some practice on this matchup that I'm unaware of, but like I think this could be really, really cool. I'm excited to see Spahi in their land of domain here on Arabia. It could be quite interesting.
Now, we have our head-to-heads in this one, and you can see it's close. I feel like when you look at the brothers, Vortex and Lucifron, I think Beastie has a little bit more success against Mr. Lucifron. But Vortex, on the other hand, a little bit of a wild card. Vortex is that guy who's super aggressive, but he can play defensive if he needs to. He's everywhere at the same time, and I think maybe this is why it's such a close matchup between these two.
Yeah, I feel like it's an El Clasico, right? Like I think it's one of those series where it just feels so fun and engaging to watch every time because you know that both of these players are really bringing the game to the height of itself, if that makes sense. Like they're really pushing each civ that they're playing to the limits and making the most of that matchup, and it's always so much fun to watch. And I think we have a couple matchups like that in the game, right? Of all these top tier players coming together to do this, and this is just so fun that we get to see this here today. I'm really excited you all get to join us and watch. Thank you so much.
Watch us with the biggest.
Thank you to everybody. You know, it's awesome. Here we are.
Just
gaming.
We're gaming. We're finding out who's going to make it again to Wololo. Wow. Who's going to be joining Winston over... Wait, let me just see which side you're on. Winston over there at Wololo.
Yes.
So,
yes, I will be there indeed, doing the cast for the final 3 sets, I think it is, right? Yeah. I know the rules.
It's fine. You don't need to know the format. You're just a caster. Luckily... Now, I want us to look at something that was a little bit different between these two. Gigi Dog is very excited. As you guys can see, she's just glowing over me during the interview, everything. She was excited to see Anitan. Okay, Boter. The
What's
matchup.
your take?
Okay, she's just very... That's your dad's going to play. Your dad's going to play. Boter, who's taking the first game? Is it Vortex? Oh, she's... Are you sure about that? Guys, Gigi Dog has turned against her father. She's made the call. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Cal. That is Gigi Dog's call for the first game. So, Gigi Dog, I'm gonna let your dad know about that afterwards, alright? And he's the snack dispenser. So anyway, guys, Gigi Dog has made her call, and let's see what else she's saying. Nice! And that's why they have the comedian on the desk. But... with Ottomans, I feel like the Sipahi nerf, sure, it's there. But Ottomans has been a force to deal with for quite a while. And I'm a little bit worried about this, specifically on Dry Arabia. Again, standard map. It's not... Ottomans... this is not like we're dealing with Frisian marshes, where Ottomans is doing amazing work. But it's still something that is pretty hard to handle, though. Vortex... he made one big call, and that is saying, Beastie, you will not play French. That's a first ban. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like maybe the idea is that Keshik and Torgud and the Khan, and the Batu Khan specifically Batu Khan, not to be confused with the Khan. I feel like these 3 units, I feel like they just offer enough against Sipahi early game that I think you can get out of that scary spot and get into a state where maybe you have enough, other traditional counter units like spears on the field to actually get through them. Whereas like a lot of civs tend to struggle because the spy can deal so well with spearmen. Woof indeed, GG Dog. No, I'm having it's just I'm a very dog oriented person, so I'm in a happy place right now. What's casting even mean? What does analysis even mean anymore?
She's usually quite calm about these games. She's usually just chilling in the back, sleeping on the bed, but it feels like she's a little bit invested into this one. And she does respond to some words, like, for example, when you say GG, you can see the ears instantly moving. So she knows her Age of Empires terms. Maybe this is why the investment is so heavy. But you have to keep in mind, between these two guys, I know that Vortex and Beastie, they used to practice together quite a lot. And it was always pretty even between them. And this is something that Vortex is very familiar with Beastie. He knows how heavy those raids can be. And the Golden Horde kind of offers you a little bit of that. We saw that the Golden Horde, they don't do as much damage as your other raiding civilizations, but it can still be quite overwhelming. So Beastie being a raider, we're going to need to see if the Ottoman's prowess is going to be able to do something against it, because we have to keep in mind, Ottomans loves Dark Age. Golden Horn hates it. So if Vortex makes some Dark Age plays, I don't think any is going to save Beastie for this.
It always gets me. It's always a surprise. And I should expect it at this point, but it always gets me. You know, it's interesting because I think, like, in the sense of, like, getting a push together in the mid game and, like, really pushing for a win, I feel like both of these civs have kind of similar timings, or at least similar vibes within those timings, right? To try and get, like, a basic eco setup, get everything rolling, and then just start pumping. And I think both of these civs do that exceptionally well. Once you get a couple middle schools out, and once Golden Horde gets their eco set up, they can just produce units like no other. And I think that could lead to some really bombastic fights. That's a fun word. It could lead to some really explosive moments in the mid game. So curious to see how that goes. Also curious if the Spahi-Torgid matchup is as I'm expecting it to be, which I think is why Beastie was okay letting the Ottomans through, would be for this matchup. But we'll see. Okay, Beastie, confirmed good player. Did not forget the Ovu.
Now, I wouldn't put Beastie on the list of people who might forget an Uwu. We know Beastie is a Mongols enjoyer. The man loves a good Mongol game. So he's trained for this for years. On the side of Vortex, though, we see a barracks. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the game of Vortex, where Dark Age aggression is the name of the game.
The gold is forward, too. So this could get a little dicey for Beastie here if he's not able to secure this correctly, but we'll see if he's able to read this and get the right setup going.
Now, investing into those 2 early spears, we don't know if it's going to be a third one just yet, because with him only having now 8 on food, it's going to take a while to keep that production going up properly, and a third spearman is in there. But Beastie respects this, instantly puts down a tower. That is pretty 5-head.
Yeah, but it's not on the gold. So it's actually going to be a little bit tricky. It will secure the Uvu, but, like, long term, like, even getting to feudal age is going to be challenging. All right, and let's see. Oh, yeah?
When I look at this position of Beastie, of course, when you're playing the Golden Horde, you want to protect your Uwu, just like any Mongol players would as well, no? Just different varieties of protection for them, right? But with this tower, he's going to have an idle villager there for quite a while. This is not a position where you have a villager that can gather food. They don't have... But there's another place that might be up for grabs here. The Spearman making a little bit of a movie on the Vills, out here on the gold, and Beastie, it does look like
he'll... This is the plan, though. Just get 150 gold. He's going to be too short. Even if this Vill lives, he's going to be too short.
And he gets
if Vill doesn't live, he needs to send more. It's not... It ain't enough. All right, so he's quite a bit short, obviously, because the villager died and he didn't get the full 50 there, but gonna have to risk it for the biscuit, maybe select a few hurt Vills and send them out. Or send a few not hurt Vills and send them out to the gold. But yeah, as you can see, this opening for Vortex is pretty good. Generally, you don't get a Vill kill like that. He did lose one of the spears for it, but absolutely a situation that is worth it, right? For Vortex. This will delay his own age up, of course, but not too bad. And having spears on the map against Golden Horde in the opening is also really good, because that contradicts the typical opening that they want to go for, which is that Torgid Khan setup. And was this enough gold? Surely. I don't think BC would have backed up without it, and that's going to be pretty spicy. Pretty spicy opening, already being a Vill down.
Yeah,
let's see. The age of...
Getting a lead like that feels amazing, especially with the civilization that is already regarded as such a strong one. So, Vortex going for his own age up now, and in a pretty good time as well, considering he has so many spears out on the map.
Yep. The Minaret Madrasa, no real surprise. This has been the meta for forever. Just get your food going, it's so secure. Even acts as a mill, so you can get some of those early wheelbarrow upgrades if you need it. See, does Beastie opt for any garrison here to protect the Uvu, or no? Khan Torgid's coming in, so sticking with the tried and true, although I really do wonder about the production buildings in this context. Getting an early range out could just be really convenient.
They're not letting us see that today. No testing allowed. This is the tournament, ride or die. They need to make sure that they secure that the second to last spot in the Wololo tournament. And this is the crazy part, right? We have the top 4 going through. Every week it's high stakes. We've just been seeing the most amazing plays coming out of these people. Now, Vortex is going to go for a little bit more of an economic way, aka getting those military schools. We've seen a few Ottoman players actually just not make a military school at all and constantly produce units instead.
So I was just thinking about how to play this at this stage if I was BC. I think very tricky because you're going to need, you feel the need for the archery range, right? But I think you're trying to wonder if you can just fully skip it and bank that there's no more spears coming, right? Because one was already lost. You don't see any more in production. Yeah.
Well,
and then
this
they
is
getting countered, right?
It's a long shot though, because for you, this feels like, okay, if I go into archers, I'm already naturally getting countered by the Sipahi. If I go for my own spears, I potentially have the answer to deal with both. So it doesn't feel like an impossible choice here, but at the same time, Khan and Torgud's about to finish, and he's already lost quite a bit of HP on this Uwu. He probably needs to make a move for it.
Yeah, has to send a repair veil at least. He can garrison the scout for the arrow, which might force these spears away. Yeah, not a ton of damage, but don't want to lose them for free.
And
Blacksmith, nothing surprising.
And Vortex is being very conservative about its military schools, adding them in slowly. I love this positioning, though, of the TC and the blacksmith. For once, this looks like a pretty juicy layout, pretty easy to execute. For those of you who play Ottomans and you're looking at this base, Vortex is a bit of a base demon, as I would like to dub him. He places his buildings in all the wild places. So if you have an arcane chapel, there will be at least 6 houses in the range of an arcane. But honestly, I can get on board with this blacksmith. So, Batakan, though, he's looking to get out here and hit something. But the spears, we count the legs and we know they're never going to catch up with that guy.
They're trying. They're trying all their best. But yeah, the Khan, Batu's going to try and look for a little bit of chip damage here. There's no outpost on this, like you mentioned. But we do have the Imams pulled, so they can just heal up any damage that Batu can deal. At least I believe so. Means kind of awkward situation here. We're seeing the meta really shift a lot with Ottomans as to which, point is best to start with, right? We've seen people start with ears, start with the better point. We've seen people start with imams. We've seen people start with sheep when, sheep were super important for like just getting everything going. But the meta's obviously shifted. Players have gotten better and things have changed. And it's like the imams just offer so much value. Very similar to the dervishes, right? Just that access to the healing, they're healing buddies, very importantly, healing each other up, and Batu on the heels of that horse, the Spahi recently nerfed. Do you think the Spahi feels the nerf? Like, do you think they're sad about it emotionally?
I don't think so yet. We need to see that in a big fight before they'll have their opinion on it, because those Sabahis, it's not life-changing, right? The Ottomans, they have a lot of responses to whatever you decide to do here, but we can see with the Khan and the Torguds, now he's just going to be able to run in, run out exactly as needed. Now on the UI, because I see a few people asking, the UI for Golden Horde does not display correctly what is on the side of Beastie. So the army numbers that we're looking at might be a little bit deceiving here, but it's the best. So the total military count is correct. It's just the units that are not displaying correctly.
We'll see here, Beastie. Trying to track these Spahi, make sure they don't do any damage, but there's only one outpost here, not enough room at the end if the Spahi were to dive, but he's got his total goods in position. A little bit of tanking here. The chip damage doesn't really matter against these Spahi. They can go back to their friendly imams and heal on up, pop off, feel comfy, feel cozy, get a nice little hot chocolate in a warm sweater and be told everything's going to be all right.
Now these charges...
Except for that guy. He forgot. He didn't get the memo. He didn't get the memo. He got sent back in. That's brutal to be that guy, because you don't get the hot cocoa. No, not from there. I was just saying that he can heal up, and yeah.
And now they got... It's the Casticus, Winston, every single time.
Yep,
Now,
yep.
the spears are
Ooh,
going to make
big
this
engage.
hard, but the numbers are in the favor here of Beastie, as we can see. But some of these are going to go down. It's still not a very fun fight to take. You don't want to fight spears in any case, and a few of these horses go down quickly.
Oh my. That was great micro from Vortex. He was sort of forcing Beastie to almost over micro. And that led to like a lot of wasted hits on the Spahi that, you know, they get their Hakoko, you know? We just talked about that. And here comes the Uvu in trouble. Well, here he comes for the Uvu, which is now in trouble, rather. And this is spicy. Vortex even adding archers behind this. Ooh.
Now, finally getting the archers here as well it's going to be nice to pick things off, but we know this is just going to mean Beastie tries to pick off the reinforcements because he's going for an age up. This is a little bit of a risky move for Beastie, of course, because when you go for the age up, your opponent is just going to go on and push. So he needs to try and drag this army as far away from his base as possible. But Vortex does not take the bait with the full army. They are still very much focused on getting where they need to be. Relic Uwus is our age up here. And one of these poor Uwus already paying the price. But it looks like Beastie is about to get a hit. Problem is there's spears in the vicinity.
Yeah, and this is scary because I feel like this is where Vortex, I feel like, might be one of the best players in this exact position. When he's ahead, I feel like he's so good at handling the aggression, so good at managing all of these different fronts and making sure he can really punch in. I feel like he's a player who's really not afraid to just go for it, right? Like to just go all out. Okay, you're behind. I'm going to push the advantage and go for a win quickly. And here we can see raid on the north, raid on the right, handling the raid on the left, and with a firm army count lead, and even overcoming some of the Golden Horde's production advantages on villas here, it just feels like Vortex is in such a commanding position this game. Even with the Castle Age coming in, I don't really see what this castle is going to do in the immediate future when the gold is not even viable anymore.
And
Feels like
this...
it's just a matter of time before Beastie is forced off the hunt even, potentially. Or these berries.
These archers are feeling very, very positive about moving out. And we can see that, one of the imams will go down. But with all of the units here at the front, it doesn't really matter that much. There's still 30 seconds to the age up. And there's just no instant answer for any of this. Now, another imam being the target. He might lose that second imam as well.
Yeah,
the tower will go down and the villagers will pay the price. He doesn't move them back instantly. And Beastie is bleeding villagers already. 5 down total. That is a pretty heavy hit.
Yeah, if you ask Vortex, like, hey, how do you want this game to go? Not how do you expect it to go, but how do you want it to go? I feel like you would probably describe this game, right, as it's happened, right, where his opponent's aging up on the back foot, not even accessing his main gold, right? Like, that's such a good state for Ottomans to be in. There's a reason the Civ is primarily banned, and it's because it's so good at being aggressive like this. And in come the Sipahi, in come the archers, the vills go down, the timing just wasn't there. Beastie did not respect the opening for the spearmen, is forced into this heavy reaction. The outpost isn't even in the greatest of spots. 2 Uvus have been taken out, the villagers on the run, the Torgods just trying to kite away the army, and what can you do? Vortex is everywhere. He is immense in this situation.
Beastie is able to get that economy up and running again, but at what cost? 9 villages already down. He's got a few men-at-arms in his pockets, so he's hoping that this will be able to handle most of these archer shots, but this army knows where it needs to hit, and it needs to hit where the economy is going. He's not going to try and chase behind a bunch of horses. Ahmed Imperial Armory already being clicked up, and this just means Vortex is going to be making some very spicy units pretty soon anyway. He does get a pretty good connect there with the Beastie, but at the same time, he loses another horse, and this is just Vortex now going to be relentless. Beastie, from this game, I think he's going to learn, hey, we cannot just go fast castle against a man who loves to fight in feudal.
Yeah, it almost seemed like he wasn't even expecting it, the reaction to get to the gold. Sorry, expecting the Dark Age, right? Which is surprising because it's something that you do pretty frequently against Golden Horde and Mongols, right? Yeah, we'll see. This is interesting. MIA. Produce some mangonels, yes.
Would not expect anything else, but when that age up hits, I feel like Beastie might just feel like, hey, this is where I tap out, I was about to say, but now he is going for another charge. The problem is he needs to kill 11 villagers to equalize this. And that's a very far way off with him not having a single
Gold.
bit of access to gold. Yeah, this is a pretty tough spot to be in. And Vortex is so fast with his reactions.
And here we have, like, the small raid could be a little annoying, but we have a big loop around on the left and the right at the same time. The villagers in the north are going to be completely caught off guard here on that hunt. Getting a little chip damage with the con. This is good. Oh, that's crazy situationing. If these units, if these Spahi retreat back the way they came, they're going to find the villagers on the gold.
Those units melted so quickly. The Sapahis made them look like they're made of paper. And you can see now Beastie, he is producing something from the barracks. We can't see what it is,
Going
but
for the trap, maybe? No, he's just trying to save the vills.
with all of these
boy.
vills, he does still lose another 2, another 3, and the Sapahis mostly make it out alive.
Yeah, the Spy's getting away there is pretty brutal. Vortex just so good at this pressure. This army is large. It was really close to GG right there. If that gold had been spotted, I don't see how BC could stay in. The timing was off by literally seconds.
Now he's still trying to make miracles happen with these horses, and he's able to get yet another vill between all of this. It's looking okay in that regard, but the problem is everything else is on fire. The double tower here, that's great. You're going to save a few villagers, but the Sapahis don't care. They don't have +2 armor, but they can take a punch, and they know it. Running right through the villagers, running not to their safety. One of them falling down yet again. It just feels like relentless pressure here from Vortex. And now the villagers again running to a bit of safety, and it's just so expensive every single time. More Sapahis on the way. Vortex doesn't want this to end.
Yeah, and it's tricky, right? I mean, we've seen Beastie he's aged up. What has he really gotten from his age up? Like, there's 6 men at arms on the field, right? Like, his landmark hasn't done anything. It's just running from Spyhi and Spearman at this stage and not even noticing the gold until a little late. The villagers not enough room at that outpost. They're gonna have to run to the other one, and now don't even have all the vills there. Ubu on the right gets spotted even now. Incredible eye work from Vortex to spot that and stay on top of that. To recognize what his opponent's game plan is at this stage is to try and stay alive with cheeky changes, but the Janissaries are here. And that's a formidable army from the Ottomans doing what they do best, which is produce units. Beastie trying to his one last rally, defend this gold. It's all in for this. It's not going to be enough. And Vortex confidently, decisively comes out victorious in game 1.
Guys, was GG Dog the most accurate dog we know in all of the seed? Calls it for Vortex as the first game, and honestly, this graph is showing you a very tough moment when you hit Castle Age and your opponent's like, oh, let me show you my units, actually. So definitely a pretty well-played game here from Vortex, but this is what we expect to see out of Vortex. Vortex is someone who can capitalize on anyone who tries to be greedy, and I feel like that's exactly what Beastie did here. He tried to play a greedy playstyle into a man who knows how to counter it, and Vortex did exactly that. Disgusting gameplay. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, I even wonder if something kind of went wrong on the side of Beastie, right? Having to react so dynamic, like so radically to your opponent's Dark Age makes me think maybe you forgot how quick this was crazy. The fact that this even tried to block, and the fact that spear lived. The spear lived long enough to kill that villager, and then he even had to go back to the gold again. Like, that wasn't even enough gold. Is really crazy here. And then this front gold eventually just getting forced off, it felt like was basically the end of the game. But yeah, this is crazy. And we also saw Relic Uvas, I think. Did he even get a single relic?
No.
I don't think so, right? He never built a monastery, right? So nothing ever happened with that, right? So, so that's a rough age up into that anyways, right?
And even the reaction time on these attacks, it feels like Vortex, he was reacting before it was a problem. And Beastie just was not able to respond to that reaction speed. This is the same as, for those of you who watched StarCraft back in the day, Vortex was always a very dominant player, and his speed was one of his greatest strengths. And I think that's why we can see transcend all the way in his esports career to here today. He is disgustingly fast. And It shows. It definitely shows. But we have Hill and Dale for our next map, and you guys saw me being excited about it earlier. Yet again, we have Delhi on Beastie. Or Beastie on Delhi, sorry. Wrong way around. Beastie on Delhi and Vortex on Macedonians. And I'm a little bit... I know we saw a good Delhi on Hill and Dale. But I don't think Beastie has the best track record on Hill and Dale with Delhi in his arms.
Yeah, I think, interestingly, I think Mac can do a little more. Macedonians have, their timing just feels a little bit more disruptive and harder to deal with than the JD one, right? Because JD, with the Knights that we saw from Baltoon just an hour ago, was really potent. He went for, you know, the extra HP, but still, just spears and a dream is sort of felt like it was enough. And crossbows feels like it's enough generally, and it doesn't feel like it's a huge risk to get the spears out early. Just it feels like it's always building up to that. Whereas against Mac, like, there's no great answer for Delhi in Feudal Age, right? Like for the Varangian guards, right? Especially if they get that second attack. I mean, you can use Ghazi here, and I think that should probably be the unit of choice. I mean, you need to, like, obviously do the opening, but if we're talking about the timings, and if you overcommit to Ghazi, it feels like, you know, you could just get taken out by Akir or a Radari switch that just really surprises you. And I'd be curious to see what BC's like game plan is going to be. If it's going to be, you know, we saw Anitan kind of sitting back and chilling and just vibing until he felt comfortable to take the sacred sites, or if BC feels, oh no, I need to like be on the map in Feudal Age with these Ghazi, which is like sort of the traditional way that people play Delhi, right? Is go for Ghazi, get map control, grab sacred sites.
See, this is where that question comes in again. When are we going to see the same type of gameplay from Vortex as we saw earlier? And if we do, Delhi is going to be forced to fight in Feudal. Macedonians, they love that. They will love a long extended Feudal fight, because with the silver income, you are able to meet those upgrades that just make it so much harder to handle. And the Radari also just shifts the ability of your army to outlast and outscale what Delhi can do. So we'll have to see if Beastie can overpower that army. It's been looking like Macedonians, they have a lot that you need to stop them. And there's not a lot of answers to that, just like you said. I do want to take a second here before we head into this game to just break down the drafts for a moment here. Beastie getting Sengoku and Byzantines, that feels great. Delhi was the third prio pick here, which I'm honestly very surprised about. Delhi, he always goes for Delhi, but I still haven't seen him win a game on Delhi in quite a while.
I'm curious if that means maybe saving Sengoku for what? Like King of the Hill?
King of the Hill or Frisian
Right,
Marshes?
Or Frisian is what I'm thinking. Then he still has Biz. Biz is such a dominance of HRE is generally really good too, so doesn't feel too bad. Even as Japan, you know, which, you know, we've seen other players ban out, so like having that as an option could be really huge, right? So curious, maybe Japan on Frisian.
Oh, there's also HRE. We have to keep that in mind. But guys, we're about to load on in. Let's go see Hill and Dale. Which one of these two Chads is going to carry their way through to the finals to go and take down Anitan? Let's go see if Vortex can make this a 2-0 if Beastie is ready to fight back already.
Let's go.
Or we're just awkwardly going to look at... Oh, never mind. We're free, Winston.
Let's go.
Oh, now we can lie back down, grab our microphones, and cast this thing as we do all the way from our chairs. Now, what I am seeing here is deer spawn forward, surprisingly. I haven't seen one of these spawns in a while. They're usually always backwards.
Yes. Yeah, the deers forward here is actually kind of interesting for Vortex. It's kind of a challenge. You can start on them, but it can be comfortable as long as the Ghazi aren't here too fast. I mean, usually Delhi's aggressive timings are generally a normal speed, so it's not something where you have to be like super scared about a Dark Age from Delhi. I don't expect it here. Interesting. So I think it'll be fine. It's generally hard to punish the center of the base on Hill and Dale, right? Because players are so comfortable with the sides, right? So that's just where the army is gonna be. So you're gonna have to win the fight to even really conflict this. Meanwhile, Beastie's base, it's notable that gold being that far forward. Like, that is out of TC range by a lot. The deer are pretty far, too. Gonna take a lot to wall that off and feel comfortable. Definitely different from Anitan's Delhi base we saw just earlier. Massively different. But he does have a second berry in the base, and even a third to the left. So those are like 3 very comfortable berries for Delhi, which is very good.
This is a pretty wild spawn in general, if you then look at it. Oh my goodness. This is a very unique Hillendale spawn. I wonder if it's intended. My goodness. Sometimes it's really crazy to see these types of spawns that you very rarely get on ladder, because it can happen where they are not within the same parameters, but we'll see how these two play out with it, because my goodness, with Dome of the Faith and Imperial Hippodrome, we're getting a good old meta game. Ladies and gents, are you ready in the chat? We're going to be seeing no diversity in only a normal old matchup. Oh my goodness.
Hippodrome was always kind of exciting to watch, I feel like. There's a lot of opportunities that it offers. And so there's a reason it's used, but it's also, I think it's pretty fun to watch, like, players trying to make good use of the scout, which gives a ton of vision, and then you follow it up, and there's like a lot of min-maxing you can do with the auras that you're granted by these like super potent units. Fun. See if that pans out for Vortex here. Aggressive Civ in the hands of an aggressive player coming off of an aggressive win.
Now we'll see. How does Beastie respond to this aggressive man so close to him? Now, see, this is the difficult part. You have to obviously scout. I mean, I know you guys are like, whoa, scout? That's crazy. But no, he has to be able to respond to anything that Vortex now does. This is such a tough spot for the Delhi to just always be on top of it, because what he's playing against is someone who gets that free scout that is extra spicy, of course. You get all these champions out, and all of a sudden, you're already going to have to deal with making units more than your opponent is going to. But Vortex says this is not just going to be a scout going out, this is going to be horsemen as well, which means, again, Beastie is going to struggle getting all the information from his opponent, where that's going to be the most critical here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those setups where, you know, you're going to go for some early Ghazi anyways with Delhi here, and that'll match up okay against a horseman, because you can always pull back for healing, which is something that Vortex won't have right away, right? So that's sort of a large difference on these horseman matchups. And then if you keep the Ghazi alive, which should be the goal, obviously, you have a good answer to at least that little bit of bonus damage against heavy is very useful against those armored units later, with the Varangian guards being such a potent option. I think just having the mix here is going to feel good, but that first horseman's across the map fast, and Beastie already forced off the gold and potentially forced off the hunt. Where are the Ghazi? A little late.
Oh, that hunt feels so exposed already. The Ghazi Raiders in queue, but taking a while. We finally see him moving a scholar over there to get the Ghazi out, but it feels like the number of horses, it's already so significant. Is this something that he can ever match? Because right now, these are just gonna...
Confidently, right? Like, he's got 2 stables to 1, and he has healing as well, right? So it's like, I think he'll be fine, right?
If yes, I was gonna say if he doesn't get denied from the food, but it's already looking like Vortex is No, but Vortex is already responding. He's pulling back. He sees the Ghazis. Okay, this is not gonna work. We're not gonna keep taking these trades. And Beastie now says, hey, we're gonna be heading across the map, and let's see how this goes with my double stable production. Now the scholars make this a little bit faster as well. You can see he looks like he's ready for a fight. We already have our horse upgrades coming in pretty early on. And it just tells me Vortex is ready for this, and he's not going to slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, spicy situation, even with the later start to the Ghazi and producing more expensive units. He's already got the advantage in production, basically, right? He's got stronger units on the field here. We'll see the first structure coming up, the first barracks guy. He's got the Athgear on the way. Oh, the Athgears are on the way.
And the Athgears are definitely going to make it a little bit harder for the Ghazis to hit. But you can see Beastie is still feeling very confident about actually colliding here. He knows that the Hunt is forward, out gear, quickly getting picked off, but a Ghazi might pay the price. He does pull back just in time, and a second Ghazi arriving here at the back. So he should be able to take a decent trade, but he has to be so careful of this around.
Oh, and he's gonna drop a Ghazi here. Not even getting a pick here. Almost getting trapped there, and it's a little spicy. Countercharge into countercharge.
And this is something that can easily snowball Winston. That is the difficult part. The moment you start bleeding a horse here and there, the fight becomes so one-sided easily. Now, the other thing is, you are getting all these champions in your army, and the bonuses are going to start adding up in every single one of these exchanges. Beastie now still making a lot of scholars behind this. Ghazi Raiders being the only army he's pumping out. He knows he needs to take a good trade here. Those yellow dots are all around the map, and we do see that first sacred site being captured, which means that Vortex is being told, hey, I gotta go do something about that. Double spearman production could be a very easy switch for him here too. Oof.
Yeah, the second stronghold coming up. So a pretty heavy commitment probably into the gears.
Now, with these horses, they are trying their best at just getting a villager commitment, but it keeps the Ghazis busy, and now we have more victims along the way as the Scholar is the one in danger. He does try to evade him a little bit, but a second Scholar is also in danger.
Yeah, both Scholars are going to go down here, and that's a huge slowdown. And we saw a very different approach from Anitan, right? Where he said, okay, I recognize that you're going to have map control in the mid-game, and so I'm just going to give up the sacred sites. And here we see a very different approach from Beastie, committing to these Ghazi and committing to trying to get the map control. We'll see if it pans out. One of the differences is that when you go Castle Age with this, you might be much less likely to have a big bank of Scholars. So those Castle Age techs would come in really slow if you keep trading away all of your Scholars for these sacred sites. Especially if it doesn't pan out and you lose a lot of them. But here, Ghazi are going to commit, tried to get the charge trick onto the spearman there, but the Akir not having any of it, and 2-3 Ghazi go down for basically for free, and that is not the opening to this mid-game that Beastie was looking for. Vortex with less units, but more presence, more aura.
Now, looking at those
Scholars.
Ooh, the problem is just these Scholars are bleeding constantly, and now with the Archer switch, this is fine. You're going to be able to have a handful of archers in no time to handle all these adgears, but at the same time, your Ghazis, you're just constantly losing them, and every single trade like this is going to snowball. And Vortex knows this. He's very confidently moving out here, stopping that decap, and we can see he's trying to get a bit of a surround to protect his Scholar, but his Scholar is not able to cap that site, and Beastie is still the one who needs to be careful. He's getting his first upgrade from the blacksmith though, and what's interesting is +1 ranged attack.
Yeah, and he's got the archer switch, right? And he's moving out potentially to try and take the middle of the map back, but it looks like it's going to be a while before he feels confident enough to do that, unless he's just going to YOLO it.
Vortex is floating a lot of gold here, so I feel like Vortex, with all of this, he's producing constantly. He has enough resources to almost go castle, which is pretty wild. And Delhi looks like they are so far away from this. He gets this around, but these adgears are doing so much work. Ghazi Raiders are getting cleaned up, and Vortex is pushing forward with all these horses. Macedonians looking as strong as ever, and Vortex still looking strong, while, like I said, he can go castle. He can do anything he pleases.
Yeah, Vortex is playing so sharp here. He just had like almost a perfect fight there, right? Like he had his horsemen and spearmen get like a mild surround on the Ghazi somehow, which was crazy. He's staying on top of the sacred sites, still 0 R cap for Beastie. So many units have gone down. Even the Wolves, that's GG Dog Incarnate in the game saying, nope, don't believe. And this is tricky for Beastie now. He's back against the wall. His Ghazi mass is gone. Gonzo mass and the horsemen from Vortex are here. The final champion is on the field now. So all 3 of those Hippodrome units are available, so we get all the bonuses. Oh, it's tricky for Beastie. The Horseman looking for those charges, looking to get around the back of the space. Not too much to find there, actually. I think it's not really that beneficial to break into that wall, but still, tricky
Vortex
situation.
reads that. But you see, he pulls back. He's like, okay, if I don't have all my units here, I'm not going to do much with this. The archers, though, at the front here of Beastie, he needs to try and snipe out as many units as he can. And even if he gets all of them, it still feels like Vortex is in such a good position to respond. The archers now trying to move over, getting into range of protecting these vills. The army is about to wrap around, and Beastie is ready. But this is a very scary army to fight against. The horses, they do get picked off here and there, but they take quite a lot before going down. And even though Beastie might have won this part of the fight, I don't know if this is going to be enough.
And we're getting the second armor upgrade for the Horseman specifically, which is going to be very challenging as Beastie is committing harder to the archers, right? So that little bit of HP and the extra ranged armor going to go a long way here in these upcoming fights.
Now the Ghazis are trying to find some damage elsewhere. They do fight into the horses, but they need to pull back. And now the Radari champion is there too. This is a really tough spot because for Delhi, you don't feel like you have an answer to this. Your 22 archers, they might feel great, but they're not great enough against this massive horses that are coming their way. And we do see a little bit of a wraparound here. The split off has happened, and this means Beastie has to run all the way around, with now his whole economy being the new target.
Yeah. Just thinking this through, I mean, Vortex started to float a bit of resources, could even be considering Castle Age, right? Like, didn't really get that decisive fight in the middle of the map after that first one, right? So he's still sort of on this, I have more units, but I don't want to throw the game. But Beastie is going for a counterattack, and Vortex also just walking in is going to say, hey, oh, Beastie gets a big pickup here. Just as Vortex was looking to go Castle Age, he's going to lose access to a bunch of food, and the strongholds have a little bit of value, but now Vortex is going to go diving in onto the opponent's TC. Beastie idling 15 villagers for this, but does he have enough? No Ghazi really in the base, just a few to hold the front line. The Scholars are here for the healing. The Ghazi, are they going to get called back for the fight? It's going to be too late. The archers on their retreat path, trying to get a little gap here, and I don't know, I feel like Vortex is taking a ton of damage on his army here from this TC.
Vortex is losing so many units, but you can see the archers just firing away at the Radari, not really doing too much. It looks like they're just barely denting in. And even though he loses a lot, you can see the numbers are starting to favor Vortex yet again. And that's just the problem with the Macedonian upgrades finally kicking in for him here too. These archers, that Radari is unstoppable. The Ghazis are trying to cut off every bit of reinforcements but this was a pretty even trade in terms of villagers. It just wasn't... Oh, it's not done yet. Never mind.
Oh,
that's
no,
not even...
it's not over. The villagers on the run for the hills, and oh, the Radari find the Berry boys in the side. Everything is collapsing now for BC. Almost every villager right now is on the run and idle. The food economy is rough. He does have plenty of food in the bank, actually, surprisingly no wood to spend anything on. But he's got plenty of food. Was maybe thinking about going Castle Age himself, but without gold from the front of his base, everything's just a mess. The macro has fallen apart entirely for BC. I mean, Vortex's macro behind this isn't perfect, right? We do see 1,300 gold in the bank. Usually this happens because you're trying to get some of those upgrades. You're trying to get silver, but I think we just saw him try and buy food even. I think he just used the market to buy food. Did he?
Yeah.
Did he build a market?
No, otherwise the food would have... Yes.
He must have. He built a market, bought the food, got the Golden Horn Tower, now right in the middle of the map again, as Macedonian players like to do. It provides that security against heavy units, against just anything. It's sort of like a little keep light, and this is a big army barreling down the front of the map. See space.
And this is not a normal army. This is an army that directly counters most of your units. There's only 2 archers in this composition for Beastie. He's making another scout here, probably going for those professional scouts. But with the villagers here at the front, they are sitting ducks, just having to pull back, and now not going to be having anything to do as the army is just standing there at the front of the base, waiting for better days. Once the age up hits, this feels like, again, something that's telling Beastie, I won't have an answer to this. Upgrades coming in for the spears instantly. Beastie trying to make as many archers as possible, but he's going to need 60 of them to handle what's in front of him.
Forced off the gold over and over, and he's going to need a lot of archers, but his archer mass has not recovered as he was trying to do some different macro style. He was over on the food, and now he doesn't have enough wood, and now the spearman just running into the base, and Beastie going to tap out of this game number 2. Another decisive win for Vortex in this series.
And time again, Vortex shows us that he is ready to play feudal, and he will only go castle once he knows that that's his winning, deciding moment. And that's exactly what he did here. Going for castle here, he knew that, okay, we saw what one Radari was going to do. Let's just keep doing that with a massive amount of them. So Vortex looking absolutely amazing in this. And now Beastie again gets to choose the map. He chose Hillendale. He knew what he would be up against. Vortex already finished off by using the Macedonians, using the Ottomans. But does Beastie have an answer to what's next? And apparently he does. Japan gets sniped, but the Byzantines makes its way through. The Byzantines against House of Lancaster, newly nerfed House of Lancaster. The thing is, House of Lancaster, I still don't think it's going to be an easy win.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very solid player on Byzantine specifically, right? It's one of those civs he feels comfortable with. This fight sealed it, I think, the game. This is just way too many losses. The Athgear were way too strong in this fight for Beastie's Ghazi. And, I mean, Vortex just looks so solid. He's got all of his upgrades. He's got all the things he needs. And the micro also just didn't seem to be there for Beastie in some of these engagements. With the setups being a little off. But yeah, it's very tricky stuff there. Vortex playing so solid in this series so far. It's so impressive.
Now, Beastie tried his best to get a little bit of a counter raid here going, but you can see the power of the pure numbers as well. And that Radari absorbing every single shot those archers threw at him. You guys can see, look at that thing. He is getting fired at by 20 archers. Shot after shot after shot, and it is just not enough. It is barely making a dent. Almost. Winston, that is wild. How do we deal with a Radari? Lots of spears, right?
Well, I think, yeah, the Ghazi weren't home, right? And I think Vortex did a really good job recognizing the moment that he could absorb that that raid, right? He realized that he could survive this if he just idles a couple vills. He has a potential to go for that knockout blow. And that's something we talked about with Vortex, is that's where he's very different, I feel like, from a lot of other players. Is he's willing to commit to those crazy fights in a way that always feels like it's very potent. What is that?
That is a cow trying to show us his cat on stream. As we are worked up about those last 2 games. I know Beastie fans are sitting here in chat like... just like I'm sitting. But at least we have a beautiful vision there on the most beautiful dark cat that I've seen in my life. I'm joking. I haven't seen her because she's so dark in the night. She just melts into the background. Yeah.
just fades away.
Exactly.
Is the cat real or no?
We'll never know, Winston.
It's just an illusion. My object permanence is limited, so... I can't see the cat. I don't remember the cat.
Oh, the cat's back. So, the thing is, we have front range now. Front range, again, a very aggressive map. Yet again, Vortex is just showing us, hey, I got this. But Beastie, he chose this. Now, neither of these players, or I must say, the water not making it through. Vortex, he's a water demon as well. And Beastie knows this. He's respecting Vortex's ability on any water map out there. He's from Spain, you know? They've got the beach. That's great. Serbia, we don't have the beach. We have some rivers, and they're kind of dirty, so it's not really something you go swimming in often. He isn't made for the water, but Vortex, he was molded by the water. And that is why I think we're not going to be seeing any water between these guys today. But King of the Hill and Frisian Marsh is still up ahead. Beastie has some solid picks with him. We do see that HRE pick in his pocket, and he hasn't been that successful on it recently either. But we'll see if those extra buffs are going to help his case all along. Vortex, though, still got Rus. He's still got he's still got Aeobids. And French in his pocket too.
Yeah, I think Ubits for Frisian. Maybe? Mayhap? Like, tonight, potentially we'll see Beastie versus Vortex. Game number 3. Vortex looking to set himself up for the next match, which will be right after this one, right? If you're not aware of our schedule, we will have the follow-up to this match. So the winner of this set will go play against Anitan, who took down Baltoon earlier this morning. And yeah, that's going to be an exciting one. And the winner of that qualifies, right? For the next step in qualification processes.
Now, what I want you to notice is Beastie knows what Byzantine's weakness is, and that's getting rushed. So he knows exactly where he needs to get his food resources from. He's going on those external berries to make sure that when Vortex arrives, he can pull back to the ones that are a little bit safer. Now, Vortex, he's going to have a pretty aggressive build here, and you have to ask yourself, is Beastie going to be able to handle this? Now, keep in mind, this map has tiny golds. So if he does get tower rushed, he's going to be denied of the berries and the gold. But luckily, there is a backwards one, so there is hope for the man after all. So Vortex, this attack, it lands. What then?
Yeah, the hope is, I mean, Beastie didn't predict it in the first game. Maybe just trying to even keep up the momentum, keep up the pressure, keep the attack things happening in Beastie's base. Could surprise him. It's always generally good to get Biz off of the berries early, right? If it means that they don't get their first longbow pack out on time, it can really throw off your whole game plan and the timings and when you can get map control, and that can lead to, that can snowball to the next berry patch and then the next one. And generally when you're playing Biz, you don't really want to make an archery range that early, right? Like you want to be able to rely on the longbows for your early defense, but if you're under pressure, it doesn't come together. For Beastie here, the berries are close enough to the TC that doesn't look like the spear attack is going to do all too much, but you pick around to the back gold. Could prove problematic for Beastie.
And this back gold of Beastie is going to be exposed, but you also have to keep in mind, yes, he's got enough, but he doesn't have the wood to secure this if he wanted to. There's 2 spearmen to try keep on raiding here, but we've seen what Vortex can do with these 2 spears. Now, on the back, they're about to land. Beastie now has to pull back yet another one of those vills, and they're about to land on the back. Let's quickly take a quick look at the gold. Gold, gold, gold! Woo! He does get denied there, but this means that he doesn't have enough gold for a spearman upgrade if he wanted to make his own feudal age ones, but he goes for the hippodrome.
Short.
Makes it a little bit harder for Mr. Vortex to just go with a linear composition here. The horses make sense. You want to be the one raiding as well. The problem is just, Beastie doesn't have the food to outlast this.
Yeah, it's going to come down to, like, the sheep food income, right? And probably has to gather the wood for a range, right? You can't let the spears stay here like this. And trying to fight them with horsemen is going to feel pretty bad unless he just pulls a bunch of vills. We do see the Abbey of Kings. This isn't a huge surprise, although it's been nerfed a little bit. The Lord's going to be on the field shortly. And that's going to help beef up the rest of these units. Spearman still being annoying for Vortex. Too much resource. Not away with a lot, it feels like.
The problem is, every single moment they engage and Beastie doesn't respond, this becomes a major, major issue. Those villagers are getting peppered down, and this is going to be an issue when you start raiding, diving the TC, etc., etc. These vills are going to need to try to get one more drop-off to be able to afford that first pack of mercenaries. But what then? So it doesn't feel like anything is safe right now.
Nothing is safe.
From the Vortex! The most aggressive man in all of the land. And you see Beastie doing exactly the same thing here. Burning down these buildings to just make sure that when you drop them off, you have to go and repair, instead of just doing the normal drop-off. But now he's got the resources to be able to make a horse, use up the horseman instantly. And this is going to mean that he's going to force those spears back into the base, or at least force Vortex to make some units to handle it from the other side.
Interesting situation. Is evolving the first horseman coming into the field soon. Hard to see exactly how he'll use that. If he wants to even trade against these spearmen, he might.
He does get a pretty good connection there, but at the same time, those spears can go and heal up. This horse he's pretty much cooked unless he activates his very nice ability, but with the double horse, it does feel a little bit more spicy and possible for you to regain control from here. Now, he is floating quite a bit of wood here, and this is now the question of, is Beastie going to go for another production building, or are we actually just going to see him try to secure a little bit of the gold? So longbows, come on out, already queued up. He's a firm believer of the longbows. We don't see him go for any other diversity when it comes to the mercenaries.
I mean, it makes so much sense. Especially against Lancaster, you want them against the yeomen, potentially, if they do make their way onto the field. That's going to be very useful against the lords, right? Because the lords are, a little bit slow themselves, and they're a little vulnerable to that longbow pack, and the longbows are just so efficient. It's just so good to have them. You get to skip the range, which saves you your own wood for a while, right? So I don't think we're seeing an archer range on the side of Beastie. I'm not sure what he spent his wood on just yet. But yeah, this is starting to get spicy, because Vortex is going to be looking to come forward. 2 lords now, but no range stuff. Little boar shenanigans. The Ville's getting pulled. The horsemen are here. The longbows could come forward and make this really awkward.
No.
Not on the field yet.
Not yet. Winston,
and that's all
calm
due
down.
to that delay, though, right? Like, it's all because Vortex was delaying the berries so much. All that little idle time, it adds up and leads to this timing working out for him in the end.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Winston, you gotta chill with these longbows. These longbows are gonna stay in the base. They're gonna be the safe unit.
No, they could come forward and be crazy. It could do crazy things.
So with these 2 lords on the field, though, you have a pretty beefy front line as well. Now, I do like the fact that for now, the longbows stays behind, but like you said, they need to come forward and do some work, especially when you know your opponent is on the ball. So the ball puts a little bit of that pressure on you, where you know you need to do something. We do see him getting wheelbarrow and getting arrow slits as well. Most likely on those berries all the way out, but the archery range transition is in progress. And oh my goodness, there's one thing that House of Lancaster does better than Byzantines does, and that's produce sheer numbers of yeomen, which are basically longbows, right?
They're speedy longbows, less range, less damage. But they're fun. We'll see how this goes. Both players trying to get that mid-map food is pretty crazy, because they're just going to keep getting closer and closer to each other with these large volatile armies. Beastie at 3-inch 30 oil isn't quite nearing enough for the next pack, but things are heating up here down in EGCTV land. Oh, the Red Bull. Things are getting crazy.
Winston, sometimes you just make me laugh. I'm like, oh,
There's
this is
spice.
Yes. Yes. They're very spicy.
It's hot.
And you
Microwave
can
the hot pocket for too long.
see he's got himself a little upgrade there, making sure that those horses, when they do land and when they do get a villager kill, they're going to be getting some gold for Beastie as well. Getting every single upgrade he can is just going to make sure that this is a little bit more digestible, even if it goes a little later. You have to keep in mind, Byzantines, they do have that boosted economy, so it does feel okay. Lancaster, they match this with those manors, usually, and especially because he's got 2 of them already, it does already boost that income just a bit. Now, Vortex, he's got the supply block. Is this going to be a Baltoon situation? Yes, he rushes it up with ours quickly.
Yeah, that was really smart. I mean, Vortex, you got me. Vortex is playing really smooth here. We saw him shadowing this army, like, just so cleanly. And it's something that oftentimes I feel like pro play is... People don't realize how hard that is, right? But, like, perfectly tracking that army and keeping an eye on it while it goes for a flank that could otherwise be devastating. Like, he doesn't have an outpost on that gold. He's relying fully on reaction there. And being able to, react before it even happens is way better and very challenging. And we can see here the spearmen in hot pursuit. The villagers on the gold are going to have to run again.
But the reaction is so fast here from Vortex. Vortex every single time ready for anything that Beastie throws at him. And now this is a heavy spear composition. And again, it feels like Beastie is stepping into the trap of, I'm up against spears. I'm just going to go for more horses, or in the previous game, more Ghazis, and it's going to be fine. But we'll have to see if this is going to be fine, because this is really, really starting to get scary. The villagers here on the berries, they're going to try to gather as much as they possibly can, but the horsemen are very far out, and Beastie does not have the units at base to defend this. He's got a few horses, he's got a handful of longbows, but they're going to start getting picked off, and the first one falls.
Ooh. Yeah, the longbow getting taken down there. They're critical. Beastie has not invested in an archery range of his own. He wants to be able to just rely on the berries, but this first cistern gonna go down. We don't see it toggle to the defensive stance, I don't think. It's hard to remember that that exists, but it can help keep the cistern alive in the moment. We'll see.
And with the horses, he knows he needs to be
longbows.
careful. The 9 longbows are going to need to perform miracles, and we do see the yeomen needing to back off here. The spearmen, they're ready.
Here's the flank. The Heelman, the Hippodrome Triumph is activated. This is a fight for all the marbles. Beastie wants to stay alive in this game. All the spearmen have been taken down, at least in that vanguard force. The Hippodrome still active with that Triumph. The longbows are able to take off a lot of these spearmen. The lords are being ignored for now, as the Hippodrome Triumph should have a little bit longer. It's just long enough to just demolish these yeomen. Oh my gosh, Triumph runs out, but the damage is done. Vortex on the retreat path here. Beastie is sure to give us a game here. Doesn't want to go down without a fight.
Now, this was amazing by Beastie. Like, the trade here was fantastic. And honestly, I didn't believe that this was going to be enough for him to pull off with the Triumph ability. The horses, they sustained, they survived. And Beastie says more horses will join this party. But again, Vortex remaking those Lords of Lancaster, they took a lot of shots there from the longbows, and they stayed strong.
Yeah, they were able to stay alive. If 2 of them had gone down, they were like 1 volley away. It could have been really expensive for Vortex to fix, but with only 1, he's able to fix that relatively quick, and he just went back to the Abbey of Kings, and everyone's all healed up at this stage, and little flank coming in. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise here with the Spearman already in position. And now Vortex ready for another engagement. He's like, I know the truth. Longbows, their time is limited in this game. You can only get so many out before you do the farm transition. And he says, alright, you use some longbows. I didn't kill many, but I'm confident I can kill some more with proper pressure. He wants to get this player, he wants to get Beastie off of those berries on the front of his base.
The problem for Beastie is he's going castle. And,
That's
he's going to get the gold. Oh. The wraparound not as successful as he would have hoped, and the spearmen are already in position to defend this. He should be able to get these horses out alive, but even with this, now Beastie is the one aging up. And
He's
the
going to
question
see
is
this
just-
Rams.
Yes. So does he double down? He does. He says Golden Horn Tower is the name of the game, and the villagers instantly getting pulled back here. He needs to be careful. This age up is going to take a while. With only 4 villagers doing this age up, he needs to keep on producing. You see another batch of longbows coming out, but the horseman numbers are pretty scary still.
Yeah, I think I might be lagging a little bit. Sorry. But, yeah, this is crazy. Can you guys hear me? Am I a robot?
No,
Robot?
you're okay.
Okay. It's just, my view is lagging. Sorry. Yeah, this is a crazy situation because I think if Vortex dives, he might be in a little bit of trouble here because there's going to be 19 longbows on the field in short order. And those could get upgraded relatively quickly. Beastie does have enough to upgrade both the horsemen and the longbows, I think, right? With a little bit more gold.
He should be able to get the gold for that pretty soon, but that's the only gold he's going to have access to. As the army is now plummeting forward, he needs to be careful. We see the blue dots moving out, but Beastie is ready. Gonna pop those villagers into a spot where they can actually be useful. Textiles being the biggest MVP of this game. And we see those 2 upgrades instantly being queued up. Making sure that he delays this is going to be the most important. Villagers running for their lives. Longbows need to be careful here. We can see he knows how important it is to just get the upgrade first.
Yes, and the villagers even forced to retreat here, but the army is taking a bit of a beating. A first lord does go down, and now the longbows are going to turn. They're going to start sniping at these spearmen. The horsemen going to get their upgrades shortly, and then we're going to get the fight. The Triumph is clicked once again, and this is it. The units are here. This is sort of an all-in from Vortex. He's throwing it all for this fight, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The Triumph is there. The longbows firmly in the back. Gonna be able to pick off everything at the tail end of this fight. The Rams coming over to say hello, but they're not gonna be able to do anything. The last yeomen go down in Beastie's base. And Vortex just going to have to call it. He has nothing in the tank behind this. And Beastie able to scrap and scratch and just claw a game from Vortex's grasp there. It looked dire and desperate for a brief period there.
Now, with this game, Beastie puts himself back in the running, and Vortex, him going for that feudal push this time, it not working out. Beastie's castle didn't kill him this time. We'll have to make sure if he does, and see if he does it the next one. But beautiful play here. Beastie pulled those units back at the right time, tried to delay it with as many of the horses by raiding constantly. He didn't land a lot of damage, but the idle time was worth it. Here you can see Vortex always being in the lead with the military value, but in the end, longbows prevailed yet again. The yeomen, the pickoffs were wonderful here by Vortex, but I feel like he was just a little bit desperate to do this. And I'm asking myself, was this necessary for Vortex?
Yeah, I'm not fully sure myself. It seemed like he felt he was further behind. Maybe he thought that fight in the middle, the one we're watching right now, went worse than it did. Because he did trade off a lot of Beastie's army, but I mean, clearly Beastie was able to go Castle Age, get upgrades, and have equal numbers, basically, right? But yeah, it didn't seem like the Billmen with this on the spear, with the upgrade Billmen, were quite enough to deal with this composition. I mean, Triumph is just such a potent ability. We did see a little raids like this, but it didn't seem like all that impactful, right? Like, only a few vills went down over the course of the game.
Yeah, the villagers very much stayed alive in all of this, but I just love the fact that he pulled back these and made sure to micro them perfectly between them. But now we have to see the next matchup in front of us, and we see that that's going to be a Tuckluck on Frisian. And honestly, I'm shocked to see someone letting Tuckluck out on this map. Tuckluck has been an absolute menace on Frisian marshes or any map with a little bit of water. So Beastie saying French is a bigger problem. So JD going to be coming out for French, and Vortex telling us that maybe HRE is busted on Beastie.
Yeah, it's certainly a civ he has a lot of experience and a legacy of winning with, right? So it's makes sense for Vortex to maybe just force Beastie into a pick he's maybe less comfortable on. You know, I don't think JD is one of his favorites, if I recall, but I mean, he's certainly going to feel confident now as kind of back against the wall, still has to win it. Win out with this reverse sweep. It's occurring potentially. We'll see. We'll see. Vortex, though, he just looks so solid in each of these games. Even the one he just lost, I still felt like Vortex was like really playing very well, right? So I'm curious how this next game is going to go.
Vortex showing us he's at the top of his game throughout all of this. And honestly, it doesn't matter who goes through. I'm very worried for Anitan with this, because Anitan, he's shown us that he knows... oh! Guys, apparently me yapping for a few hours after each other is starting to catch up on the throat. So apologies if I do look like I'm coughing the whole time. These two have shown us aggressiveness. And Anitan, I feel like this is the one place where he might be a little bit vulnerable. He's the one that's usually the aggressor. But what we saw earlier is if that aggressive playstyle comes towards him, that's where things might go a bit wrong. So both of these guys showing us that the aggressiveness is key. Vortex, though, he's the scary one.
Yeah, but what do you think the plan is with JD against Tug?
JD against Tuck, you want to make sure that you do early aggression, I would say. Especially with Tuckluck being a little bit of a greedy goose civilization, as I'll dub them right now. So I would feel like with JD, you can respond to almost anything Tuckluck can do in Dark Age, but you probably want to put yourself in the driving seat. You want to control the pace of this game. Because Tuckluck, once they get going, it's so hard to stop them.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. We're already in. That's quite the treat. Here we go. Beastie versus Vortex. Let's see. Let's see, then.
Now, a dock pretty early on for Mr. Beastie, and the same with Vortex here. So both of them going for a standard old dock. Now, JD in the Dark Age, it gives you a little bit of an edge because you're a little bit stronger, yeah? But, of course, you want to be making sure that you get all of those fishing boats up and running. Now, of course, JD doesn't want to make spearmen that go and fight the docks, because you're not really going to get anything from that. Tuckluck boats, they shoot tiny little arrows, and it does add up eventually. Now, the dock being done, no housing happening for Mr. Beastie there. Vortex unhousing himself right after.
Yeah, so let's see. JD herself going up to mine the gold. She's like, I'll get this done. Grabs her pickaxe and is like, alright, get to work. The simplicities of Dark Age. It's so calm and relaxing, you know. I always get... It's like a little happy place, just the soundscape of AoE 4. And yeah, we gotta get the... Thank you, Cal. Thank you, Cal. Indeed, indeed. That is the vibe right now. The confetti, perfect, yes. I mean, that's how I feel. Confetti all the time. 80 vibing out. He's looking good. Game progressing. This has been quite the series so far. I'm curious to see how things are going to shape up here with, you know, Vortex playing this slightly slower style Civ. They can get into this crazy tempo, but I'm kind of confused if that's going to, like, come into the fold here, right? If it's really going to be a feudal all-in at the end of the game, because that's sort of felt like a lot of how Vortex has gotten these wins is with a crazy timing right away, like early on in early castle or at the end of feudal age, and I'm not really seeing how Tug is gonna play into that for Vortex here at this stage, but I'm always down to learn, and age play makes sense. Buy yourself a little bit of time. See how this goes. Get a little pressure going.
But we have to keep in mind, we just got word that the game has crashed. So this game will be stopping very shortly. And this is the second time on this map that Beastie gets a game crash as well in his game that I know of. There might be more, but we'll have to see what the remake does for us here. Luckily, I would say not too much has happened. We do see the Spearman now from Vortex as the follow-up. But that's as limited as it gets. If it has crashed, we will probably... Ooh, it will only crash in 2-ish minutes. And then... then the Spearman play will already be revealed. Oh no.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal that the Dark Age is going to get revealed here. We'll see.
Now the scout moving out and does see the fishing boats, knows exactly what JD is getting for dinner. So Vortex here now going for that second dock as well.
Mm-hmm.
And with the scout, he's already peppering up that village.
This?
Oh my goodness.
Is it gonna crash in like 30 seconds? It's funny. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens, but yeah, the crash is at 6 minutes apparently. Okay, so we still get 2 minutes of this. Alright.
So we do have a lovely little thing. Yeah, we got word that it was Vortex that crashed this game. See, I feel like Beastie is quite unlucky with this map because it crashes when it's suboptimal. I'm really surprised that this map is the one that keeps crashing out. I think it happened on another few sets as well. But we see the triple dock now from Mr. Vortex coming on out. And Beastie now with the School of Cavalry only be aging up with 1, surprisingly. And I have to ask myself, is this just because of pro scouts? Are we going pro scouts this quickly?
I mean, that's certainly what the macro would indicate, right? I mean, but it could also just be that with a drop-off of food, you just have enough gold for some upgrades and in the night, right? Like, could be several things. But yeah, Pro Scouts looks like that's the macro setup.
Now, the question is just, what does this reveal about the game going in? I guess because the game crashes anyway, we can probably head over to the draft again. We could use a little bit of time to talk about that. So we don't cast a game that's about to end in front of us. Oh my goodness, we're out, boys! Okay,
yeah,
welcome back to our faces. Yeah. See.
So do you think anything changes in the strategic
yes.
planning here?
100%. The fact that Vortex is following up with a barracks, it was already a pretty big strategic move. Beastie now already macroing up to be going for the pro scouts. That's also yet another thing that is revealed from this. And it feels like with both of these, now the players know what to expect going into this. So in a way, it's a pretty rough one all around, because you wouldn't be able to say like, oh, this person, they got this or they got that. it's not at that point, but it's at least you are revealing something that both of these players most likely prepared for. So we'll have to see what the remake looks like, but the lobby is being set up right now. So
Yeah, JD on off scouts.
Makes sense.
I'm curious
Ish.
about how that pans out. It feels really greedy and slow though, right? Like you're already on a water map. Things are already a bit slower. I guess you're gonna feel somewhat comfortable if you can get knights going, but with spears already on the map, like I'm wondering if this even could play out the same, right? Like, how could you make the same decisions again? Just curious.
You also have to ask yourself, is this a strategy that Vortex has now seen, where Beastie goes for one dock, he feels comfortable going for his third dock as well? It's a tough spot all around. I think both of these players, a lot got revealed, but seeing JD on here is something we haven't as much. Tough luck. The strategy is not really a secret here, right? So already seeing that pro scouts is not something you see on this map. And that is a very valuable piece of information. Now,
We'll see.
we have to look. Let's look at King of the Hill while they're setting this up. If Beastie wins this game, we have a King of the Hill in front of us. And we can look at what those possibilities are, but we see that Beastie has a nice little Sengoku, HRE, and Japan left for this map. And I feel like a Sengoku or a Japan here could be pretty devastating. Vortex, on the other hand, he has AU-bits, which we've seen a lot on this map, and he also has French and Rus. So AU-bits and Rus should be the most obvious picks for this map. Both of them having some pretty cool civilizations for the last one, if we get there.
Yeah, I think the final games, if we get there, is going to be a banger because those are some high octane civs on a map that just like is built for fights in the middle of the map, right? We'll see how Frisian plays out first, right? I think Vortex, you know, it can be a map that snowballs quickly at Frisian, right? So it's one where you can really quickly feel stuck in your base with no resources. And when that's the case, the game can end quick. And I feel like in a fast game, I feel like Vortex might be favored, generally speaking. I think this matchup, there's a lot to discover still for players. Personally, I still feel. So I'm curious how Vortex will play it if we do get to a mid game, right? Like if we do get to that mid stage of the game towards, you know, late castle, for example, where players have large armies, I feel like that's where the JD pick might start to really look good. I think the French Knights tend to match up very well against like the Raider Elephants, which can be one of the few ways to get like really good mobility going on the side of Tug. So we'll see. We'll see.
Now,
We'll see.
we need to know if this is going to be an opening for Vortex now, if he wants to go for that Dark Age aggression, or if we're still going to get I mean, both of them would be Dark Age aggression, opening with a barracks or following up with a barracks. Both would be Dark Age aggression in essence, because you have a wonderful situation where you're going to have a pretty healthy food economy. Him already going for that triple dock. We see he's ready to stay in here, especially when you're up against a civilization with knights. So guys, let's hop on in and see how these two players decide to play it out on this remake after yet another crash on Frisian Marshes. I forgot the name of the map and I had to look at it in the corner for a second.
It's okay. Frisian. 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 No. Frisian.
Now, we see a normal old dock opening. Let's go look at Tuklak. Do we just have our little dock? Yes, indeed. Both of the guys going for their docks. No crazy shenanigans yet. So this makes a lot of sense. Most of the players want to go for at least a few fishing ships before they start doing any type of transition.
Yeah, this really makes me curious. I mean, Vortex is gathering the wood, right? So it's clear he's going to be adding the barracks again. I mean, obviously you need it, but he's clearly stacking, right? Otherwise, he would have just already queued it into fishing boats. Oh, well.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Winston, calm down. You're just cursing everyone.
It's weird.
It just took a while to finish. Maybe he just didn't have it finished, because the villager did go out a little bit later than Beasties. So both of them opening with more or less the same strategy here. we'll see those differences as we get along, and usually that should show up around, I would say, 3 minutes before things start getting a little bit spicier. Now, our overlay also crashed because of our remake, so if we could quickly just toggle onto the villagers per resource, because I think that's a little bit more important here for us to understand exactly what and when they're going to go for their transitions. JD currently building that mining camp. She just want to be working all day because, girl, the more you work, the better. Just enough fishing boats here, which is interesting. Beastie pulling everything off of wood right now and going straight for food and gold. So this feels like a little bit of an earlier age up.
Yeah, probably trying to respect more the potential of this barracks timing. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm curious if he's going to go again for Prof Scouts, just commit. I mean, I think it's kind of the honorable thing, right? As both players sort of do the same opening on a game crash, but yeah, we'll see.
Oh, and he sees the barracks. He knows exactly the same thing is about to happen. It's a healthy amount of sheep, though. The Beastie definitely is not going to be too upset about those numbers. 9 should be good enough. 3 fishing boats on the lake, as we know, pretty standard here. Villagers still all the way out, which tells me we might get a little bit of movement if he so decides to go for yet another dock. Because you don't want to leave your villager out here unless there's a job for them to do.
Yeah, we'll see if there's like an outpost or another dock or just really anything really. But spears being few now. They're going to start making their way across the map and start to smack away at the dock. Maybe force the Vil home. Beastie, dangerously close to getting housed. Probably won't happen, but you never know. Yeah, there's the house. He's fine.
Right on schedule, boys. Yeah, this is definitely a position where you want to play it safe. You want to make sure you do everything your opponent is doing, or know everything your opponent is doing. And he knows there's spearmen on the way. How am I going to respond to that? Scout already coming to throw out the dock. And we'll see what happens out there.
Wait, is the Vil going all the way to the south? Is that a Vil?
Oh.
The dog, GG dog, hot on the tails of the Vil. Able to outrun it, though. This is interesting. So maybe trying to sneak a dock up in the corner of the map and just hope that the spears never find it. The answer going to be here.
With this, you usually don't have to respond to 2 spears burning down your dock because you should be able to spot it and respond appropriately. So in this case, with these 2, now the third one, this is starting to be a little bit more of a pressure point. And you can see School of Cavalry is still being built with 1. Beastie not changing his plan too much, but Vortex very much invested into burning down this dock. This is going to be a significant loss, I would say, here for Beastie. But at the same time, I don't know if this is game-changing. Oh, and Vortex spots it.
That's huge. Saying, where's the Vil? I think that's always the question, is like, did the Vil actually go home? And he's even sending a spear that way to be annoying. And Beastie just doubling down, or tripling down, I suppose, with a 3rd dock. And obviously both players are going to be adding more, as this is sort of the game plan here. You want to get your food sorted. Let's see, this first dock going to be taken out pretty soon. How much food is left on those fish in that pond getting torched? Are we anywhere near close to running out? Yeah, no, there's still a lot to be gained from this. And JD is here. Is she here in time before the building gets torched down? No, it will be put on fire, but here she is, just trying to do her best. It is now torched. So you have to send a villager out to repair that.
Now JD... Ooh! She doesn't mind this at all, Winston. Getting a little bit of chasing and experience. Sorry, I got really excited there.
Yeah, she feels learned now. She's like, now I know what to do. A little bit of free XP here. There's not really going to be a huge risk of new units on the field from Tug right away. Because even their fastest unit, you can kind of just walk away from. But we'll see. More spears.
These spears are going to give a nice bit of experience, but you see Vortex still making spears behind this. So he knows that there are knights on the way, and these knights are going to, of course, be counted by spears, but he needs to get them out in position quickly, because that first knight is about to land. The spear moving into the tower now. JD picks off yet another one.
And now the lady with the bow is just going to stand under that tower and start firing away.
Oh no, a knight in tow as well. There's quite the situation is brewing up in Vortex's base. He gonna try and get his first healer elephant out to try and deal with this, but if the pressure keeps mounting up like this, Beast could end up just denying the gold for a long period of time if things go well. See, another stable gonna be the play, so doubling down on the knight production makes some sense. You have 2 production buildings now. Man, 400 wood. I've been looking at BC's macro a bit here. He's been floating around 350 wood this entire time. I'm wondering if he's... Maybe it's because he didn't end up committing to that 3rd dock on the left and ended up building it because the spear made it. He's building another dock now on Southern Pond, kind of.
Now, with all of this pressure, you can now start to see it amounting to a little bit of chaos here. Vortex now currently housed... we're pointing out the houses a lot, but it feels like today... Never mind. He does not miss a beat. A little bit of an eco idle time, but not too much there. Now, Beastie with that ranged JD, she is already having a lovely time just sitting under there and forcing a little bit of that, you know, a little bit of that pressure. You don't get to have all the gold in the land. You have to work for it. With these knight numbers, it's starting to get a little bit scarier. Raider elephants now being added in here. And now, if JD starts to land a hit, she's going to need to hit hard.
Yeah, the French Knights just match up so well against the Raider Elephants, though. Like, the Raiders, they kind of want to charge in and fight you, right? But the Knights love that. The French Knights love charging in and hitting with the bonus damage, and it just works out so well for them. And now, even some shenanigans against these fishing boats, which are fighting back a little bit. It's one of the benefits of playing Deli or Tug on this map, right? One of the valuable elements is that you can't get raided, you can't get spear pushed. Everything feels really cozy, but a little bit of idle time is adding up, and soon the Night Mass will be to a critical point where I don't feel that this defensive army is going to be enough. Maybe with one more healer elephant on the field it could get good enough.
Oof. And with one more healer elephant, this starts to become harder and harder to actually snipe out. But BC respects this.
Yeah.
You can see with the Bro Scout idea now, as we see more and more scouts being built, he's utilizing every single pond on his side of the map while still thinking about, I was going to say, about going Pro Scouts with all the scouts he's got. Maybe he just wants a lot of vision.
Yeah, it doesn't have the resources just yet for Prof Scouts. He's focusing now on some blacksmith upgrades, right? Wants to get his army sorted. And maybe he's smelling some blood, right? Maybe he's smelling the fact that he could just dive some of these fishing boats. And if they're left alone, undefended, they could go down rather quickly and give JD some of that juicy XP. This isn't quite that.
Ooh, she's idle a bit there, and it looks like she's about to be caught out. JD very much out of position.
He lost track. He totally lost track of JD. And now the fishing boats are going to get their revenge. They're like, get out of here, witch. She's tanky, but she's on the run, and the knights are going to have to come back and help her.
Now, we can see that the knights are... Ooh, they're going to get a villager kill yet again, and a dock will now be the target here. And that dock is only producing fishing boats, but instead JD is the one who needs to be protected. McQueen, they say. And now Vortex is the one moving out. Another healer elephant in queue, though. And they're standing in position, but there's a tower, and that tower knows exactly what's cooking.
Yeah, now the radar elephant numbers are getting pretty high, and... Oh, you can just see the damage, man. The damage that these raider elephants take from these knights is just so high, especially with those charges. It's just not, it's not the same thing as the war elephant, right? A very different unit, and JD getting a little bit more experience taking out the boar in the middle, and Vortex maybe sensing some moment here. He's gonna be pushing forward. Only one healer elephant here, but there's another one on the field coming across, and then even another one in queue. And BC's army is pretty far from home. These villagers are gonna have to run now.
Now, the first group does make it out alive without any casualties, I say, as the knight steps a little bit too far out. The two golds are right next to one another. Oh, and archers are the name of the game here. The knights trying to get a little bit of a flank, but they have to be careful. They're still rallied forward here.
And off-range JD, she is gonna need to be careful because these Raider Elephants are gonna make quick work of her. Now, we do see that JD is getting her ranged upgrade too, but the archer numbers with this is going to be where it matters. Now, the elephants, they do back off, go towards the docks, and the villagers will get control of this gold pretty quickly.
Problem here for Vortex is that if he's at the stage now where if he loses a fight, the game is over. He's got 2 healer elephants forward, and yes, they are going to heal each other and make each other very durable together, but there's a huge risk here that his army could get cut off and completely surrounded. JD, though, going to get left behind, potentially. The spears get distracted, go for the gold fills. JD catches a little bit of a lucky break there.
And JD seems to be very cocky about stepping out here. We see those healer elephants doing the work. And even JD's very, very potent arrow is not going to be enough to take these down. But we do see the food floating starting to happen. He needs to be so careful with this JD. She is looking like she's very confidently moving forward. And now the elephants are a little bit out of position here. One little good charge could change the game significantly. You see Beastie really struggling to keep that control. But House of Learning coming in. And you see Vortex already making sure that he has the resources for every single upgrade he needs.
Yeah, this is a critical moment here because Tug can get these upgrades really fast, and I'm not seeing like a super scary army for BC to fight against. The Spearmen can be traded against even still, but with all the units clumped together, it's just so much mass. BC's not going to get a timing here against these units. He's going to have to follow up to castle himself. Has market, so could click up right now by selling some food, but ideally you avoid doing that. It's a lot less efficient.
Now, he knows this age up has hit. He knows the upgrades come in at the speed of light. He knows he just needs to keep making units to make sure that he does not die to this. Now, the villagers instantly building a guild hall, and there's a lot of them going, but the one single tower defending that gold, still feeling very, very scary. Textiles now being upgraded. He knows how important this is going to be for a dive. And the boys are ready. Villagers pulled back. And you have to keep in mind, this is all the gold he's got. Yes, he's got the market, but it's still going to be very expensive to get these upgrades.
Yeah, Vortex looks like he's going for the kill here, and Beastie's back against the wall. Gonna have to fight without upgrades for so long. This looks like it might be a repeat of some of the earlier games in this series where Vortex just has the number on the timing. Bills will garrison and start to deal damage, but it'll be challenging. Charge comes in, the Spearman starting to get picked off. JD getting that experience. She's not quite near level 3, and she might go down relatively quickly here. The upgrades are in queue. Vet Archer, Veteran Royal Knight. Will it be in time, though? The Knights take a fight in the choke point. Spearmen getting pointed out. The Raider Elephants have trampled, running forward into the formation. Will it be in time? JD, she's gonna go down. The hero has fallen. And Beastie just gonna tap out of this. Vortex takes the series in decisive manner all around. Even though Game 3 looked pretty good for Beastie there, Vortex just in a commanding fashion has won this series.
Vortex looking strong and definitely showing us that aggressive manner he plays his games with. This is definitely something that I think Anitan's watching is like, okay, I need to be ready for that. And Vortex is showing us that can snowball immensely. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay. Great timing here by Vortex as well, ensuring that he reacts the moment those upgrades hit. And Beastie just lacking a little bit behind with those responses. But the elephants, you can see, the elephants, they do the work.
Yeah, and Beastie gonna have to try and qualify again next week. But yeah, Vortex just looking so solid here. And yeah, like, Anitan looked really good, but man, Vortex is looking really good. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That was some clean gameplay from him. Almost every game, it just seemed like he was in the driver's seat and very comfortable. The Ottoman game was pretty much textbook, right? The Mac game, I mean, what was there really to complain about there? So it's really interesting. I mean, the Lancaster game was not ideal for him. Did not pan out against Biz from Beastie. That was really solid. yeah, really, really crazy.
Vortex definitely reading his opponent just right, but we have to think about this now. Vortex and Anitan are in the finals now. Vortex, of course, will need a little bit of a breather after this, but I can imagine that for Beastie and for Baltoon, for Puppypaw, and I'm gonna throw Myriad in there too, they need to be thinking about what's happening next week. Now, of course, there's a few more names in there that I'm leaving out right now, but these are the big ones who will be fighting for that 4th spot. And of course, the loser of our next match. So a lot of talent that will be making their way over there to the UK and ensuring that they put up the best of a fight going on forward. But yes, Vortex looking good. And I'm pretty confident for Vortex's performance after watching that. Anitan, he looks strong as well, but Vortex was so clean and accurate.
Mm-hmm. He looked good here. Curious, you'll have an interview with him shortly, right?
Yes, I hope
We'll get to
so.
talk to Vortex himself and hear what he's up to and hear what his thoughts are after that decisive win overall.
Yeah, now I can imagine going into this now, you have to ask yourself, okay, so what does my draft look like? And Vortex definitely showed us what type of civilizations works for him. And I can imagine now you're looking at these two drafts in front of us, Beastie and Vortex. And you have to ask yourself, is this the draft that Beastie wanted to walk out with? Are these the picks he anticipated for this type of a matchup against Vortex? And I guess that's something that we'll have to ask him, but at the same time, you have to write down what worked and what didn't. And time again, we're seeing that Hillendale, for example, is just a map that some players are not able to just, get over that hill just yet. So I had to put the pun in there.
Yeah. We didn't get to King of the Hill either, which would have been a fun match too, with how many powerhouse civs were left for Beastie. Kind of surprised we never saw that Sengoku pick. I mean, we did see it sniped out on Hillendale, right? But yeah, maybe trying to get that out there earlier could have been stronger. Didn't really feel it for JD there in that game. Didn't quite come together with the timing that Vortex was able to put together. So yeah, curious about the draft there from Beastie, but yeah, overall, I think just Vortex playing like a monster, as he has done for years now, right?
Now, we are getting ready for that interview, but I do see a lot of questions popping up about Louis as well. So Louis declined to play for this season. He's taking a little bit of time off, but we'll be back in a few months, I believe. So don't worry, guys. Louis is coming back. We will see, or hopefully I didn't curse him now. So we are ready to go and talk to our victor, Mr. Vortex, who just took down Beastie here. Let's go see how he feels. Hello, Vortex. Oh, Anitan, all of a sudden. Anitan, your hair. Hi, Vortex. So, Vortex, how do you feel?
Good. Yeah, feeling good. That was some nice games, interesting matchups. Feeling good, yeah.
You played out of your mind, honestly. I feel like watching you today, it felt like you made no slip-ups. Every single charge you did was just disgusting. You were going in, pulling out every single time there was an engagement, making sure the spears flowed through perfectly. Do you feel like this was one of your best performances, or was it just like standard Vortex?
I don't think it was super strong. I think I just played well, which in the last weeks I didn't. But I don't think there was anything like super special about my play. I think that's just the standard I play normally when I don't go completely insane.
Okay. Well, when we saw you being up 2-0, did you feel like you had it already? Did it feel like you've had pretty solid footing for this matchup already against Beastie?
No, actually, I think he had some really good picks left. So I think he could have definitely won from there. But yeah, I don't know. Letting me play Tuglag in Frisian, I guess, was kind of weird. I can understand why he did it, but And yeah, I don't know. Tuglak is just so strong that I feel like.
In the first game, we'll get to that Tukla game because I have questions about that as well. But in the first matchup, we have Ottomans against Golden Horde. Firstly, Ottomans getting led through. I think most of us were pretty shocked. So, did you expect to get Ottomans from anyone?
No, not really. Actually, I was counting with him on banning it. That's why I wanted to ban it on like my last ban. I didn't want to ban it very early because if he bans it himself, then picking it also makes his draft weird. So I just wanted to grid it a bit. So when I saw Ottoman was open for both of us, it was like crazy.
And after that Ottomans game, of course, you had Macedonians. So I feel like we went from powerhouse into next powerhouse. Macedonians recently got a tiny bit of a nerf. Do you feel like it's enough to make them, instead of an A tier serve, a C tier serve, or are we still pretty good?
Nah, I think it's pretty much the same. I mean, slightly worse, especially the nerf on the champions. But it's not a big deal. I think overall it's still kind of as strong as it was before.
Okay. And the House of Lancaster, because of course that was your third map, they also got that nerf. Did you feel that in your game?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm a Lancaster believer, but maybe I should stop believing because it's actually super bad right now. I don't know. It's just way too big of a nerf. I feel like it comes very late. Like Lancaster used to be really strong a lot of months ago. I don't think there was an issue with Lords right now. So now it's like, yeah, the CP is just useless.
Ooh, okay, those are some strong words. I'm excited to see how many people still believe the Lancaster way, but all right. And then, of course, lastly, the Tuklak. You said you were very surprised to see this out. What makes them so strong for you? Is it that Castle Age timing that you can just execute perfectly?
It's just the economy in water maps because you get more food from the fishing ships. You get obviously more food from the villagers as well. You have a moving lumber camp at the beginning of the game. So the economy is just crazy. And as Tuglak, you need a strong economy because your units are very expensive. So everything just lines up perfectly with that ship when you play on water.
Makes sense. I mean, you really made it look like you made us understand why these civilizations were getting banned again and again and again. Every single time they got let through, we were sitting there with question marks like, whoa, this is wild. Now we see why. So I guess my final question to you, because I know you want to take a break before your next series, is how are you feeling against Anitan? Without cursing yourself, of course. So how do you feel about this next match?
Good. I think if I play well, I think I can make it. He's obviously really strong as well, so you never know. But I think if I play my best, I should be able to make it. We will see.
Well, we'll find that out in a short little while. Guys, we will be going for a 15-ish minute break while Vortex gets ready for that big match to secure that spot at Wololo. Well done, Vortex. We'll see you back soon.
Thank you.
Yes. I don't know why I did that, Winston. I hope.
Redo.
Wait, we're gonna redo it.
Redo.
Okay, my boys got my back redoing it. That never happened.
Redo. We need another redo.
Oh,
we need another redo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back with no cringy opening. We're starting with a live draft between these two chads, and we see Ottomans after that last set just saying, nah.
I forgot to stand up. Hold on.
Should we do a redo again?
No, this is fine. This is fine. Just hold, please. Forget.
Guys,
I forgot to stand up. Sorry, that was not meant to be a bit. I legitimately just forgot to push my chair up or to push my table up. We're good. We're good.
Oh, you stand casting?
Not every single game. Most games.
Okay.
Not like a full day like this where it's good. I sat for like the second 2 games of the last set. I like to stand.
Okay.
I feel more engaged when I stand, and I can use my hands more. I use my hands a lot.
Yeah.
It's a problem. It's a problem. If I'm sitting, it's like I don't, and then it's like something's not right, and then it doesn't come together. You know.
Okay. It happens. I do know how it be. Guys, we were yapping about this on Discord a little bit earlier. In Winston's last time... Yap. When Winston's last time casting was in Copenhagen. And
I took a bit of a break from casting. I needed a little mental reset. But I'm excited to be back.
And now...
In London coming up soon. That'll be cool.
Your Red Bull, or what is your re-debut will be at Red Bull. Oh, I guess today is technically. This is the warm-up.
Yeah.
This is the 5K running warm-up. Oh my goodness, I'm just
a marathon. It'll be good. It'll be good.
Casting marathon, which
we are kind of completely ignoring the draft.
No, we're giving it
the right thing to do.
We're giving it time to settle. We're going to talk about we're going to talk about that in a second. It's cooking. It's cooking.
It's
so
cooking.
When I look at these maps, Winston, I'm seeing a little bit of water finally, but also it's a best of 7. They can't ban everything, you know, so they kind of have to suffer through it. So I'm happy with the maps we get because we get a little bit of everything, but what we don't get is... Oh no, I was going to say we don't get Ilinda. Oh, I don't even know what the other map is. What are we missing? What, is there a map we're missing? Kawasan. Oh, Kawasan and Socotra. Interesting. I wouldn't have expected those ones to be the ones that are eliminated here, but apparently opting for that. Okay, so Ottomans being eliminated first. Great. China next. Makes sense. French first pick. And there we see Vortex showing us exactly how he's feeling. Aggressive.
Yes. I'm really just mostly curious what civ they're going to pick at the start here, because Arabia's going to sort of set the tone. Ottomans being banned out. Chinese being banned out. No huge surprises, right? Do you see the difference in which Japanese style they want to ban out, right? So Anitan banning out the Sengoku and Vortex opting to ban out the Japanese proper. It's kind of an interesting little mix-up there. Curious if that comes into play, right? Obviously with the snipes, you have a lot more control over what you're matching up against in each match, which I'm really curious how this is going to play out like long term if we're sticking with the snipe system for more tournaments. I mean, it's been around to a degree in some capacities, right? For a couple years in various formats, and curious, how are you feeling it's going at this stage? I know that's kind of a weird question, but how do you feel about the snipe?
The snipe system, love it. I think the snipe system just adds that interesting layer to things. We actually used to use the snipe system in our female events because we felt like players would most likely just be completely overwhelmed by one civilization. Back then, it being English. So English would get sniped every single game, but it was also just because people had a limited civ pool. Here, that's not the case. These guys don't have a limited civ pool. They can play almost anything, but you always have a civilization situation where you're like, hey, I don't want to face this on that map. And I feel like this system gives us exactly that, because there were so many instances where you would get a civ on a map and you're like, oh, that's GG. There's more than one chance to do so, and you can eliminate one you're not too comfortable with. So, snipe system, big yay.
Big yay, no nay. That's exciting. You know, I like it a lot. I think it adds a lot of variety to it. I wonder as a player how hard it is to play for, because typically it's like, okay, there's a couple bans, you might expect some civs to get banned, and then you can normally think of, okay, I'm going to play this civ on this map, this civ on this map, this civ on this map, right? But that not being how it actually plays out, I feel like adds a huge depth of challenge where you need to have like multiple civs prepared for each one. Wait a minute. Did all the civs just move?
Did
we swap names? What?
No. Did Anitan first pick French and Vortex didn't? But Vortex picking Malians makes sense. Oh, guys,
Okay.
we just got bamboozled.
We've
And
been
English. We see
hell
English.
bamboozled.
Guys,
So now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Everything makes sense.
Vortex also picking English. I'm back on track. I understand everything. I'm back in this universe. I was going to get to it, but now everything makes sense. Vortex has always been a proponent of the English. When players are like, this civilization is dead, a man's like, actually, let me show you. So I've my money's on Vortex for this match because I'm a big enjoyer of English and I respect a man who can still pull out some longbows. But for our first map here, we have Macedonians
Malians.
pick and Malians getting out, which I'm pretty shocked about.
I feel like Malians, it's just the way to go. I feel like Malians here are going to be goated.
Malians has been goated for
I'm a
little...
Malian fanboy in the sense that I think they're the best civ. I said this earlier today. I think it's the best civ. I think it's the strongest by a little margin, by a small margin. I think obviously Ottomans have a ton of flexibility and power as well. And you see players referring to ban it, but I think that Ottomans aren't as good as Malians. And you know what? All the pros disagree with me because they ban Ottomans first. So surely I'm right, you know?
Winston, at some point you gotta ask yourself, do I develop the game or do they develop the game? And maybe I know. No, of course.
Yeah. No, I think they know way better than me, but I
Yeah.
still think Malians are goated. It's true.
They definitely haven't lost many games. I mean, we don't see them often because people are worried about them. The cow nerf that came in 2 patches ago, it felt like it was going to do something, but eventually they're still pretty much on top. Although Delhi and Japan being the picks here as well. I understand why he banned Macedonians on Dry Arabia. With Macedonians, you're very comfortable moving out of your base with the landmark. Malians, they do have their vulnerabilities. Sure, there are instances where you're like, hey, it's a little bit overwhelming. But Malians, if you get golds in a very peculiar spawn, it's something you can shut down. And this is why I think he let Malians through on Dry Arabia. Your spawns are all over the place. Very often you can get a spawn where Malians becomes a liability. Not a huge liability, but a liability.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. The lobby is getting ready. That's the status of this qualifier right now. This will be a best of 7, so you got to think about Vortex's, like, Anitan had the two benefits here. One is he had a nice little break in between his first set and this one, and another benefit is he kind of just got to see Vortex. And I think there's, like, value in that. Vortex was mostly focused, right, in his gameplay, focusing on what he had to do in that last set, whereas Anitan kind of got to just sit back, relaxed, and to watch the games. I'm sure he wasn't relaxing all that much. I'm sure he's really focused on what he was going to draft, on seeing how Vortex was approaching some of these matches and these matchups, right? Because that's something that's going to be really critical if he's going to want to win. I kind of think of Anitan as a slight underdog here. I think Vortex has been just so dominant for so many years as a top, consistent top 4 player, right? And I think very few people really doubt that. Maybe you could say 5 in recent years, but like definitely not in my book. I still think he's a top 4 high quality player. And Anitan, I mean, what do you think's going through his head right now, right? Like, I'm guessing they're pressing HQ and sending bills to resources right now. But I mean, at this stage, 3 minutes ago of real time, just because they're a little ahead, yeah, you get it.
He's like, yes, I'm from Belarus. My hands are a little cold right now. And I watch my opponent, I see he's very aggressive. Not problem. I get Japan. I am more aggressive than men, so not problem. When he plays little Malians, I make rams. We kill them very quick. So, getting ready for this game, not problem. I don't think it's going to be too difficult.
So I think Anitan's feeling good about this, especially getting Japan. You feel pretty good about yourself in general. And I think Japan is one of those few civilizations that holds up against the Malians. You might say it's the best. Japan has a few answers to what they try to do, and they are pretty good ones at that. What about you? How's Vortex feeling? Since you were in Spain at some point in your life, can you do a little? Tell me a little bit about the Spanish mindset.
I dare not do a Spanish accent. I dare not. Yeah, no, I think he's probably. I'd just be speculating. He's pretty calm, cool, and collected most of the time. I feel like he's a player who's very, relaxed and focused. If that makes sense. I think right now he's probably feeling good, especially after some convincing games. We just saw him in that interview a few minutes ago after the set against Beastie, and he seemed just very confident. So curious to see how that's going to pan out here, if that confidence is warranted against the Anna Chad, the GOAT.
The GOAT. Everyone's the GOAT. Oh, okay, yeah. Anna Chan's our GOAT. Vortex also a little bit of a GOAT. Yeah,
I didn't call Vortex the GOAT.
What? What about? Then Vortex is my GOAT today.
You're just yeah. He could be your. I said earlier. I said Baltoon and Anitan are both. Okay, I haven't listed a GOAT since. There's been no other GOATs afoot.
Okay.
Goatless mountaintop.
Well, we'll have to see if there's any GOATs on that King of the Hill when they get there later. But I honestly, with the draft in general, I do like Vortex's draft a little bit better. Sure, I want to love Anitan's draft. You have to keep in mind this. Anitan is, I would say, the younger player on the block. Younger player, I say in quotations, but he's the younger player, and Vortex has been here for so long. This is also Vortex's second set in a row. Usually 2 sets in a row, it still puts you at your peak. You actually get to a position where you're warmed up, you feel good about it. Anitan's now, he played his game, he sat back. Some players do well with that. Some people don't do well with all of it between. So, all in all, I think Vortex's draft is a lot better because you do have a civilization for every map. Anitan, sure, he's got good options. And I mean, if I look at this, he has KT and Tuklak for Holy Island to pick, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, all in all, I hope Anitan can pull this through. We're seeing Delhi not being that high of a prio pick, though, and Mongols being picked too. Players have been saying it's weak. We'll see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. Malians, the GOAT of goats. The GOAT of the Civs. The GOAT of goats. My GOAT. The Malians. The Giga Chads. Let's get this going. Come on. Game one.
Go! Put him out of his misery!
I just wanted to start. I can't say anything else as a GOAT at this stage. And we have an Anitan classic, Dark Age Aggression. Let's see it. Units coming out. It's so good against Malians to get some early pressure on. It can force some crazy reactions, and if your build order with Malians isn't ideal, it can be rough. He does immediately spot it, though. Vortex not messing around. Coming right across the map. He needs to see if this aggression is coming out, as players often do, and you can see leaving just at 2 houses makes a lot of sense. He'll get enough gold to age up. Things should be okay. We're going to see, what is this, more houses? Or are we going for the outpost?
Power,
the outpost
of course.
is the play.
This is something he knows how to respond to, because of course he's played this a million times. When you're up against someone playing the Japanese, you know what's coming. And with 2 spears, it's enough of an investment for you to have to react. The problem is those spears will arrive pretty quickly, and you having a forward gold, this does not feel too great. I want us to just take a quick look at the rest of his golds that are around that map. Could we just get a little bit of a vision as that poor boy is about to arrive? Tower in hand, 1 gold to the side there. That's it. Okay. We are in a tough position here for Mr. Vortex. Vortex, and that's the problem.
The timing is here. The timing is here. I think he can finish this.
He definitely
it's not
can.
the end of the world.
Yeah, having to pull those extra villagers doesn't matter too much. You can still drop off a few sheep and they can get to work pretty quickly. And we do see the extra vill going to build the houses. The 2 spears will be the only things that Anitan's invests in the early game. And from here on out, it's just smooth sailing forward. Anitan's already gotten his Tawara upgrade as well. So he's probably just sitting back and chilling, going to his feudal.
Tomato. tomato. Tomato.
That was really funny, Winston. It's good.
I took a bow, but no one saw it, so it kind of just didn't really pan out the way I thought it would. But that's it. All right, let's see.
He is nothing crazy, Winston. Of course, this is the early game. We see our 2 spears. We've done what we needed to. So a lot of people, this is where I like to do the noob cast, by the way, on my channel sometimes, where I'm like, okay, let me explain to you what's happening. So Twitch, while nothing is happening, let me explain to you the thought process here. So you build a tower because it shuts down everything. You don't take any risks and build the houses too far. Your villagers are right there under the towers so that they can pop in and out to fire at the spears who dare crosses, any lands. You don't want to be idling a villager just to be putting it inside, so you want to put them as close as possible. But Anitan, this is still good for him. He's got 2 spears on the map. He's going to be able to, swirl around, do a little bit of counter pressure. He's already got 1 on the gold. The other one is most likely, yes, going to make life a little bit harder for poor little Vortex to move out and go on the deer. You can see with that 1 spear, he's able to push the deer very far apart, so a mill is not going to be enough to secure the deer. So this is all boding pretty well for Anitan. So even though he didn't kill anything, the investment is there. And what does this do for him? This puts him into a spot where he can do whatever he wants. And what he wants right now is aging up with 2 villagers, which tells us the story of a fast castle boy, if he so prefers. Because Japan, they very often go for a fast castle, because most civilizations don't have a response to that. Especially with those mounted samurais, they have that shield. It's something that just takes it that extra level where you need to shut it down with very inferior units. Now, of course, Vortex is going to start producing already the moment he spots this. With Anitan, though, he's got fawn wood. And when you have fawn wood, I'm a little bit concerned that we might not just see a clean, fast castle, but rather a responsible castle.
Responsible fast castle, indeed, yeah. Only 1 villa on the Kura is going to be a really slow age up, but yeah, like you said, it's not really a big deal. There's no super threat of pressure coming in right across the map right here, because Malians, they want to make their investments themselves anyways, and that's what we're seeing actually is a little bit of a switch up from Vortex, actually. He's going for a stable, he's power building that with 2 vills, so he wants that ASAP.
Now,
a ranch shortly to follow as well, and I'm curious what, like, the game plan is here. Are we going to see Sofa? Potentially.
Now, you always see Sofa. That's the beautiful part. No, not initially. Sofas aren't the protocol initially because, of course, you want to spend your gold on those cows. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's got 2 cows. He's ready to build a pen for them. But with the scouts that he has, he's now getting them upgraded, and they are going to be the punishment. So if Anitan decides to go, hey, fast castle, he has to get that tower. And that's exactly what he's doing already because he knows this is happening. So the responsible castle in this case is just him going for a tower as well. And now 3 cows Vortex just means he's going to have a little bit of a boost of economy. And look at that. The spear doing work, even though it goes down, it forces a reaction out of his opponent, which means things are happening slower.
Indeed, and we're going to get those castle age pretty quick here for Anitan. Nothing like alarming in this context. Nothing too slow, nothing too fast. Curious. I don't think we're going to see any, like, deviations here from Anitan, right? Do you think it's just going to be mounted samurai? Loading gate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
When you're up against a civilization that goes for sofas, yeah, sofas are great, but mounted samurai and mass really do a number on them. So even if he would need to use them initially to at least defend a little bit, oof, and you can see with these scouts, he's going to be able to idle out the gold just a bit, but that's all it's going to do. It's just going to idle out the gold. There's no real damage that can take place just yet. You just want to make sure that your opponent is as delayed as possible, and now getting a sofa in the mix is going to make this harder and harder for him to gather. But he doesn't mind taking this little bit of damage, because he's perfectly fine fighting this out and getting to that castle age and getting the relics, etc. But Vortex, he's not the kind of guy who lets you do it for free. And you see him building that barracks. He knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a little dicey because there's not going to be enough gold to do anything with all the idle time that's being forced. You're going to hit castle age and maybe be able to afford like one knight at this stage if we even have a stable up yet. A lot of idle time has been forced out, so it looks like just a few spearmen going to be the choice. Just try and hold this position. I love this play from Vortex. This is so smart. Keep the villagers, stop them from working. Force more spears. Force a bigger reaction than you're getting.
And you can see he's taking some good trades already. That is a beautiful connection, though.
I don't think Vortex wanted that sofa to run that way. I think he meant it to run south and outside of the TC. That's crazy. But he is getting his eco setup together back at home a second. Eric's even more done, so really respecting the threat of those mounted samurai.
And this is usually the issue for Malians. When they are the ones aging up, they usually die because they don't have enough units. But Vortex, he's making units. He knows what's happening. He knows what's coming. And he knows it's going to be a lot of mounted samurai. So let's go see what he puts down. And it's a stable. Surprise, surprise. Stable's going to be our method of...
I've never seen that before. What? I've never seen this.
You can see Vortex already doing his transition as well. Ooh, is he going to get a connection?
For everybody to get in the room.
He gets a kill. That is...
Garrison in time.
Yes. And this shows you Vortex's aggression. He knows when to land. Anitan, if you just lag behind a little bit, things can just snowball. But we see more and more Donzos. One sofa being added in here and there. And this is going to be so critical. Oh, and another one. Oh, he doesn't react in time.
Another one.
Vortex is just too fast.
He's going to get housed. He's going to get housed. No, it should be fine. But yeah, no, that's... Some spice certainly at play. We do have one of the relics has been brought in, I believe. Yes, but is there a home yet for it? I don't think so.
Now,
he's grabbed a relic, but not done anything with it.
He just wants to bring it back to home. And he's got 2 mounted samurai as well now. So this is now where you need to start moving out and do work. But Malians, they're just cow booming.
It's hard to pressure them when they can defend their golds like this, right? We see the gold in the north is getting now walled in as well. And the Danso are going to be more than comfortable just protecting this. And Vortex is getting the ideal setup. So the later Castle Age isn't ideal. Or, sorry, isn't perfect against Japanese. You know, they're able to grab these relics with those Shinto priests, but overall, I think Vortex is going to feel very comfortable that his game plan is largely going off without a hitch.
Now, Anitan's got to ask himself, I'm not getting any damage. Malians has a very steady eco here, already 17 cows ready for him. Sure, my mounted samurais are going to be a little bit better, but I either need to find damage or I need to find a way to get more ahead. So for him, this could be getting all the relics, or it could be just, you know, attacking. But the problem is just he cannot lose these mounted samurais. We can see he's also transitioning now into a little bit more of a Yumi composition so that he has an answer to all those millions of Donzos.
Check. Okay, just a scout. Sorry, I was just curious if that was something more dangerous. Sorry.
Now, the question for me is, if he just makes sofas, aren't those Yumis just going to melt like butter?
Potentially. I mean, they'll have a lot of space to maneuver on this field, right? Until there's a lot of sofa out, right? You don't want to move forward with the sofa because they can just get dunked by a quick clap from the samurai or from the spearmen that are on the field. But yeah, without that spears, without that Yumi yet, it is a little bit risky. Vortex, though, isn't Castle Age yet, so he's critically not with the imported armor tech yet. So that's one of the things that really makes those sofa pop, the archers later on, right?
And for now, they will stay safe. But you have to ask yourself, now, with the military count being equal, and you know, a lot of those being mounted samurai, one of them going down, that's a massive loss here. But the sofas, they're looking for blood as well. The Yumis, though, perfectly kiting already. Mounted samurais, they are looking like they're about to be spearman victims, but no kebabbing today, he says, microing backwards. Anitan just trying to snipe out every bit of Donzo he can.
Oh, gets low there, not quite, and fully committing with the Donzo. This is quite the aggressive play from Vortex. I don't know if he should be taking an engagement into this as the Yumi are just picking off the Donzo one at a time, comfortably, easy peasy lemon squeezy. The sofa count getting low. Same with the Danso. Okay, he's gonna be able to back up here. That feels like that was a comfortable trade for Anitan, and now Vortex forced to re-max on military instead of picking up. This is a very vital delay to his age up.
You might be a little bit concerned about this, and sure, this is a little bit dangerous as those sofas are running onto the arches. Ooh, and the sofa numbers are starting to get scary. But look at the food per minute. The food per minute is all the way there for Vortex. Even though he's in feudal, this is not the full cow boom in all of its glory with the Fulani. This is more than enough for him to keep the pump going. The sofas are doing amazing work. Now the Yumi archers trying to focus fire so low HP sofas instead, and they are doing just that. But Vortex feels confident enough to keep going, and Anitan does not have the food for this. We can see him being out there on berries as well. And Vortex now, when he starts aging up, this gets even scarier.
Did we still not have a monastery, or is it full? Yeah, we still don't have one. He's just dropping him on the ground. Oh, that's so funny. He's building them now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Anitan, his micro was pretty hot there with, you know, less numbers and a potentially scary situation. Able to keep the Yumi mass alive. He did trade away a lot of those mounted samurai, and yeah, I think that's a lot of credit to Vortex's strategy here to go for the Sofa and Danso composition. I think it's definitely panning out here. We'll see, though. The Castle Age is something that he's looking at. He wants it, but maybe feeling like he needs to commit more to military. No, he's got it.
He's got it. He knows he's got it. See, this is now a position where he's taken down a significant portion of Anitan's army already, and him hitting castle is going to feel good. We do see a little bit of stone in the pocket of Anitan, though, and with this, he could potentially add that second TC, get a little upgrade or two, but now he needs to do something with it, because right here is no damage to be found. You see the Fulani about to be done, and the problem is this is a full Lani. This is not a half Lani. This thing is completely full. But that TC completely idle for a minute and almost 30 seconds now.
Now a little bit of pressure here. Malians do get the fast veterancy upgrades, right? So they're quick at catching up here, so they can get a lot of stuff here. So yeah, Vet Danso, Vet Sofa, imported armor, not quick just yet. It is a critical tech, but a little bit less so against the Yumis, who have slightly less damage, so maybe it's not a rush order in this context. This is exactly where Malians just sort of come into their full self, right? This is where you want to be.
And this is not where you want to be as Japan, because now with that second TC is added, it's going to take a while to get online. Well, with Malians, they are online. And right now, it's just a matter of time before that army gets out of control. The Sofa numbers are already getting there. Now the Onamushas are a pretty decent answer to them. You just need to micro them. And that might be the issue where this comes in. Pound for pound, the Sofas just do a little better against this composition of Anitan. Anitan also struggling significantly here for food. He's now moving over to the deer, trying to wall that off. Very responsible of him. Because when you're up against a Sofa player, you know the raids are coming.
Mm-hmm. And just keeping his army defensively positioned. Yeah, I like what you said about the Onimusha, but I kind of feel like they're really good here, though. They kind of counter everything textually.
If you are the micro master and in huge numbers.
Chad, do you not believe?
I believe. I believe in one of my goats, one of my two goats.
I thought you said Vortex was your goat going into this, but yeah, no.
Yeah, he's my other goat. He's my other goat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Now, with Vortex, he's just doubling down on the Sofas. He knows the power of these. If you get enough, those Archer Fires, they are barely gonna make a dent. The Onamusha numbers steadily growing, but not too much of an investment. Spearman being the name of the game here, and this makes a lot of sense. With Spearman, you have an answer to most, but I do see some Javelins being queued up, and usually that's not a unit you see being made in Castle.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky unit, because one of the problems with them is that when you have huge masses of units, right, like a large masses of ranged units, the Javelin starts to feel a little bit less effective as a counter, because that's where you have one-shots just being a factor. So, like, you have enough archers and you're one-shotting the javelin, well, javelins are one-shotting you back, right? And it doesn't really feel like that much of an advantage. Whereas in smaller numbers, they can be really good at just picking off with solid micro. And I think Vortex might just make kind of a critical mass vibe with the javelin. I don't think we're going to see like 60 javelins here, but I could see us making like 15 and using those just to snipe, one-shot the Onimusha and sort of slow down this build-up that Anitan has been going for, because Anitan is starting to look like he's trying to wall off the sides. Maybe go for a push down the middle here. The raids. And it catch Vortex off a little off guard. Oh,
He's trying to find some damage, and it means he does need to find significant damage. And you can see he now spots, yay, going for food here, I see. So the passive food he gets from the cows, it's great, but he has to still be careful. Because with all of this, Anitan is slowly ramping up this army, still getting more and more spears, trying to snipe what they can over there, but the wall saves the villagers' lives, and Onimushas will not be landing too soon. But you can see Vortex is spread out all around this map. He's feeling like, with Malians, you do feel that little bit of confidence about moving around, not being the one who's targeted the whole time, because you usually have the slippery units everywhere. And I'm just not feeling that aggressive Vortex in this game.
Wait, there's one cow who doesn't fit. How do you think it feels to be that cow? He didn't get a home.
I mean, we should probably ask our producer, right? For cow being called out like that.
He should have a ranch.
That's our
Every cow should
producer,
have a home.
right there.
There's 2 cows without ranches.
Poor thing. Maybe he'll find the other cow at some point. They get in a little ranch together and
Yeah.
live a happy life. Until Anitan starts to raid and burns down their whole house.
Yeah,
That's
kills
deep.
them.
I saw it. No, Winston, calm down. We're not going that
No,
far.
we're gonna kill the cow. I love playing Malians, but yeah, it's one of the saddest things when your ranches start getting taken out. How
Now,
many relics did Anitan end up getting? Is it all 5?
3 right now. There's 2 more on the map, as we can see there. A little bit more to the south,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
2 relics. But I see a red blob moving forward. And
That's a
right
big
now,
blob.
I'm quaking in my boots for this poor man. There's a lot of spears in the mix, sure, but the archer numbers are scary too. And these farms feel very unprotected.
Yeah, and honestly, the relics too could get snagged here. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. The market being the first target, not the most vital structure in Anitan's base, but I mean, the relics being taken out is actually a huge loss of economy. A lot of that gold.
That's a significant portion.
And Anitan's just letting this happen to his base, I suppose. He's even going to lose one of the buildings with the Yorishiro in it.
This is a
Gold being lost.
Ooh, but the TC is firing back. We can see that's a spicy TC. One sofa at a time going down. But this is still a massive army, and Vortex has replaceability behind it. Anitan's food income is looking good
He's
as
going
well.
for the fight.
He's taking
Goes
it,
for the
but
surround.
is this the one he needs? It does look like the TC fire is helping immensely, but Vortex's army, it's slowly
Too much.
decreasing. Problem is, it is eventually gonna thin out here. The TC fire has been an immense help. The red lines of army just streaming towards them. With the problem is, the reinforcements are running right into the archers here.
This is textbook Vortex, though. He's just taking an incredible fight here, and the last few spears are going to get cleaned up on the left side of this fight, and then the economy behind is going to be exposed, and down go the spears and in go the sofas into the woodline in the back, the archers uncontested on the front, the few javelin throwers did make a difference, and now the villagers on the run. They might have a little bit of speed, but it's not enough, and you can see villagers idling left, right, center. The TC valiantly shooting its rockets like that scene in Mulan, trying to get that one critical hit on the mountainside, but there's no mountain, there's no avalanche, no act of the gods to save the base of Anitan, as every single villager will meet its demise in time.
Yeah, no, Anitan definitely got... Wow. That was some top-tier production right there. Vortex just vibing. He knows exactly how to make things happen, and saying he wants that spot at Wololo pretty soon. Anitan, though, he lost his army. Sure. But he still has a pretty significant amount of villagers here. The problem is just the red lines. They keep coming. It doesn't feel like anything's slowing down here.
This is just Malians. I'm telling you, Malians are goated. They're the best Civ. They're the best Civ by like a lot. I feel like they're so good. They're so good at hitting this timing. So few Civs feel like they can keep up with this production. If you don't put enough pressure on the cows and the two hit mines, everything just feels like it just snowballs into this crazy push. They have great units. And you can see here, just the desperation woodline is going to get spotted. The villagers on the run as if they can sense death. They run into the enemy they know, which is the old army. Away from the enemy they didn't know, which is the new army. Oh no. And everything is idle.
Everything is idle, everything is dying, villagers are just screaming for help, every spearman going down. The amount of archers in this is just unfathomable, and the sofas just keep coming. You can see the sofas there at the wall, trying to just break through to keep this push going. But the income has completely plummeted, as we see that all of that idle economy is finally starting to add up for him.
Actually, somehow Anitan has more vills still. I don't get how. When you've lost 43? I get that there's a second TC. I understand that. I just mean like it's how, like metaphorically how, not legit, not actually how. He just
it's like a
he
mindset.
has them because he trained them. It's a mental thing. Yeah, it's like a how, you know.
And he's still holding on. He's like,
he's still
got this,
alive.
guys. He's like, I should just hold this for a bit longer. I am Japan. This is the most contested Civ right now. So let's see how this works. This TC, it's not ready for this type of push, though. We can see the archers now are poison arrows. Every single one is going to be hitting so well, especially with him kiting backwards. But just the spearmen are falling like flies. Second TC next on the menu. These sofas are hungry for it.
Yes, the sofas, famously hungry.
Okay, Winston, I think I found my new main civilization on ladder. Thank you for joining me for this cast, and I'm gonna go play ranked now, and I will go get Conk 3 with Malians.
With what?
Because this
I
is
thought you were gonna say
disgusting.
with sofas.
No, yeah, of course, sofas too, but that's part of Malians. Disgusting. Just look at this. The food income doesn't even bend a bit. It's just a constant onslaught. It feels like if you can't kill Malians in feudal, you don't kill them.
Sometimes. I mean, I think there's ways to play around it. I think going FC and dealing no damage with timing is part of the problem of what happened here. Like, Anitan didn't really get any of his eco set up in a way that was, like, really, really crazy. I mean, we're seeing it's really close. Like, this was really tight. But in the end here, there's just still so much military in his base. And all the villagers on the north are still very exposed. These archers could end up finding this woodline again. Wait, the village went all the way up here. This is a gambit if I've ever seen one. It doesn't pay off. And Vortex is the first winner in this set here. First one to come out with a win. And this could be very meaningful because, you know, in a best of 7, it feels like every game ends up mattering, especially when it comes down to the wire. Like, you don't want to be left behind or thinking about this one game at the start that you lost. So Vortex is probably going to be thinking, okay, confident, calm. Go into the next game. How are we going to come out ahead in this?
Not
Just worked out. Malians for the win. That's all I'm going to say.
Malians, the goat civilization. Got it. No, I can definitely see this already putting Anitan in a position where he says, oh, I should do a little bit more damage against Vortex. Cannot just sit in my base. Because honestly, it felt like the sofas is just constantly under pressure here. They are the things causing the pressure. And when you are the one getting to castle, you want to be the guy forcing mistakes out of your opponent. But we have Baldland coming up, and Anitan was spicy enough to think that he was going to get French, but Vortex quickly snipes it out. On the other hand, the same thing for Vortex. He was like, let me get some JD in here. But no, Anitan's opts for the Macedonians. And we've been seeing the French variety civs out here just being, or French in general, just being an absolute menace on Baldland. The tiny woodlines, big opportunities for raids. You just don't want a civilization with feudal knights to dominate your game.
Yeah, exactly. And here we see Byzantine versus Mac. I think it's going to be a fun matchup because overall there's a lot of similarities, in how JD and French play out, but with Mac, like it feels completely different with the timings and the whole like general style of flow and gameplay. Man, this battle was crazy. What a gutsy call from Vortex to say, okay, my army might be just a little bit better, but I still feel confident that I can fight under this super powered TC with the rockets.
Now that TC was deleting units one by one. I was just enjoying watching these SOFA shots every single time. They just dare step under and fall like flies. And wow. Now, with this though, I think it spells a pretty dangerous game either way. Because Macedonians, they do have knights or Radari in feudal. So it still feels like this is something that Anitan needs to respect. But at the same time, is this maybe the one instance that Byzantines goes for a little bit of horse action themselves?
You think they're going to go the Keshet contract?
I don't think so, but I hope so.
I think what's more likely even is by some miracle is you go the javelin contract so you can get camels.
No.
Deal with Radari.
That's
But just so
true.
you get the camels and Castle Age with the Western contract or the Eastern contract. Yeah, that could be interesting.
Okay.
Silk Road one? I forget which one it's called. But the one with the javelin and camel, I feel like could be really interesting here potentially. But like, I mean, come on, you're really gonna give up longbows? Like, who says
Can't.
no to longbows? You can't. Look, if Vortex even drafted English, because you just can't say no to longbows.
That's the real secret here. Just get more bows, more problems. Actually, oh wait. Oh, I thought Winston. I thought Cow just destroyed you. I'm sorry. I
I'm trying to fix my camera, but whatever.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
you guys can deal with blurry me. Blurry me is here to stay.
They just need your wonderful voice, Winston. Just immerse them.
Sure.
So, with the rest of this, though, this still means that French and JD are up for grabs later in this. And, I mean, looking at the maps, there's quite a few options here. We have Frisian Marshes, we have Hill and Dale. We've actually seen a Holy Island every now and again with these two civs as well. But I just feel like these civs have a pretty good place in this specific map pool at the moment. But ladies and gents, it's time for us to move on over to the baldest of lands with the smallest little woodlines. Let's go see who raids whose villages just that bit harder.
Ooh.
Are you going to say anything
Some
else?
early
Or we-
act gear. No, I'm just intrigued by the act gear from the stronghold. I think this is an interesting play.
So, getting the early ad gear is a little bit more expensive than you would usually. Those are 200 wood per production building, right? See. Okay, see, guys. So this means that you have to wait a little bit to just make sure that you can afford your spearmen in this scenario. But Winston, I love that you call them ad gears. It's like my new word for them. I really
don't know
appreciate
what.
it.
I don't really know how to say it. It's ads. Can we click on one and just look at the name again? I have to learn because I've been calling it this.
Ad gear,
I call them at gears. I don't say the second half.
I think that's a good idea. Ad gear. I go for it. But we have to put a r in there because the Macedonian dynasty. Ad gear. Yes. Oh my gosh.
No.
Stop.
No, we're done. We're done.
Yeah, we're done. Back to
was
normal
enough.
casting. Yes. Okay, we've had enough fun.
completely normal casting because that's what we do. We do that here.
So, two of them though. Pretty healthy investment, just like we saw previously with Vortex. Vortex invested 2 spearmen, and he's wait. No, that was Anitan. I was on the wrong side. But the 2 investment is usually pretty standard here. Now, going for that 3rd as well, this just means we're committing to the Dark Age a little bit longer. Or at least we want to deny as much as possible. But these villagers need to be careful. Anitan, he's playing a dangerous game, especially against a civilization that has horses that love picking off little villages on low HP.
Yeah, I think these are going to be villas that stay on the sheep for eternity, right? For the entire game. Maybe those become farm villas later. But yeah, no, it's an interesting opening for Vortex. Wondering if he's happy with that amount of damage. Like, you did force him off that front gold, but what are you really going to find? This isn't looking like a repeat of the game against Beastie, right? Where Vortex was able to get a ton of damage into those berries. These berries being in the back, and honestly, they look a little bit closer, but this is a different map, of course, but a little bit closer, a little more comfortable. Still not getting the winery. The Hippodrome going to be the play of choice.
So it's going to be...
likely of Hippodrome versus Hippodrome.
Exactly. I'm
But
so
different
excited.
Hippodromes. They're different.
Yes. The one gives you free units. The other one makes horses. And that's... Yeah?
You get Triumph from the Byzantine ones. Triumph is such a critical ability. It swings fights in such a major way. It gives your horsemen a ton of damage and healing for the duration of that fight.
Winston, would you rather have Rodari? Or would you have... Or would you have horsemen with Triumph every now and again?
Is Vortex building a house?
No.
Surely. He is.
I was going to say,
He is.
Vortex has shown us that you can be the best and still struggle to get the TC active at all times. But he's at least...
Well, it's always like a little like it's what's it called? Misguiding. It leads you astray because it's like red here, you know. But it's not that big a deal because they're probably just building the house while the villager's being built or something. So it didn't lead to any idle time. Actually, 4 seconds of idle time. So maybe, you know, that's the end of the game, right? Game's over. 4 seconds idle time.
Yes.
GG no re. Go next.
No. Anitan is in a situation where he's already ready to build that first set of mercenaries, though. And that feels pretty good, especially when you're this early into your feudal, you know, you're going for horses. The problem is, Vortex is now the one who needs to produce a few horsemen to be able to counter this. And Anitan is going to have that timing on his side, at least for a little bit, because of the age up being a bit quicker. He does have a few spearmen to make sure that the raid doesn't land too easily, and you do see him pulling those red dots back all the way to the base. Ooh, what contract are we getting?
That is longbows.
Longbows, standard. Very nice.
I mean, were you really expecting something else?
I was hoping for something else, but I didn't expect anything else, unfortunately. This does put us in a spot now where Anitan wants to ideally keep these longbows at base for a little while. You don't want to move out with 5 longbows. Usually those get picked off pretty quickly. So with that, he's going to make sure that those horses are the ones doing the talking.
You call it talking, really?
Raiding
is talking? Is that just being chatty?
Yes.
Hello, come here, little villager.
Hello, little villager.
I'm gonna read you a bedtime story. It starts with the point of the spear.
This spear, it hits hard. Let me show you, yeah? So
Yeah, I like how the Byzantines are now saying yeah.
Oh, wait, Byzantines? We would say ne. Ne.
No, that's the horses.
Okay. It means yes in Greek. God damn it. Winston.
But it's also nay, which is what horses say, you know?
Oh, American humor. Got it. I missed out.
What do your horses say?
We do see that Anitan has the few horses there at the back, trying to find a bit of damage, but there's no red dots at the back there, so this front horse is going to be the only source of damage for him. Vortex, though, getting his horse-specific upgrades, which means that this is going to mean his horses are a little bit stronger, eh?
Yeah, just getting that little boost on the HP is always nice as well on these. It goes a pretty long way. I think that sheep is about to get mercilessly slaughtered. That is cruel and unusual.
Now,
Evil.
He's got a lot of horses, and it takes me back a little bit to Beastie's game from earlier, where we saw the huge amount of horses paired with a handful of longbows with the Triumph. It just goes really well. Now, the horse here, trying to look for some damage, but Vortex, at the speed of a light, reacts.
I feel like Vortex is playing so sharp today, just generally speaking. I mean, he always is one of the faster players, but like, just seeing him in the previous tournament, or the previous series and the series now, it's really impressive. Curious if the longbowmen are really going to be able to make a difference here.
Now, it
Because
does
at some point you just switch, right? Into Rodari, and what do they do?
Now, Vortex is nowhere close to thinking about those, as he's still making a lot of ad gears. So with the ad gears, the longbows are going to be able to handle this in these close engagements, but you have to get enough longbows to be able to do so. You see these horses actually struggling quite a bit to catch up to the scout here, and even if they do damage to it, it will probably heal back up pretty quickly. Now, Anitan is a little bit ahead here with the villagers, 2 villages already. And I'm telling you now, Winston, Vortex, he likes a little bit of TC idle time, as we see 33 seconds idle time on that TC. So it makes the difference in a villager here, a villager there, but Anitan needs to find a way to actually make this matter.
I tend to think that like 1 or 2 vil difference isn't the end of the world in most games. Like, I think much more important than, like, maybe in mirror matches, it might be one of the most important things where you're doing the exact same thing, but I think generally speaking, it's the strategy that you're employing and like the micro that are going to be more decisive than like if you have or have not like another 100 or 200 resources from units, right? So I know it sounds like coping to say like, oh, a little idle time isn't a big deal, as it's something that's so easy to, in air quotes, easy, right, to fix in your own gameplay. But I don't know. I don't think it's like, you know, obviously Vortex is a top tier player. And it still happens for him. I think it's like fine. It's fine. I'm coping for Vortex right now. That's what's happening. If you can't tell, this is me coping for Vortex on behalf of everybody who's ever idled the TC. Right?
Oh, we do now have a position here where players get to ask themselves the question: do I want to keep playing in feudal? Do I want to make units? And Vortex, he's making a sparing unit here and there. He's got 8 on gold though, and usually 8 on gold for a Macedonian, it means business, and usually that business is in form of a golden horn tower, and this goes both ways. So Anitan also edging himself towards floating a bit of resources here as he's making a bit of a Limited transition. Limited getting into position, but they are going to be met with a lot of horses. And let's see that reaction. Is he going to react on time? You can see Vortex's reaction is just that little bit faster. But they get activated. The villagers are fighting back.
They say, no, be gone, demons, and they grab the spears that they had somewhere in their rucksack and force those few raiders out. That now is on cooldown, and there was some damage dealt as well to those villas. They're pretty low, and now a fight in the center. The longbows, feeling bold, going to move out, knowing several of the horsemen are not here to defend, gonna force Vortex off of the food there, which he just moved out to. Now, these deer packs are really small on this map, so it's not really the end of the world to get pushed off. Like, what, I think like half of a deer was remaining there. We'll see. Anitan now feeling bold, going out to the berries in the front of his base. Getting raid after raid. Things are going well for him here. He's got a nice villager lead. In 1.5-ish vills. He's got a nice little mill lead. His eco, though, going to be falling behind.
Now with him...
the castle timing.
Yeah, with him spreading out himself into the castle age, he's starting to bank up the resources for it. But the champion has arrived, as we can see, and that champion is no ordinary champion. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a Radari, and that Radari is about to have a level 2 upgrades as well. So this makes sure that it should be able to hit quite hard, especially with the castle age coming on in too. Now, a tower for a little bit of protection, but that little tower only houses a few villagers, and this attack feels like it's imminent.
Things could be getting spicy any moment here. The Golden Horn Tower is in a pretty passive spot, just securing the gold, but not even that, like, aggressively. Like, that gold could still maybe get a little bit raided. But for now, it's going to be the berries, obviously. But yeah, the gold in the front and on the left, both still a little bit exposed, with this Golden Horn Tower kind of, like, splitting the difference, if you will, just to secure the berries. So we'll see if that pays off or becomes a weakness that Anitan can exploit later.
And it looks like the Golden Horn Tower coming up for Mr. Anachat as well now. But there's a few red dots behind his base about to pay him a little visit. The Mitane, they are in position to destroy anything that scares anyone on that army, but villagers popping in pretty quickly as the upgrades are still pending for most of his units. Now, at Gamajir, they're going to have their upgrades pretty soon. That's close enough, guys. You'll survive.
Now, this Golden Horn Tower, it doesn't hit the same, because of course, this one doesn't fire bullets, but it does put him into a spot where he's going to get those mercenaries constantly. And you have to ask yourself, do you want crossbows or mercenaries?
Oh, a little bit of a shenanigan. You want crossbows or mercs? Oh, I mean...
Both work fine.
I think the longbows... There's just an issue here where, like, if the longbows get caught out, it's really hard to replace them. And that's always the tricky thing with playing Biz, is that your army is kind of, at a certain point, it gets really hard to replace. So you're more cautious about taking crazy fights. Even when your economy gets really good, the olive oil income, doesn't necessarily match and give you as much value later on in the game. Like, you're not necessarily going to have that big buildup that you've had over the course of the game, and the raids coming in, the Radari champion taking very little damage from the longbows. Counter raids, but the Atgears are there, the Atgear Matadors are there.
And you can see Anitan is desperately trying to make a connection to a villager, and every single time he does, he loses some units in that process. Both of them now losing 2 villages total. And this is not massive, of course. You have Byzantines with a major economy lead, as they have 5 level 5 cistern. Vortex, on the other hand, he has the unit lead, I would say. So those cisterns, making sure everything is nice and inspired here, but there needs to be a move out here for the relics pretty soon. And neither of these players have thought about it just yet. Anitan slowly making his own little monastery.
Well, things coming together here for Anitan. I feel like his setup is starting to get solid, right? Tier 5 cisterns, everything is comfortable. Potentially starting to grab some relics as he's got the monastery, and forcing Vortex into kind of that rainbow army, right, to deal with the forces he's presented. And what is your thought on the Cataphract edition from Anitan? It's not something we see often, I want to say, from Biz, is heavy investment in Cataphracts, but when it works, it feels like it really works.
And it definitely deals with a lot of units that Macedonian could potentially make, but it's not part of that composition. So I'm a little bit worried about this. So usually with those cataphracts, you either want to be raiding or you want them to stomp on a bunch of ranged ones, especially. Get to the back line if there's anything blocking you. But this is still a pretty hard thing to do when there's a bunch of spears in this mix. Vortex, though, he does stop producing those Atgears, and it looks to be only Radari from here on out.
Yeah, the raids have been, like, thoroughly refuted by Anitan for the recent bit of time. So the horsemen and the free cavalry from the Hippodrome haven't really proven all too useful. A lot of their value, though, could come into the next, seeded battle in the center of the map if these champions are able to survive, right? The Radari champion being one of the most important, obviously. These auras that they provide are very useful for your army in big battles as well. So it's something where you really have to focus on that. Going forward, though, it looks like Vortex comfortable to just sort of play the map here, play everything out, spread out, just take control, keep Eco surviving in different pockets, and see if he's ever focused on grouping up and taking the fight to Anitan. And I think Anitan is going to be ready to match those cataphracts. They're very expensive, but that means that in a fight, right, Whammon, they're crazy powerful.
They can provide a lot of hits to be absorbed here, but you can see him not really ready to commit with these. So they do take a bit of a fight back off, and now the longbows are going to need to make sure that they make this matter. Longbows target firing, all those crossbows at the back. There's a lot of overkilling happening here, which means that damage is not spread as well as it needs to be. The Radari doing a good amount of work here. One crossbow staying alive between all of this, but it looks like the longbows will prevail, and definitely the focus fire paid off. Oh, and the Triumph, of course,
got activated mid-fight, and that meant that these cataphracts just did not want to die, and Anitan takes a decisive fight in the center of the field here. I mean, Vortex just came out to try and contest the map. He said, okay, I've got my Radari, I've got my Akir, I've got even some bowmen and some everything I need, I've got a little rainbow army, and it was just not enough to deal with the focused efforts of Anitan. The longbows were never traded down against, they just were able to keep building and building that mass, which is why players have decided just keep picking up the longbow packs, keep choosing the Western contract with Biz, And that meta has existed for a reason, and I think it will continue to as long as it can show time and time again that it works in games in situations like this. Vortex, yeah, he was feeling confident maybe after game 1, but he's got to feel a little rattled here as Anitan takes a decisive win, taking the series to a tied state of 1-1. Whammin'.
Yeah, showing us that the original Byzantine civilization dominates here. But of course, this was well played just by Anitan by holding back again with the longbows, focus firing. And Rodari, they raided, but didn't really land like we saw from Vortex in the previous games. Still in a state of the game where we could move out, go onto the resources, external resources, and Byzantines flourishes with that. Macedonian Dynasty and the Golden Horn Tower, they secured some resources, but it didn't feel like it actually gave them anything out of that. So, yeah, I think in a way here, Vortex maybe just took the wrong fight at the wrong time and it cost the game. So, yeah, Byzantine's economy looking good, y'all.
Looking good indeed. Yes. Yeah, that was solid stuff. Solid stuff. What do we got up next? What's the next game here? What's the next map?
Is our producer.
Next situation.
You're asking them all the questions and they're just like ferociously pressing the buttons to show us the replays. And we have a little bit of a Zushi on Hillendale instead of Delhi. Ooh, that's an interesting snipe here. Vortex playing against Beastie's Delhi a little bit earlier and banning it out this game against this Ayyubids. I'm kind of intrigued.
Anitan played Delhi as well against Baltoon on Hillendale, and it looked really good. So it makes sense, I think, to take out a civ that I think Anitan is very good with. Delhi has proven to be a lot more flexible than it used to be in the past. It used to be a very kind of one-trick all-in aggression. But I think players like Anitan are showing that there's multiple ways to play Delhi. And those other ways are very formidable when played correctly. And I think it just fits Anitan's style so well. I feel like if I thought about anyone who's really good on Delhi, it might be Vortex. But beyond that, Anitan is such a solid player on it as well.
Now, with our rest of our map pool out here, we have to, because we have 3 minutes before the game starts, and we'll dissect a little bit of Hillendale, especially as we load in. Because sometimes, Winston, I feel like we're looking at these civilizations, especially Zushi and something like Ayyubids, where no crazy things are going to happen in the early game. So I want us to just take a moment, look at what we've got left on the roster, and see maybe who can dictate what happens. We heard from Anitan earlier. He's feeling very confident on water. We know Vortex is exactly the same. So what we saw out of Anitan earlier, though, it was a destruction on Holy Island. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He knew where people overinvested. So if there's someone who can take down an absolute king on Holy Island, it would definitely be Anitan. But Vortex, he's still a big one to face. Big question mark that I have here is our Frisian marshes. Frisian marshes, it seems to have an ever-evolving meta. Every single week we see it. The one week we see this civ and that civ, and then everybody tries to play them. But then the next one, all of a sudden, people are going for triple dock instead of just a double dock. Then all of a sudden, we're going for barracks. Then all of a sudden, barracks is not worth it anymore. Then there's a tower rush. And it seems to be an ever-evolving meta. I don't really know if people have decided which one is best just yet.
It's hard to know if there even is one. It feels like being unexpected is the meta, right? And if being unexpected is the meta, then that kind of means there is no meta, right? Because by meta by definition infers, repeated, you know what I mean? You know what I'm getting at. I could see a Ayyubids there. I could see HRV there for Vortex. But he's Ayyubids here. So now I don't even know.
Now everything's thrown out the door.
I was thinking of Ayyubids for Frisian potentially, but nope. That's going to be Hillendale, right? Because I'm smart and I can see see what's in front of us.
That's really important. I mean, as a caster, I think one of the biggest skills that you need is being able to read.
Or see, see in general.
That's
right?
a good one.
Having sight is a pretty critical role in the caster's,
requirements. I completely agree, Winston. But aside from that, we're getting Zushi. Now, Zushi on this map, I know we're getting a meditation garden. There's nothing crazy happening out of that. But the meditation garden very often the juiciest one is outside the base. Now, after Anitan faced Vortex here already in 2 games, I don't think he's going to be taking any chances. That Meditation Garden, you want to place it safely in your base. Make sure that you can extend the game as you need it. And Zushi is a civ that benefits off of a little bit of a delay. So guys, let's hop on in and see what these spawns have offered us. And I want to take a quick look at Anitan's base to see. Ooh, Meditation Garden, could we? I think we could. We could get all 3/4 resources in that spot. It would block out a little bit of our optimal placements later, but it does feel pretty good here.
Yeah, I wonder. It's interesting, the juicy landmark choice. Curious about it long term, for the game, but for now, it's really interesting. I think the Meditation Gardens on this map in particular is really fun. Yeah, I think it's just fun, right? Seeing it, if you can get a lot of the big 8Ks, that can always be like a big risk, but you don't think we're gonna see anything crazy like that, do you? Like a Medi here or a Medi there? No way, right?
Anitan is not, he's spicy, but he's not that kind of spicy. He's still a Slavic man. He plays by meta sometimes. But he knows when to be responsible and when not to be responsible. And this is not the series you go irresponsible Meditation Garden in, especially considering that with this age up, you're dealing against the Aeobids. And Aeobids, we've seen what they do time and time again. In Feudal, we just get our 2 dervishes into a pretty heavy pressure. Now, usually we want to take a quick look at the map to see what that pressure could look like. Ooh, House of Wisdom may have been forgotten there for a second, but he does pull the villager to finish it up now. And we want to ask ourselves, okay, are we playing Feudal? Is the map open enough for us to actually make something work out of this? Or am I going to be a greedy goose all the way to Castle? And with 3 on gold still, I see that Vortex is leaving that with a big question mark for us so far. But he pulls off a few villages from food, straight onto wood. We're getting feudal aggression, and logistics is the name of the game.
Logistics. It's the dervishes. They're back and we love them. Yeah, the cambulances are really, really strong. We've seen them so frequently now. It's just such a strong landmark. I'm not really surprised by that, but I'm curious what the follow-up is going to be. We've seen some players going for various different things, Wayman. Earlier today, even, we saw the wonderful Industry Wing as the follow-up to Logistics. So I'm curious if Vortex is going to follow suit in that, or kind of try something else.
Okay, Winston, this might seem strange to you, and it was strange to me for the first 3 weeks of casting, that people were making Industry Wing, but I think it's the meta right now. I think so. It didn't make any sense to me. I took a little while to get used to it, but I think we finally made peace with the fact that this is now the meta. So Industry Wing is very viable recently, according to all the pros. So I know it sounds confusing, and you might have a lot of questions. This might be a very confusing time for you, but I promise it's working apparently. And you as a dev, can you tell me if this was intended?
I mean, we buffed it, I think, every patch we could for like 2 years. So yeah, not 2 years, but since it came out, haven't we buffed that wing almost every patch? Not every patch, but a little bit. Like, it's been like 50 more wood, then 50 more stone.
When are we getting chickens in the game?
What?
Yes, because imagine this. You're like, oh, we're gonna go for the next wing into chicken wing. There's some puns in there.
Oh
but
my gosh,
yes.
the chicken wing. I didn't even think of this. I didn't think of this. I thought, like, we have cows, and what more could you need than cows, right?
It's about the memes. Okay. And apparently we got a little whisper here in our ear saying reindeer. These Scandinavians, we gotta keep them under control. But the cambulances are underway, and we see a stable coming out shortly after. Double stable at that, ladies and gentlemen. The cambulances are underway, and their military units will shortly follow.
Yeah, I was actually just looking it up because I was so curious. And yeah, Industry Wing is the most popular Castle Age wing, according to the new AoE4 analytics page. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
It's not that crazy, Winston. You're just gonna repeat yourself. Winston, The amount of times you've
In the
repeated
future.
it.
In the future, this will be true. I promise.
Okay. See, guys, when sitting here with Winston, I sometimes ask myself, am I losing my mind?
No,
Or is
I'm
this
losing my
reality?
mind a little bit. Sorry. I am losing my mind slightly. The Medi Gardens is getting dervished. I don't know. What are you seeing right now? I'm seeing dervishes and a scout raid the Meditation Gardens, which is cutting off the beautiful piece of that land, and the resources are being bamboozled. They don't know how to act when the candles are there with their sheets to hold people, you know? The berries simply cannot contain themselves in this moment.
This is all about disturbing the peace. When you have meditation garden, it's there for the meditation. The more disturbances of peace around it, the less resources it produces. Now, I know for a lot of you guys, this might sound like I'm memeing, but no, that's actually how it works. And this is why with those dervishes, you can't attack, right? But of course, you want to make sure that you try to act. That was not intended to be a pun. But Vortex now, he's got 2 units on the field. He wants to land with these. He wants to do some kind of damage. The problem is, Anitan, he's made a tower. And that kind of negates everything that I feel like Vortex could do in this scenario. Horsemen as well, there to protect.
But the dervishes, I just love seeing the dervishes run in as if they're the most threatening thing in the world. And then you remember they can't even hit. They can't even attack. They're just sort of looking on with glee. But behind them is the danger. And now a little bit of torching coming in. A little bit of a nuisance, a little bit of pick off. You know, it's fun to get a little silly on these matches because Hill and Dale can generally have a slower start. But this feels like the Octane is in the tank. It feels like Vortex here to play, right? He's trying to get map control, and I think he's going to be playing some pretty aggressive stuff here, potentially.
So, looking at his resource split, obviously, we're seeing he is going castle. But now we have 2 choices, actually, Winston. We have the industry wing, or we have military wing. So that's been a pretty constant click up for most pro players at this rate. But I have to ask myself, what do you want when you're up against Zhu Shi? And I guess a lot of it would just be units. So I'm wondering if Vortex feels the same way right now, especially considering all of these are going to be costing an insane amount of resources. And when you're running low on gold and you're up against a man who's now going to go for lances, you feel like you're on borrowed time. He has, however, made sure that it doesn't become too much of an issue by just walling up and negating anything that may come his way. Reinforcement wing is the name of the game.
You have, like, that third eye today, right? Just
I
seeing
do.
the future.
I actually watched a lot of games these last few weeks. I've been casting a lot, so I had
Spider
to.
sense.
Yeah,
It's tingling.
it's like I actually played this game sometimes. Isn't that wild?
No, I love the reinforcement wing here. I think you're right. Just having a lot of units against this, and several stables as well. So Camel Lancer plus the Desert Raider. Ooh. Would have been risky. Couldn't go for that because that is the Bald Man. So he has plenty of durability. The Shaolin Monks
Ooh,
have
and
a
he's.
little more durability than the normal monk.
You're saying a little bit. That doesn't feel like a little bit. That poor dervish is gonna run for his life, and those lances are not looking at stopping. They get a dervish, and the Shaolin monk goes down. But the next boy,
Crazy.
he's on the way. The dervish, the one remaining one, is in shambles right now.
That was kind of crazy. That's not what Vortex was looking for in the opening here. Anitan with a big aggressive opening here, really just making it work. Shi, for a long time, was considered one of the best civs, right? Especially in the Prof Scouts meta, when that was all the rage and all anyone could do in any games. Haven't seen as much of it in recent days since the nerf, recent months, right? As it's been just a lot less oppressive than it used to be. But still, coming in hot here with this opening, and we're going to have reinforcements wing soon, but I don't know, it feels like Anitan kind of got what he wanted out of the opening, right? He's going to have access to several relics, already grabbed one from the middle, the ones on the north and the south, 2 on the north could easily be his, and he might even be able to snipe one on the south side of the map, or dare I say the one on the right, although I doubt that.
That dervish needs to move into position to pick up at least a safe one. Now, these Desert Raiders are starting to do quite a bit of poke. I wouldn't say damage just yet. We're not there yet. So he needs to try and get a relic at least, because what this is going to end up being is Anitan with 5 relics if he doesn't move out now. But with all of these units looming, he probably feels that pressure. We do hear another relic being picked up, and Vortex is the one picking up that relic. I don't know, it looks like it's there in the south, and it doesn't look like it's going to be for free.
Maybe? Sneaky moments? Nope. On the run. On the run. And then he snags it back.
Disgusting. Anitan is everywhere. But now, ooh, he's got the reinforcements, literally from the reinforcement. Ooh, but
You could roll low here. Yeah, it's scary.
It barely does any damage, though. These camels are tickling, but not doing much more. They are trying to make a little bit of a play here for those lances, but he wants to cut off this relic. He needs to cut off this relic. And he sees a little surprise there waiting for him. Jugunu, the next part of this game.
Yeah, a little bit of poke damage here and there. The Wololo comes out, forcing Vortex to back up a little bit. Not the best showing here for Anitan, as the micro not really panning out, and here the Dervish can just snag the relic back. So a fun little battle, a little back and forth for this relic from the south side of the map. But in the meantime, Anitan did grab the other kind of neutrally placed relic on the north side of the map, and now there's just one left for either player to secure.
Now, the last one, I would say, for Anitan is definitely very safe. So he does win the Relic War a bit, but this is usually not your deciding factor when you are the Zushi legacy. So I'm a little bit concerned about what the next step is here, because now he's found out that lances are not the answer he was looking for. He's getting more Jugunu, he's getting more crossbows in the mix as well. And we see a few archery ranges coming on out, and the archer transition is the name of the game. Vortex is getting that very signature archer mass that we've seen from him.
That's an interesting option here for Vortex. Just rely on the Desert Raiders. He's not making a ton of Camel Lancers here on the back of this, and maybe just Desert Raider Archer for now would be good enough against Jugunu Crossbow with some Lancer support. That could be an interesting matchup for Vortex long term. Anitan has been really relaxed, I feel like, on the production here. It doesn't feel like he's focusing heavily on it. He's getting techs now, like Wheelbarrow, some Eco techs, something that Vortex really has kind of neglected here. He's only gotten Wheelbarrow, really just barely starting to tickle the blacksmith upgrades. Ooh, Camel Lancers, though, coming in. Get a little spooky surprise. Hello, Mr. Villager. Goodbye, Mr. Villager.
One villager kill. Wow. We finally got some damage. Just like that, Anitan is the first one to lose a vill. And honestly, I've been very impressed with these two and how few villagers they've lost throughout these games. But Vortex actually wants a little bit more. Now trying to just find more openings in the space, not wanting to set off any alarm bells by attacking the walls. He just wants to see what's going on. But +2 range defense is coming on in. And this is going to be important, especially with all of those Jugunu that he saw.
Yeah, this is quiet and calm game so far. Army, though, for Vortex. Wait, but are you getting nervous at all for Anitan here that his army won't be enough? Or do you feel like it's enough? I feel like
Winston,
this reinforcement wing has really pumped out a lot of Desert Raiders.
I have a little bit of trauma when it comes to playing against the civilization a bit, because with enough Desert Raiders, it feels like they can respond to anything, and it doesn't matter what you make. And we're getting to a point where I'm starting to question whether Anitan's army is going to be ready for this. But at the same time, you may have those experiences in a normal civilization, but with Jugunu, maybe the game plays out a little bit different. You have to keep in mind, Jugunu don't do that well against the Camel Lancers, but they do better than your regular archer. So these Camel Lancers are plentiful. It's going to need to be seen if Anitan is fast enough to actually spread the fire and do the real damage.
I mean, I think the long-term setup for Anitan at this stage is a lot better, right? He has taxes working on his behalf. He has more eco upgrades by, like, a lot. So I think he'll be in a better position long-term. And he has 3 relics to 2, right? So his setup is just a little bit better, a little bit smoother right now. And if Vortex isn't going to take a super decisive fight, things could snowball maybe from here. This is where Chinese and Jushi both start to get a little bit scary, because we're starting to eye up the part of the game where they could very well be looking at going to Song Dynasty and maybe just starting to get the granary boom going, right? Just getting the granaries in general, regardless of like just getting it going, could be a big moment here in short order.
Okay, going for a granary transition in this position does feel a little bit risky. He's still got access to outside food sources if he starts moving out. And at this point, if you slow down this army by not producing and going for granaries, you are going to be cooked. And when I say cooked, we can see some Maginiques being built. That is the problem here. There's a very limited time frame for you to actually shut down this Aeobits before they get going. And you know that you're going to outlast your opponent on gold. So you probably want to hit them when the gold is still on the move out. And that's exactly what's happening at this moment. Now, Vortex is the one who needs to move out onto that second gold, while Anitan still has a little bit of breathing room for himself. But the Maginiques, it's going to make this so difficult. We can see on the UI, Maginiques are not showing up, but guys, be very certain they are real and they are here.
Going to be evil and angry, and they're going to have a lot of power here, because this fight is going to be in this tiny little choke point in the front of Anitan's base, very likely, unless for some reason Anitan takes the fight outside. We do see a few horsemen and knights still, horsemen and lancers, sorry, for Anitan. I'm not convinced those are going to be some crazy option here that will dramatically shift the tides.
Now, this looks like a pretty scary army, and with a front line, this could be insane. But we see Anitan knows that front line issue that may be here. You guys might say, oh, but the camels are a front line. Yes, but that's why there are spears in this mix. Anitan now making a lot of them. And you can see him slowly starting to move out on the map by getting those walls on the left side. So, one little villager just dancing his life away. That isn't the biggest issue. The biggest issue right now is Anitan's base getting pushed in on, and it doesn't. I don't know if he has enough to actually respond to this. He's getting a nest of bees himself, but he's the one that's very susceptible to mangonel fire, especially with all those Juganus.
Yeah, this fight could get really nasty really quick, right? Like, just a matter of, will Vortex pull the trigger? This is sort of his, I would say, almost a staple of Vortex's gameplay. Is he really likes to go for these, like, just killer pushes right now, right? And so this edition of the Maginiques, this is how he's won every single game today so far, has been with these pushes, and he is staring down the barrel of Anitan's army and says, I have no fear, let's tussle, let's go, bro, let's fight. And here it comes, the Maginiques. Gotta be a huge threat. There's only one nest of bees here, actually a second nest of bees for Anitan. Ooh, the big shots are coming in, but it is with the fire mode turned on, not the standard attack, so deals a lot of damage in a big area, but not as lethal as like a condensed fire.
And here we see the nest of bees. It's just standing a little bit too far forward, but they do make it out alive. The Maginiques, though, they are firing down upon every single unit they can, and finally killing off a few. Now that second shot doing amazing here. The nest of bees trying to perform miracles.
Oh my god, it's a total wipe. Vortex just demolishes Anitan in that fight. That was crazy.
This was a lot harder than I can imagine he anticipated. Anitan really learning to respect those Maginique hits, and we can quickly see how that skyrocketed onto one side. Now, that was the issue that I was mentioning a little bit earlier, Winston. If you go for a farm transition at this point of the game, it's so easy to lose control of your opponent's army. It's so difficult to just keep up with them. Every bit of resource you spend that's not military ends in a result like this. And it feels like Vortex just got the breathing room that he needed to get to that point with the army.
Yeah, we saw a lot of this kind of building up, right? Like, generally, players go for slower strategies here, and so there wasn't a ton of action in the Feudal Age, but Vortex had a plan. I think he understood what his timing window was going to be. I think the addition of the Maginiques wasn't by a happen chance. I think this was probably planned from a very early stage of the game that, you know, Jushi is going to be kind of trying to turtle up on their hill, and if I force them into a ranged mass, this is probably the expected answer. And just look at the sheer number of projectiles here. Doesn't matter how much damage they do when there's just that many of them. The ranged mass just really had nothing to do in time. Spent more time dodging than hitting, and you just know that's a recipe for disaster there. Crazy.
Now, with what we have in front of us, we can see Holy Island is the choice here. And I am so excited to see Holy Island being picked. We do see that
Just got sniped.
Yes, and also, what are these picks? We're not getting KT on what? We're getting House of Lancaster. Now, earlier today, we saw a little bit of a spicy House of Lancaster play. Anitan hoping he can make this work instead. But this...
I think he's going to play standard, though, right?
He has to, right?
He literally said he'd never seen anyone build the Castle Lancaster. So unless he just spent the whole last series of Vortex vs. Beastie studying and practicing it, I have a feeling that he's not going to be doing what Baltoon did.
And I see in the chat now, Starflog just outing Mr. Anitan. KT is actually chosen for Anitan on King of the Hill. So that makes a lot of sense. Looking at his lineup as well, I can definitely see it having its place on King of the Hill. Although House of Lancaster also feels like a little bit more of an answer. He doesn't have a lot of choices for King of the Hill here. So now we're getting to that point where I'm questioning and I'm saying, do we still have all the civilizations Anitan needs to take this all the way? Vortex, though, he's still English getting sniped, which again, completely shocking. But he's still got Rus, Golden Horde, HRE, JD, Sengoku. This is not, or HRE, now getting picked in English. Those civilizations kind of make do on all of these maps. While Anitan, it feels like his options are a little bit more limited here.
Yeah, I mean, Delhi, Mongols. Can you really go that wrong? Nah, he's fine. And if it's true that he likes KT on King of the Hill, he's fine. He's fine. Right?
You'd hope so. You'd hope so.
Right?
I'm a little bit worried for him here.
And a Chad the goat, right?
The goat. But, okay. So we have Holy Islands, and we...
I was going to say, Vortex's draft at this stage just looks so good.
It does.
It is challenging to see how this will play out. But
Well,
we'll see.
What I'm really excited about here is actually seeing how Holy Island plays out for Vortex, especially considering this is HRE. Now, you're up against House of Lancaster. Anitan plays a standard game of House of Lancaster. You're not expecting to put up with any crazy things. And I talked about this a little bit earlier. You get food from the water. You already get gold because you need to get gold. Scaling into a heavy landmass is not that difficult when you are playing House of Lancaster. You're already getting a lord from your first building, and you just get more from it if you wanted to pivot that way. So Vortex, on the other hand, with HRE, you get a chapel. That's great. Your economy is boosted, but you still have to invest on land to respond to that lord. And that is usually where things start to fall apart. If you are Anitan, you just get to invest straight on water, if you please. Vortex is the one that needs to make something on land too.
Dare I say mine word? Dare I say?
Winston.
Come on, dream a little. Live big, live
Winston,
large, reach for the stars.
I thought you wanted to go finish up and watch the Super Bowl at this time of day. Now you're like sitting here.
I got 3 hours. We're good. We are fine. This is perfect.
But
ideally, this lasts just until then, and then it's perfect. I don't want a quick, 4 and out here. I want a show.
We do see that Anitan hasn't had the best win rate. We'll see if he's that spicy.
Yeah, this is a brutal head-to-head. This feels like it's a crime to show this online.
But some of these are a little bit older. Keep that in mind. And Vortex has been farming everyone in KPMM. So, to be fair, Vortex is a little bit of a Chad when it comes to KPMM especially. But Road to Wololo, Anitan won this battle in the last time. So we have to see if... This is actually big, though. Anitan beat Vortex the previous time. Is this the time that Vortex feels like he needs revenge?
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know, man. Vortex looks so good. Like, he's been looking so good today. How can you do anything? How can you do anything to that? Yeah, exactly, Cal. Exactly.
So we're almost ready to hop on in, and we'll see what that initial game looks like, especially when we're seeing what is my opponent doing, how much am I investing onto the docks before I pivot to feudal. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk you through that so that you understand exactly what these pro players are thinking as they unfold on this war. And my biggest question is, who goes for the shoreline, who goes for the deep fish, and does it even matter?
I want to see Castle Lancaster versus Divine Work. And anything else is subpar strategy.
Now,
No?
a bit of an opening. Wow. We see a dock. Love that. But I don't see a dock on the other side. And that's making me question my life. Are we just going for spears? Yes, indeed. Vortex says we are going for water. Anitan has a completely different opinion. This man is being spicy.
Yes, let's see. Anitan with the spear opening here is kind of spice. This is kind of spice. It's a little hot in here. I love Anitan when he makes plays like this because I think this is the kind of thing that can help differentiate. I mean, going for spear rushes on this map isn't completely foreign. This has been something that's been explored before, and Lancaster is certainly quite good at these opening rushes. So we'll see if this pans out or surprises Vortex in any really meaningful way. I don't think Vortex has taken the time to really scout or spot this. So this might be a slight surprise, the timing here, because I think there's still a villager there, which means it will get spotted and it will get attacked. Could be a problem. Villager spotted, spearman heading right there. Do we wait for 2 or do we start hitting now? I think we're going to start hitting now, because you have to hit while you can. And the first bit of damage is through in this match. Anitan looking to get a villain kill. He's trying to block with the scout. It's not the easiest mechanic in this game, and he does get a nice little block there. The prelate has been ejected for some healing, and that will be enough. The prelate running to the rescue of that villager. So cute. He was like, I can save you. I can save you. And he did so. Save her. And Doc now going to be the target.
And what's interesting about this is he's still making another fishing boat here. With him still investing onto this fishing boat, I'm expecting him to make a quick move here for the land aggression. So him aging up, this is something that he's going to be looking to do fast. Still having 3 on wood here. I feel like this man, he's definitely invested into this. And now Anitan doesn't have that fishing eco. He's going for his normal age up with that land pressure he gets from the Lord, just as mentioned before. He's going to be pretty confident in doing so. Now, what I would have liked to see here from Mr. Anitan is maybe one spear on the goal to try and shut this down. But he knows what's important, and that is shutting down the dock instead.
That's a pretty big investment here. 4 spears, right? Is that even a 5th spear, or is the scout coming back? Oh, sorry, I don't know why I asked when I could just look at the UI, but I don't. You know, we talked about this. Being able to see, critical, and read, critical. But yeah, nice little bit of pressure. I mean, killing the dock right away. I don't know if Vortex is too concerned when he knows that there's no dock or Anitan, right?
Yeah, so this is just a little... Oh my goodness, Winston! Winston, what are you...
I fucking told you. I told you. You don't see me, but I'm doing like a... Yeah,
I can feel it.
I knew it. Vortex and I were on the same wavelength. It's like I'm the 3rd twin. I'm the 3rd brother.
I was going to say, you would be the 2nd twin in that case, because there's no twins in the shenanigans. Oh my goodness, Anitan, you dirty man. Look at this guy. He's putting the spear in the corner. It's like he knew that there was a villager coming. Another spear standing right there. Villager, he knows what's up. Does the villager have good vision from there?
Oh? Uh-oh.
He's about to get a little surprise.
Danger.
Surprise. Oh, And the cheeky little dock from Anitan just coming on the side here, meaning Mr. Vortex is not going to be touching water anytime soon. He's going to need to play good old land.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Vortex, though, gonna have to retreat with the villager. I'm wondering about the mine work now. I mean, is it just horse and spear? Is that the play? Just to make the most out of all pikes? That could be the plan. The Abbey of Kings gonna be in as well? Like, I feel like this is exactly what Anitan was looking for. 3 idled enemy fishing boats. You have a dock. Your opponent doesn't. Feels like everything just sort of went exactly the way he strategized. I wonder if he'll be surprised by the mine work, right? But maybe not.
Now, it does look like Anitan is absolutely ready for anything that follows, but at the same time, with 13 on wood, he is very happy to just be able to even go for fishing out of this. But it does look like he's banking up quite a bit of wood here. Does this just mean that he goes for a military ship and that's exactly what he does? So with this, it makes a lot of sense. You want to make sure that you secure the water completely. And with that one lord, you know your opponent is going to need to completely overreact.
Yeah, things are heating up here. On the road to Red Bull Londinium Qualifiers number 3. Things are pretty spicy, I dare say. Oh man. So, with this army composition, do you feel there's anything, like, that could go wrong for Anitan here? So fighting spears and archers. You have the Lord already, like you said, that's going to require a lot to react to. You're going to have easy access to all your upgrades, right? So we're already getting the ranged attack upgrade. That'll be in very quickly. Well, we already have that. We're getting ranged armor as well.
There's a lot that can go wrong. You have to keep in mind, Vortex is now just playing good old HRE. Good old HRE is a land-heavy, aggressive civilization that gets controlled pretty quickly. Anitan, he needs to capitalize on this advantage he has right now. And this singular advantage he's got is him getting water. Slowly but surely, but it's like having a second TC. You need to be sure that you have the time to scale up, because right now you're playing against a guy who's 1 TC all in, and you are the one booming. So Hobbelars, definitely an amazing answer to this. Him getting, is that a market or a blacksmith?
Is a market.
Yeah,
that's an interesting choice, just to help buy things, maybe buy the stone for the manor.
And I'm wondering if the manor is the answer that he's actually looking for. This feels like a position where he just needs to get a lot of resources quickly. The villagers now forced off of here, but it does look like the lords are taking a bit of damage. These archer numbers are quite scary, and Vortex, with that mind work, he has a lot of power here. Let's quickly go.
Raid on the wood.
Raid on the wood? Oh, raid on the wood! Nothing.
Exciting!
Well,
Yeah. The spearman.
what a little...
Gamer moment. That's a gamer spearman right there. Oh, look at that stance.
Now, Anitan was forced off of this wood line, mostly, as we see the constant pressure just a little bit overwhelming. I can see, I was about to say...
Please.
Yeah, that was a bit long for my taste. But Anitan is also going for fishing himself, but very, very slowly. Only one boat for now. I'm actually surprised to see he hasn't invested in one more, especially
He has another
considering
dock in the south. No?
we would have seen a yellow dot.
Wait, he just built a No, he's got a transport. He's doing something over there. Look at that. Where's the transport going? What's in the boat? There's a transport going to the island of Holy Island with 13 units? He's going to gold. Was?
He's going to gold because he doesn't want he doesn't want Vortex to see what he's cooking. But Vortex is cooking something himself. He's cooking a castle, and a castle at this stage of the game, that doesn't feel like a bad idea, especially considering your opponent probably won't be able to respond to this. I actually just learned. Oh, I was going to say, do those lords regen under the king?
Under the abbey? Yeah.
Yes,
the abbey
yes.
heals. So you can go to the abbey to heal up. Not now, well, there's archers there. That would hurt more than it would help. But This is crazy. I love the transport fleet from Anitan. I think this might really confuse Vortex, because Vortex is running between all the golds. And so he might get the sense that he's winning on the gold game. He clearly didn't see the villagers make a play over to there. He might accidentally find out at some point. I mean, certainly if we get to Castle Age, because Castle Age is the next step, right? Oh my god, so many units just going down here for free! For free! That's easy money! Free!
He
That's
just
crazy.
wanted to get that little piece of information, and he was desperate for it, willing to sacrifice quite a few of those. But Vortex, he's hitting Castle, and the White Tower is now being aged up with. But we do see the Spearman, he needs to do a lot of work with these Hobblears. They will find a victim, but the White Tower is coming on up. Now, unfortunately, with that one villager falling down, it means that 5 total already. Oh, that's a huge amount. But keeping in mind, 3 of those were fishing ships. The Lords, they're looking to protect all of their vills, and now a wood line will belong to them.
What the heck is this? So, the game state. I'm trying to assess the game state as, like, a player. What do I think, from Anitan's perspective, is, like, my key step to winning? He's thinking a knight. I'm thinking, yeah, like, try and pick off your opponent's resources. Your gold is safe, so you can play kind of aggressive. Your wood line is secured, so you can play kind of aggressive.
Now,
He spotted the Regnants, right? He should have.
Well, this is also giving you a pretty good idea. You would not go in blindly. Anitan is a man of class, a man who scouts. So he wouldn't go into this blindly. He knows what people like to do here. And with all of those prelates, he knows exactly what he's up against. You can see with the stone gathering already, I love this for Vortex. This is going to mean we get some Springalds emplacements. He knows the strength of House of Lancaster, and he knows the strength of actually handling someone who has water. He just doesn't realize Anitan has water, but not the
Not
water you
really.
should be worried about.
He has 2 fishing boats on shorefish right now, right? It's not like this is like some massive water advantage. This looks like it might be a setup for like trade or just, I guess, more fishing boats kind of hidden, right? In case the dock goes down. I don't know. We get the barding armor for the knights here, and suddenly I really like Vortex's position. Even though Anitan has like the pieces for a win condition, I'm sort of thinking that the Regnants is getting filled up. Isn't that kind of crazy? Like, that's 3 relics already.
This is an
And a 4th one on the
H3.
way.
He's not planning on staying in this position. I think Vortex, he's going to be very happy to go Imperial when he needs to. For now, he's going to be aggressive. He knows that the advantage cannot be that significant. But with Vortex, he's going to be aggressive. But when he decides to go, it's going to be a very, very easy switch for him to go to Imperial. So with all those relics, you are a very happy camper.
Yeah, 4 relics on HRE is just like, with Regnant, it's like, you know, you know, if you know, you know. And I don't even need some sort of allegory to make you understand. It is the craziest thing ever. It feels great. And Anitan's economy is kind of mid at best, right? I feel like all that idle time really did add up in a way that I didn't anticipate.
And I honestly wouldn't have expected this game to be in this exact state. Vortex now, he's in a pretty good spot. Ooh, and we can see he's already making farms. So this man, he's going to have a pretty good economy. The thing is just, wouldn't fishing boats have benefited? Oh, actually, never mind. I switched the 2 players in my head around. Anitan is the one who needs to make fishing boats, and he needs to get ahead, because Vortex, once he does this, once he gets Imperial, water is not going to matter that much.
Yeah, not. That's kind of my point. It's like, nice little raid here. A couple more vills go down.
Now, with this, you see just more units coming out of Vortex. And gold, only 5 on gold, but not everything can be spent. He's getting every upgrade on the block he can, and constantly just pressuring with those knights. Anitan, he's got the water, but it doesn't feel like he's in charge.
I mean, he's not making units. He doesn't have eco. Like, things are starting to look dicey. Now starting to make a bunch of knights, realizing that's what he's going to need. But with Siege coming on the field, I could see this being just trebuchets and just going for like kind of a slow push to win. And here's relic number 5. That is
Winston.
crazy that he got 5 relics on this map. The only one he didn't get is the one that he literally cannot reach.
Winston, did you watch the game where the same thing happened? A player lost water completely, and then there was a push on land with a few trebuchets and a complete elimination. It feels like Vortex is tuning that. I can't even remember who the game was between, but it was crazy. And it feels like we might be heading that way because Anitan just can't keep up with making the right amount of units.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a few games pan out like that. In this context exactly, it's certainly going to feel a little bit different, but with the potential for Siege in the front, I mean, it's going to be up to Anitan to really make enough army to take a sweeping, decisive fight. First trebuchet on the way, and this is just going to start hanging away at the White Tower, forcing repairs, even weakening the economy further of Anitan, because while you can repair the White Tower for a long time, it's kind of expensive to do that. And it doesn't just feel that expensive, it just is expensive, right?
And now, that first trebuchet coming out, I don't see anything on the side of Anitan to actually respond to that. Usually, when we are on this map, we see a massive army difference between the two. But there's no water mass that Anitan has that is skewing these numbers. Anitan is behind in military. And Vortex, he's the aggressor here. We do see the White Tower doing some work, but Anitan is holding back. He wants to make sure he gets every bit of advantage he can, but the advantage... It doesn't feel like one right now. The advantage of having the water has not translated into units.
Yeah, and the mind work is working out, if you know what I'm saying. Right? Like the additional armor on those knights is really, really valuable. And just everything feels like it's coming together here for Vortex. Like, yeah, sure, there's a little raid here, little raid there, little raid here. Everywhere you go, there's a raid, but it's not going to matter, right? There's going to be 3 trebs now, and that's going to be so much economic damage. And keep in mind, there's a lot of villagers that are stuck on gold. Those villagers on the middle lake, like, they can't do anything but get gold. I guess you could put them on food, on a couple of those shorefishes, but that's not going to feel great long term. Oh man.
Oh, right
There's no
now
wood.
he needs
Wood
that
is going
gold.
to be an issue.
Especially with this constant pressure here on the front line. He hasn't moved out there to the back, even with no presence there. Vortex's knights are dominating. And Anitan, he's just kind of taking it. Now with the villagers on Anitan's side, they are stuck repairing. And another trebuchet has joined the party. This means that, in essence, he's just going to spend so much idle time on this. You see all those relics just doing the work inside that cathedral, making sure that Vortex feels good about this. We see his villagers, none on gold right now, but he's spending every bit of resource that he can. White Tower goes down, and it feels kind of imminent.
Yeah, the timing here is just working out so well. The Regnit's churning away Vortex's machines of war, sending rocks flying into the base of Anitan. Anitan trying his best to put together some form of defense, but simply look at the army value. It just is not there for Anitan. He still has roughly half the army value on the field, even though his numbers are catching up. A lot of that is in these spearmen, which just aren't going to cut it in this big fight coming up. And now, the only thing left is the town center, standing between Vortex and being on match point for his way to the big deal. He's taking out the White Tower, which is ironic, given that he's trying to go to London, so he has to take out some of the iconic structures of London in order to get there. But this could be really crazy. This is great. This is to qualify, man. This is it. Here it goes, the town center.
Vortex doing an amazing job at just showing you don't need to water to make this work. Anitan, he's got he's pulling all the boys. The boys are repairing, but he knows this is it. This is the only fight he's going to be able to take.
This is it.
I don't think he has the units for this. The villagers are pulled. Everyone is pulled. This is going to be the massive fight. The villagers pulling a little bit back. They don't want to be the front line, but the crossbows are hammering away at those front line knights.
The Mangonel does take a shot before going down. Some decent damage, but honestly, the Vil pull, is it enough here? It kind of looks like it might be enough. Wait a minute. This isn't how the story's supposed to go. Let's check the TC's HP. Is it getting repaired enough? It is. Anitan, he's pulled everything to survive, and he will survive, but at what cost? At what cost? All of his eco is gone. Oh my gosh, what a crazy fight. And now the exchange, I think, on the back end of this, with the outpost there, Vortex might be able to push back this group of crossbows and then move back in with the trebuchets. The villagers coming forward to get some wood on the front lines, though. The trebuchets on the retreat. What a hold from Anitan, but is it going to be enough, women?
It's not. The problem is a lot of this eco that went down, they were villagers. You can see the resources just not looking like it's there for Anitan. He can't produce fishing boats because he doesn't have any resources. So even if he got that economy back, he needs to find a way to survive. And Vortex is just the one on the front line. Exactly. He's got the trebuchets. He can still fire away at this, and Anitan is desperately trying to produce anything. But the crossbows, they need to perform miracles here.
Yeah, I feel like Vortex might have needed like one more Manga Bell to actually cut the crossbows fully. And now the trebuchets are tanking the crossbow shots, which is really critical. The villagers getting pulled again another time. The villagers getting sent to the front lines because Vortex is just sticking the trebuchets to that town center. He's just training trebs to handle this. And I mean, 2 trebs go down.
And those 17 fishing boats, ooh, they are trying their best to make this happen. But you can see the crossbow numbers are getting thinned out. He's trying his best to get these spears, but at the same time, he gets to pull back and he just gets to remax his army. And he's trying his best to just keep on making units, but you can see even all the production falling one by one here. There's just no way for him to constantly keep up with this. It doesn't feel like this is the man with fishing. There's no food coming in. This poor man is stuck at 650 food per minute, while Vortex is at 1.1k.
He's aiming at the TC again. Once again. Vortex wants to take the series to 3-1 so badly. This is, I don't want to call it desperate, but he's definitely, like, this is sort of like, I gotta win this, right? Don't you get that vibe from this gameplay from Vortex?
Honestly, this feels like Vortex says, you are not going to let this water economy drive me out.
Yeah.
This is something I'm comfortable with. Vortex is very much in a comfortable spot here. He's the one with the economy that's completely boomed behind this. He knows even if he loses this whole army, it doesn't matter. He's done the damage he needs to do. He just needs to sit back, let the relics do the talking, and that 1k gold per minute, that is more than enough to carry him through this. And keep in mind, Winston is a best of 7.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Take it to make match point. Sorry, I kept. Yeah. You know what I mean. I know it's a post 7. Come on.
No, it's fine. Most people actually forget in the finals, and then they're like, "Oh, he's doing it," and I'm like, "Oh no, we have 2 more games to go, Chief."
It just feels very tense right now. I feel like Vortex making this kind of play, it feels like he's desperate, right? A little bit, right? I think there's a bit of confusion. I think someone called out that it might be confusion because, yeah, how did Anitan get all the gold, right? I think that's definitely something that could be confusing. Like, migrating that many villagers to the central island definitely feels like it could be like, what is happening here? But he still has a better army, and now the Hobbler's in the mix. Is it going to be enough? The Spearman Hobbler army going to be the new composition to deal with all the crossbows, but a few yeomen have been added. Things are feeling dicey here for Anitan, whose whole economy is basically on the screen, and he will tap out. Vortex will go up 3-1, and as it is a best of 7, now he is on match point. This is crazy.
This was an absolute destruction. Vortex just showing us he is ready to avenge himself in this event. From the I think it was the first week where Anitan took him down to 3-1. Vortex now up 3-1. Ready for that qualification spot, and he is looking great. Losing the water, but he knows exactly what the strength is of HRE and playing to that, putting that pressure constantly on Anitan. And right now, Anitan is sitting here thinking, all right, I need to bring this back. Keep in mind, guys, Anitan, he's from Belarus. He needs to apply for a visa to go to the UK. And right now, the Belarusians are... I think this is one of the biggest hills to climb over. Qualifying for this event is one thing, But visa waiting times, those definitely stack up. Most of the countries, they require 3 weeks, but in, I believe, a lot of the countries, it's up to 6 weeks waiting time for a visa. So him not qualifying this week could mean that he's in a very tough position if he does qualify for the next one, because it might just mean he will not be able to apply for those in time. And that's honestly the real life debuff as well behind all of this. So for Vortex, this is not just Anitan's tournament life, but also just a lot of points. Yeah.
This fight felt crazy. Like, it almost looked here for a brief moment that Anitan might have done enough damage to Vortex, but I think, like, behind this, Vortex just has a better economy, which I think is the part that doesn't really add up, you know? That's the part that doesn't make a ton of sense here, why Vortex had a better eco here. I mean, the 5 relics really do matter a ton. It really frees the rest of your eco to be focused on other things. Like 1,000 GPM, right? Or 800 GPM or whatever it is just so much gold. It's so much gold. Regnitz is crazy when it works like that. Man,
And
crazy game.
it was fantastically played here by Vortex. I just love the fact that he knew how much pressure he needed to do here. And I'm honestly a little surprised to see Anitan was not able to just capitalize on this water economy and constantly be producing fishing boats, and in that case, also army from here on out. But it's all said and done now as we are heading over to Frisian Marshes, and Taklak with the Mongols was the choice here, with English being allowed, and I'm really happy to see Vortex picking English out here, because English was one of the civilizations he wanted on Holy Island, but now he gets it on Frisian Marshes.
Could you
I'm
imagine
ready.
Vortex? He qualifies for Red Bull in England with, like, sort of the classic Vortex Civ of English. It's been one of his staples since, like, the beginning. Even in the early days of AoE 4, as a little history lesson, like, English was sort of like a very dominant Civ with the Council Hall builds, and it had, like, these strategies where you would rush, and it felt, like, really oppressive, and people sort of figured out how to beat that with time. But Vortex felt like, for so long, he was still so scary with that similar style of play, when it really fell out of, like, being popular or seen as, like, the best Civ or the best way to play. And I love that he's able to get a chance here to qualify for it with the English here. Is one of his classics, something he's so comfortable on. Obviously, the meta has changed a lot. I highly doubt we're going to see Council Hall, but, you know, you never know. Maybe there's a hope here.
Winston, I know
believe?
I doubted you last game.
You didn't
I'm
believe in the
doubting you
mind
this
work.
game.
The mind work just worked well.
I'm doubting you this game, though, because you cannot forgo healing. Healing on a map where Mongols are so good at shutting things down. But, of course, he's picking English, which means you're not getting tower rushed. This is the beauty of English against Mongols. You are actually negating a big playstyle of the Mongols here, which means Mr. Mongols could just go for water instead. So I'm actually quite happy to see that we get a little bit of English on this map, because when you have Mongols, you just see such an aggressive playstyle, which it's been working out, but English gives us a little bit of a different flavor on Frisian Marshes.
Yes. And Mongols too. I mean, this is kind of an old matchup, right? Like, but it feels like it's evolved so much. And curious to see how Anitan handles Mongols here, because, you know, a lot of their aggressive traits can feel a bit rough. I mean, especially into English, you don't really want to spear rush English. I mean, maybe. Call me crazy. You think we see a Dark Age stable here?
We've seen a lot of Dark Age stables. I mean,
See
not
another
in.
one.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I would. Oh no, we see the villager moving straight towards a dock. Unfortunately, Winston, it was not meant for us.
See the follow up. It could be what if he's building the stable here? He could still be building the stable here and then move it back to the Uvu. You never know.
This is
It's all part of the game plan. It's all part of the plan.
It does actually sound like a really good idea, especially considering that Mongols, they like having that extra bit of food buff. Anyone likes that little bit of extra food buff when you're up against any civilization you're rushing with horses. Horses are expensive. You need every bit of food you can get. But English also going for their own dock here. And this is be expected, right? You're not worried about any spicy plays coming out of the Mongols this early, unless it is a follow-up.
I just want to see the stable. And I just want to see it. Against the barracks, some man-at-arms, I guess. Of course. Let's go. No, it looks like very little Dark Age aggression here. It's so tough as Mongols on the water maps to justify it sometimes, because yes, it can be really good, but you delay your age up so much because you need the Uvu, then you need the production building, then you go to the dock, and it's just you're chopping wood for so long, and you're investing food into units. It's tricky. It really is. Like, I get why you just want to play the classic standard way, right? It makes sense.
Now, Vortex is going to be really investing a lot of here on the docks. And this is interesting because when you guys look at the split now, we see 8 on wood here for Vortex. Now, usually you have 8 if you're constantly producing fishing boats. You have to ask yourself, is this just going to mean more docks being added to make sure those fishing boats keep on going? Well, Anitan here now 7 as well. So he's also staying true to that investment. You want to make sure that you have the right amount depending on how deep you're going to go here. So Vortex possibly going to be moving out already. We do see a villager making his way out to the map and going towards the gold here. So going to start heading towards that, feudal age. I'm saying because I see another fishing boat being produced from the same dock. So this is not a new dock.
4. That's 4 on one pond. Sacrilege.
4. Sacrilege. We can only have 3. That's the most optimal.
It's making up for Anitan staying at 2 on this pond. No?
This one? Oh, yes, then it makes it even. You're right. Wow.
Yeah, that makes it a 5th? No.
Wow.
Nay. This is a betrayal of the highest order.
This is illegal. So for those of you wondering, we're not allowed. It's not illegal. They're allowed to do this, but it's not something that any other player is doing. Yes.
What got built at the Uvu?
Oh,
What got built at the
follow-up. A follow-up, Winston. He called it, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the
This man.
Stable. I didn't even pay attention because I was doing math about fishing boats breaking the law, and instead this happens, and this is cool. And this is neat. Thank you. So this can put pressure on basically everything here. Normally you don't want to do spear rushes against English because their villagers just sort of shoot you, right? It's a lot less effective against the horsemen. And this might be a huge surprise. The villager... Anitan knows exactly where the villager is because the Khan spotted it and now he's just running the horsemen straight there. The wolf says hello, but the horsies say goodbye and the dock gets cancelled and the villager's on the run. The villager's saying, I'm Yaweka, and he's running way to the side, going to try and hide in the corner of the woodline here, but I think Anitan senses blood. He senses like a shark. He knows. He says, you're hiding somewhere. You're hiding somewhere, and I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. The wolf says hello, and the horseman is right there. Oh, boy.
Now, luckily for him, horsemen don't have the best of vision, but he has eyes at the back of his head. Anitan,
The wolf
he smelled... He smelled the blood and he's gonna get the villager. But guys, what follows up with this is a council hall. And Winston, I will never doubt you again in my whole life. As
Bro,
we now
I've been
see,
cooking some
you've been
shit
cooking.
up. And this is it. This is crazy. Council hall into horsemen cannot have been the plan, but it's where we're at now. So this is kind of nutty. I think you still have to add a barracks now. That's what's awkward about this. Like, you don't want this to be the game state. Yeah, we have the barracks. Okay, so spearmen as well. Oh my gosh.
Now, the problem is just you don't have the food for this just yet. The horses, they're doing a wonderful job at just destroying that dock. You see Vortex, he's got a lot of fishing boats here, so he's going to be able to deplete that dock pretty quickly. But 2 spearmen being the priority here, you want to move out and try to save the dock, at least for a little while. Fishing boats trying to drop off as much as he can because he needs to keep on producing.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Like you said, the 5 fishing boats is wild here. And now we're getting the horseman upgrade, right? I believe that's what's coming in here. No, he's not even aged up. Is he building? Is he building 2 more? He's building 2 more horsemen. He must be. That's crazy.
Oh, he's doubling down or tripling down at least.
Gets
but
the
he gets the
burn.
gold. That's exactly what he wanted. Apparently, not anything more.
He wanted the money.
He gets the money. And now
What's the
the
money?
follow-up. This feels like a Season 1 English game now. We have spearmen, we have longbows, and it's up against a bunch of horsemen. Actually, usually we see a lot more Keshiks coming out. So this is probably going to be our natural follow-up. I wonder if he's going to respond differently based on if he sees all those spears. He does notice that, hey, there is a significant amount here. Vortex just being Popcat for a second here as he's thinking about what's next. With all the villages he's got on food, though, I'm expecting him to just make a ton more spears for this push out, and the push out is underway.
Yeah, there's a slight risk you have of not having enough spears to defend at home while you're going for the push, and that's going to be what's happening here. The villager buys a little bit of time, but does go down, and now this longbow just going to try and get some pot shots before going down, and here comes the army. Vortex moving forward has a bunch of longbows, and the gold is going to be the target. Keshiks cannot be allowed to be on the field. An archery range is going to be the play. Anitan needs to match the longbows with archers. It's the only unit he can make unless he really wants to get a lot of Keshik going, but there's already spears on the field, and the gold vills will go down, but on the other side, the archery range shields goes down, so 2 for 2 there. Shit's getting crazy.
Yeah, with those longbows, you can actually outrange the tower pretty toxically, and that's exactly what the man is doing.
Anitan.
Snack doodle do, as a wise woman once said. Every single one of those villagers paying the price, but the spearman numbers needs to increase, and they need to increase quickly. The longbows being right under this ooh, though, means anything that pops out gets picked off pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're going to have to bring back the horsemen. You're going to have to, or you're just going to keep losing units. Yep. Oh, so much damage. Even if it lives, so much damage. Oh my gosh. And here come even more reinforcements streaming forward, and this is sort of the classic situation. This is crazy to see this in 2026. But longbows are here, and they're back, baby. They're back. It's like Voldemort. He's just back. What are you gonna do? I wonder if Vortex thinks he's Voldemort in this context, because this is him really digging back to the roots, saying, I know how to play this style. I know how to win a game with this, even if it's not the meta. I know how to do this. He's gonna show.
Yeah.
Uvu has been taken down. Nice one.
Just on time. I just wanted to make sure we get that on schedule as we're looking at it. But with all those longbows, though, it feels like he is in a little bit of a difficult place here, pulling the stable back. But the longbows, they do a decent chunk of damage to this in its current card form. So now, with all of this, Anitan still has a pretty healthy food placement, I would say, with all of the fishing boats. But he's just not able to deal with the sheer mass here. Anitan, behind this, he's making sure that he makes as many units as possible, rallying them backwards. But the longbows are just having a wonderful day, now getting +1 ranged armor as well.
Yeah, he's got to run, actually, because I think at, maybe 20 archers, I think Anitan is going to feel emboldened to move forward here, and that could be enough. Remember, longbows are slow, right? So one of their weaknesses here is that if you get outnumbered, you get surrounded, and the archers are going for the flank here. This could be a big swing in this fight. Vortex has been playing so aggressively. He's felt so confident. Now the longbows are going to have to take a fight up against the dock. They're back against the water. The archers are here now with big numbers. There's a demo! There's a demo! Use the demo! Use the demo! Use the demo! Oh, he didn't use the demo. What the hell? What the hell, Anitan? He didn't use the demo. But he's going to clear up the army anyway, and this is going to be a big swing in this game as Vortex, who had such an impressive position, may have overstayed his welcome just a little bit and loses almost everything here.
Now, he does have the reinforcements coming up, so he will be able to save a few of these. You have to keep in mind, Winston, he's killed a bunch. He's killed a bunch of villagers, not fishing boats, and this is maybe where the difference might just come in. Actually, I just thought about it. Anitan had a pretty heavy horse raid as well, and he got his damage very well done. So
5 to 4 vill kills, yeah. I mean, that includes fishing boats, right? But this is a tight, tense, close game, and I mean, so far, Anitan has been able to stay on the gold, which is really crazy, which means we could see, I mean, he did invest in this demo, which is like a crazy waste now you think about it. That's so expensive, but if it had played out, that would have been sweet, but it didn't. I don't know. Now he just needs to get some upgrades. Maybe some Keshiks on the field could be good. He's able to garrison in time.
Does very, very smoothly. This man is very fast with every single reaction. But you can see Vortex is looking for more and more blood. Now with the Deer Stones being in a little bit of danger, it does absorb a lot of the fire that would be hitting. He gets the kill inside the tower, and disgustingly, longbows prevail, but +1 ranged armor will get built, and finally Anitan is the one making sure that he gets all the resources he needs to fight this next one.
This has me at the edge of my seat. Like, I literally cannot contain myself. So Vortex, he's looking at Castle Age, though. Women, dare I say,
What?
not going to White Tower.
No.
Dare I say King's College?
Well, King's College.
No, this is white. This got to be White Tower on the golds. It has to be White Tower right there, right in between the golds. Maybe to the left.
You want the White Tower because it's also a production building, and I think that's the key here. You want to produce things at the speed of light.
I wanted to believe.
Oh, maybe next patch. Who knows? I think the White Tower definitely has its place, and the place is pretty solid. Vortex wouldn't want to forgo all of
King's
that.
College. Oh gosh, and everyone's roasting me, and they should. They should.
Oh no!
It's King's Palace, and I know that. I know that.
By the way, guys, Dev for the game also makes mistakes.
You should. No. This is maybe a little bit of desperation, trying to get just to get a little bit of damage. I'm gonna lose a lot of units here. Now the longbow's gonna have a field day. Network of castles kicks in, and the archers have to run. Not a lot of damage there for Anitan on the tail end of that nice fight to hold. That fight, I mean, if that fight didn't go well for Anitan, that was game. But he was able to hold, able to push, and now let's see. What do you think the follow-up here is for Anitan? Do you think he can try to get to Castle Age anytime soon?
Yes, I think he needs to, because this is now. Yeah. Yes, you're playing against English, right? This is not a civilization that is just gonna let you keep making your little archers and try to fight this. But actually, no. Anitan says, "I'm staying in feudal. I want to fight this." He's making Keshiks. He realizes if he ages up now, he might be in danger. Now, at the same time, he has a significant lead here with those fishing boats. They are going to run out at some point. And when I look at the food per minute, it doesn't feel like he has that lead. So he does need to be careful. But Vortex now moving out, being a little bit aggressive here as the longbows are getting their upgrade. Anitan's completely denied off of gold, and now he's not going castle. Never mind, Winston. This man's stuck in feudal until the end of days.
I feel like if he just runs like 5 longbows, just runs them left, he could kill every single fishing boat and the game would be over. He doesn't know exactly where the army is. He just...
With that is a lot of damage they just absorbed. Look at those men-at-arms. Those men-at-arms, they are not messing around, Winston. Those guys are taking a pretty big beating from archers, and they will take it all day long. Longbows now kiting backwards. Like you said, they are slow, but they're going to be able to do the work here. The Keshiks, though, he needs to be careful. The archer numbers are pretty scary, and they are focused right on the longbows. Men-at-arm numbers are steadily increasing, and they will be able to do some damage to the archers, but the movement speed here from Anitan is kind of disgusting. Look at those archers. He's just cleaning up everything.
Yeah, he had the Deerstones or just south of this, so he's kind of able to chase a bit, maybe suspiciously fast for Vortex. I don't know if Vortex knew that the Deerstones was right there. And yeah, this is a interesting situation. Anitan's still down in age. Is hundreds of resources away. Like, literally the full cost of going up away from clicking up. And we're seeing man-at-arms out of the White Tower. No other production buildings, just White Tower, Council Hall. Pump it up, pump the jam, let's go. This is a crazy army comp for Vortex. No scout, no nothing, no vision, just go.
And this honestly speaks to Vortex as a personality in general. He says go, and he will go. Look at the men-at-arm absorbing everything, and now they're gonna get extra beefy. Longbows trying their best, but the men-at-arms, they are the name in the game. And we can see those longbows firing away, but very quickly thinning out. The men-at-arms keeping the Keshiks at bay as well, but those Keshiks will heal up as they're going. You can see Anitan desperate to get to castle himself, though.
Yeah, but he's lost his mass. Like, this is... He's pushing forward here to the trade-off against longbows, but he's going to lose everything behind this to these men-at-arms. He's going to try and run, but like, look how low his units are. Just a few longbows will be able to pick everything off, and now Vortex's army can barrel down back to that gold, and I'm struggling to see how Anitan's going to handle this. I mean, I guess he's got the Keshik. He's got the Keshik.
The Keshik numbers are just not enough for this just yet. You see him now migrating to the gold on the other side. He knows he needs to make sure he gets there. Now, with the Kana Hunter, he queued up. Oh, quickly cancelling it. He's like, no, not yet. But staying in feudal all the way. And I'm really surprised to see this. He knows how difficult the men-at-arms can be. They don't have +2 ranged armor, though. Vortex not finding that too important just yet. But the units, they're looking for a fight.
Did we click on one of the men-at-arms?
Yes.
Does he have armor clad? Oh, wow, yeah. So he doesn't need ranged armor just yet, not against anything in the feudal age, and the men-at-arms just holding their ground against the Keshik. The Keshik, though, gonna move the building so he can get the surround, and now the archers running down the longbows once again. And the Keshik are gonna clean up these men-at-arms. They can heal. The men-at-arms not dealing enough damage. It sounds like, I almost feel like we need a few crossbows from the council hall here to deal with this Keshik mass.
The problem is with the archer numbers, Anitan is just constantly focus firing what he needs to focus fire, and he's doing an amazing job at that. But he heard you, and he's getting a crossbow right now. But he still has to be careful, because these archers have been showing immense strength in containing this. More archers on the way, says Anitan. He says, more archers, less problems for me. But Mr. Vortex is the one who needs to question where he's going to be getting food forever, because he just doesn't have the same... I would say... He's still got 1.2k food here. It's absolutely disgusting to see how fast he's gathering.
Is
and this
Vortex
might be from the
doing a farm
deer.
transition? Yeah.
Does he need to?
Are there any farms? Are there any
Is this-
farms? Whoa.
He's getting food
Oh,
elsewhere.
no, that's no farms. That's crazy, yeah.
He realizes
Wow, that's bold.
he's confident in this. The problem is you're up against the guy with the Keshik civilization. If they decide to pay you a visit... things will get out of hand.
The Khan, it's not Batu, it's it's the Mongol Khan, and he technically sees that. That could be such a huge freaking swing if it were to happen. It didn't here. The villagers on the gold get pushed away, and now, oh no, the armor-clad men-at-arms in on the wood line. That's the bread and butter of all this archer production for Anitan, and that's gonna get idled out. Oh my gosh, it felt like just a few Keshik going to those berries would have been huge.
Those Keshiks coming back to clean up the men-at-arms, but they're gonna pull the army towards all those vills standing there. We do see a little bit of a movement with the rest of these units towards them, and he backs out instantly. Vortex knows how dangerous this can be. Now, a lot of these longbows getting picked off, and I can't believe it, but Anitan is...
The demo, it comes back! It comes back! It's full circle! It was a genius play! We just didn't see it at the time. He was looking 10 minutes into the future. We thought he was thinking 15 seconds into the future when he trained that and didn't use it in the previous encounter by that pond. That was crazy!
Vortex now holding off ideas thread as the Keshik numbers are just too overwhelming. Anitan, he does it! He does it! It was the demo all along!
It was the demo all along! It was the demo strats, baby! The demo strats! He ain't got shit on the demo strats! We all laughed. I laughed. Everybody laughed. Nobody believed in the demo as much as Anitan. He knew that demo would have its purpose. That was crazy. That was such a funny game. I loved how crazy it was. Chaotic. We had the Dark Age Horsemen. We had the Council Hall into just total YOLO spam, and Vortex not able to pull it together there. It really looked like a few times that Anitan was on the verge of collapse, but you mentioned it a few times. Having that eco-fishing economy there to really pull ahead, and he kept investing in it. He kept trading with the longbows, with the move speed from the Deerstones just kind of placed obnoxiously in the middle of the map, a little south of the main fight line. So every time that Vortex was in a state of retreat, those archers were just so much faster than the longbows, and you kind of wonder, Vortex never built like an outpost forward, never got his military bonus online with the network of castles, wondering if just that little piece missing was the difference maker there.
Now, Anitan, he definitely feels...
Oh yeah, slow-mo, baby.
Oh, Oh, that is beautiful. Now, of course, honestly, Winston, I still feel like the demo, this was not the game
No, that
deciding
was the
moment.
game. That was the game.
Okay.
You
Because
can't
of the
convince me
vibes?
otherwise.
Because of the vibes,
Purely
yeah. Okay,
vibes.
okay.
Not
Okay.
not factually, but vibes based. Hell yeah. Think about it. Think about it like this. What if this was the point where Anitan started winning out, right? And he actually is the one to qualify for Red Bull. Don't you think that demo? We talk about this. It's for the annals of the history books. It's for it all. That demo needs a statue in Belarus somewhere, you know?
Could we get this demo ship as a statue in his town center, though?
Oh.
Is that a dev request we can make?
Yeah, we'll see.
Ooh, I'm intriguing.
I don't know.
After all that passion, now I'm hopeful. But honestly, I'm so surprised at these Kashyyyks. The Kashyyyks did amazing work against the Men-at-Arms. And it begs the question, what if he went for Knights instead of just Men-at-Arms? Because the Men-at-Arms, I felt like with the Kashyyyk numbers they were handling, the Kashyyyks just kind of out-healed every single thing that the Men-at-Arms tried to do. I really hope Twitch chat can still hear us, because what we see right now is a little bit of a step stream.
It's a tiny little oopsie, and that's not a problem.
Oh, we're still
Okay,
here.
we're back.
Okay,
There we go.
it's just the replays, guys. We all survived. But we have front range. And now Golden Horde on the field. I'm actually really happy to see a little bit of Golden Horde. We've seen Golden Horde on this map. It is disgusting. But Delhi, I feel like they can deal with a little bit of what Golden Horde has on offer, though.
This feels like, I mean, Vortex did just lose the game, but with his final civ. Like, that was his last civ in the draft. Certainly not his strongest civ by any accounts, right? Like, English hasn't been a top-tier civ for a long time. And now it feels like Anitan, the uphill battle may have just begun, right? Because Golden Horde against Delhi here feels like it could be really good.
The question we usually have on front range is where people go for food. What is the food source push out? And with Delhi, you don't have all the options available to you as you do with the Golden Horde. Of course, them not being able to get boar, but it does put the pressure on you that you need to deny said boar from your opponent. So Golden Horde has a pretty good ability to lock those down, especially with those extra spicy towers that we do see people losing a lot of units to. One type of gameplay we saw a lot last week was when Wham was so committed to his towers. And keeping those towers alive was a lot of what I would say qualified him into the tournament. He had some pretty clutch towers. And I feel like Golden Horde, they're the pure example of clutch towers. And especially on a map where there's a boar, you definitely want to invest in something crazy like that. But Dark Age? Nothing. Nothing for the Dark Age. Both of these civilizations do absolutely nothing.
I don't see anything happening in the Dark Age here. I mean, bar some miracle and we get some crazy shenanigans. Anitan has been known to cook. He's a known chef. It's a known fact. But Delhi, it feels hard.
He will do. Yes, Delhi definitely not a civ that people are going to be spamming Spearman with anytime soon in the early game. Wheelbarrow coming on out, crazy. Wheelbarrow in Dark Age for Delhi, wow. No, definitely not going to be expecting anything crazy.
You're trying to give that as much hype as that we gave the demo. It's just not going to work. It's not going to fly.
It's a meme.
I know. Oh, I know.
But you have to ask yourself here, is Golden Horde actually going to get the opportunity to move out? Because with Ghazi Raiders, pretty much shut down anything that moves out of the base. Golden Horde takes a pretty long time to age up. Delhi doesn't take a long time to make a Ghazi Raider, so it feels that it could be very oppressive quite early on.
Yeah, there's certainly some risks here for Vortex. I feel like there's definitely some risks early feudal. We've seen similar matchups him against Beastie. When Beastie was Golden Horde, it didn't look good. Just with the timings because of a Dark Age, though, right? And I think if you're able to get things rolling with the Golden Horde, they feel really smooth. But it does require getting a few of those pasture thingies set up, right? 4 vills on them, right? I always forget the name of the stockyard, right? Like those always take a little bit of time to get set up, and it could just be a little awkward, right? Especially when you're trying to make, 2 or 3 units at a time. You have to like sort of wait for a bunch of resources, so raids can be sort of hard to deal with because you don't have as like consistent of unit production, and those little downsides can add up a lot in the early game. But we'll see how this pans out for Vortex though, because he's such a clean and smooth player, generally speaking.
Now, getting into our feudal age, Winston, are we seeing not the Toro goods for once?
No, Nosferatu's on holiday now. There's no future that we are seeing that is any different than the meta. I think Vortex can afford to try the production building one, although I still think it's stronger. I still think it's better. But that's just a me thing. I'm allowed to have hot takes. I realize that I'm allowed to disagree with myself, and part of that is I wanted to be wrong. Can I be real? I was secretly hoping that by saying it, I would like speak the opposite into being. Does that make sense?
It does, and it's a very valuable opinion to have at the same time, because you want the game to be spicy. It's all about the demo ship. After that last game, what could top that? Just not seeing the calendar Toro goods coming on out. Now, how does the age up work? Because we haven't seen enough of it. So I'm going to ask you this. You get your 2 free production buildings in feudal. You get another one in castle, right?
You get like another 2. Ooh. It's crazy. You get a lot, and then it can be a monastery later on. It could be a siege workshop later on. And that's like a lot of wood in Castle Age. So like in short feudal ages, just getting all those production buildings. And what I like to do with it is go stable range. And you can immediately pump archers without having to chop wood for forever. Because that's sort of the problem with the Civ, in my opinion, is getting out like early archers is really challenging. Because you just can't. You literally can't get enough wood for the range and the archers batch. And then you need the second archer batch, and it just feels like the production speed almost means you're idling the range for a long time, but I digress. This is obviously being played by players who know the game very well. Vortex knows his builds. He knows them well. This must be stronger. It's just, it's my
not
hot
as great.
Take. It's not a hot take if it's right. That's another hot take.
And what's great about that, Winston, is all the pro players are disagreeing with you in chat, so you really got them fired up. And I think that's the most important. You want to ask yourself, what do I need to get out of a cast? And it's, getting the people to voice their opinions. And for all we know, they could all be wrong. And you could be the right one all along. You predicted Council Hall. You predicted the Mindware Palace. What's next?
Nothing. I don't think there's any other surprises here.
Okay. Damn it. I was really looking forward to the next hot take. But we do see a Ghazi. No, nothing crazy here. Ghazi boy coming on in. And the Khan and his Toro goods are going to be following suit. Now, with the Ghazi only coming up now, I was about to say, there's a villager that's going to find his way out here, building yet another... And this, which I can't help it. I have to do it once per game. Survive.
Okay, fair.
You'll survive.
Fair.
So getting that second Uwu, uncontested. Ghazi is taking a very long time to get here. You see, the chat gets riled up every single time. Just like when you make your hot takes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think if you don't have one hot take per game, then, I don't know. I was about to say, like, are you even trying? But, like, obviously you can still be trying without hot takes. Because you could just be right. You could just be, like, smart and correct about things, and then you don't need to have hot takes, right? And I just realized that's probably a better state to be in, right? We should all be like, we should all aspire to be like Crackety,
With the passion. Ooh, he did get a villager.
The vill dies.
Inside the tower, the hit goes right through the wall. Damage was done, but deer will now be available for snacking. Now, this means that this is mostly going to be untouched for a while. The good thing about this map is that's not the only spot you get to raid. You get to raid everywhere. Look at those Ghazis. They're not going to mind taking these Torguts on because they're going to do great against them. And if the trade doesn't go well, what are they going to do? Right back to the base, heal back up, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, Bob is your uncle. I actually do have an Uncle Bob. So that phrase always hits home. So let's see now. Anitan. Gotta try. Oh, you try to get a little bit of this around there. The Khan, Batu, maybe out of position briefly. No. Batu's speedy. Batu's got the boots. He's good to go.
Batu healing right up now. He is living
Gosh,
every single time. He just tries to get us. You know, those flashing lights. This is what we were scared of all along. But
we need like
now,
a warning, like a strobe warning, that, like you're photosensitive, you know, like at the start of a movie.
guys, just remember in the chat, !blame to just blame Cal for all of our concerns that were raised this game. Thank you very much for your service. These Ghazis, though, they're gonna need to protect these boys, slowly tapping that sacred site. And with all the spiciness coming out of those horses, Spearman is ready to receive them, but the numbers are there and they will get us around, which is just gonna tell him he needs to get more.
Scholar! He keeps him alive! The hero! The
Build
hero,
another
Batu
wall.
in shambles, dude. Batu is in shambles right now. He cannot believe that Spearman just lived. He just traded a lot of his Keswick life for that, and now the Ghazi's hot in pursuit. Oh, man.
Ghazis are going to be able to catch up with this and get a little bit of a hit every single time, but one of the scholars do go down.
Oh, down, yeah. Being pulled way to the north here does kind of feel bad because you're really trying to get access to the central parts of the map for that sacred site, and yeah, Delhi also feels awkward on this map with only 2 sacred sites. Usually you want more opportunities, but Anitan just feeling his comfort pick here. He's always played so well with Delhi in every tournament for the last couple of years. It's just one of his comforts. He's so good with the aggressive style, with just massing units and fighting and microing. Let's see here. Vortex, though.
It's absolutely wild to see this heavy amount of presence coming out with all these Ghazis, but Anitan now spots the Spearman transition, and I mean, it's pretty good response he's already got, getting his own spears. Vortex, though, he hasn't revealed those archers just yet. So with this, you still have to ask yourself, how many archers are going to need to actually handle all of these Ghazis? Vortex, though, getting a lot of horses in this mix too. And we've seen his micro. It is scary. Getting +1 attack at the moment, but +1 defense already in for Anitan.
Yeah, I don't think there's any number of archers that really help you against Ghazi, right? The Ghazi handle the archers in a lot. You need a lot of archers before that gets crazy. The Spearman, though, going to be a nice help here because Anitan doesn't have any archers of his own, right? So Spearman, the one downside is Anitan can engage with his spears first and then just use the scholars to heal, because Anitan is going for this big scholar play. And currently most of them are garrisoned, but we could be seeing a pop at the end of Feudal Age. And actually, 4 are already out. It's kind of nutty. He wants to secure this. The spear's walling up. The Ghazi go for the raid. Oh, but the base. Oh, the scout sees the danger coming. The scholars have to hide and run. The spearmen are a little out of position, but they will get their Batu. Trying to get his damage in. I love calling the Khan Batu, by the way. It's my new favorite thing.
Well, poor Batu is gonna land right on top of those scholars if Anitan's not careful. The spear's not ready to impale. They do not want to make any kebabs tonight, but Batu backing off just in time.
Yeah, and this is where it gets awkward for Vortex, right? Because he's okay. Like, Anitan is okay taking the fights, and now he's just going to commit. This is a full commit.
The problem with this is the archers are target firing constantly. And we just see the army value. Definitely looking good here for Anitan. But you have to keep in mind, most of those are scholars, but they're keeping them alive. The archers are doing their best. The spears are... Oh, they're all falling. Scholars were not able to keep them alive.
The spears are gone. The spears are gone, and Batu Khan stays alive. He stands supreme. The scholars are going to be forced out. This could be the game here. Anitan, he took everything out. He popped all the scholars. He's running. He went for gold, and he comes out broke. Oh no, everything falls, and the scholars forced to retreat. The sacred site's not being captured. That's a huge gambit. A huge gamble that did not pan out. That army mass is now just almost a huge amount of wood wasted on walls that aren't going to do anything. And the resources on the right, is that berries? No.
They're about to get a visit, and Anitan is nowhere near respond. Ooh, he's responding, actually. But he doesn't have the numbers to contest this for long. He needs to be careful, and the archers, they're ready to pick something off. You can see this is
pure aggression from Vortex here. He's only got 4 on wood. He's producing as much as he can with everything else. 21 on food, making sure that everything comes out and it comes out hard. This is very tough for Anitan here. He's eventually going to start running a little bit low on being able to replace these, especially with the wood lines starting to thin out oh so slightly. But now, slowly moving out to the berries, it's looking.
Yeah, a big thing there was Vortex traded away mostly Spearmen and kept the Archer mass alive, which, like, I feel like is going to be a boon to him long term, right? Because against the Scholars, you want to have the Focus Fire, you want to be able to one-shot things.
Oh, but the spears
this
are
is
gone.
a lot of Ghazi.
The spears are gone. There's
a
nothing to
Karash
help
in the
this.
mix. There's still one Karash for the armor, goes down, no more bonus armor.
And the Ghazis, they're doing such an amazing job. We see the archers here just trying to focus by
Scholars,
everything.
what are the Scholars doing? The Scholars are running forward, they're taking so much damage.
Oh, and it does look like he gets the spears focused down, but the Ghazi numbers are not as healthy as they used to be here.
Oh my god. Oh my, that's crazy that Anitan was able to pull that one together a little bit, and it's still pretty close. This is so tense. This is so tense.
The Ghazi numbers just can't keep up with all these horses, and the spear reinforcements are starting to do the work. The archer numbers are just not replaceable for Anitan here, and he's doing his best, but he has to back off. And another scholar goes down. He's only got 4, soon 3 left, and this is not the deli you want to be in this spot, because now your food's running low. Your opponent is starting to transition as well. That's 12 villagers already fully immersed onto their transition of food forever. And Vortex is going to keep this aggression going, if he so pleases, but this time in castle.
Yeah, Vortex has just enough to go up after all of that. Having enough resources to go up, securing the boar after winning a fight, and clicking up is crazy work. Vortex is just so ahead at this stage. Even though the numbers are close, just the overall position, the value from these fights has been so good. And that boar wrecked a little bit of havoc. I think an archer just got boinked for that one, but fair enough.
It's worth it.
It's worth it. It's so worth it, I know, but
He's gonna be able to snack on that poor boar right there next to the body of the archer. Kinda gross, but food is food, baby. Food is food. Now, with the age up, it does take a minute and a half still, so this is going to give him a little bit of time to either respond or land an attack, but Anitan knows he did not take the best of fights. With this back off, he should know something is up, and that's exactly what's going on. He moves out forward and straight towards the boar. He should be seeing that boar disappearing from the map. He knows what's up, and that's a lot of Ghazis.
that's a lot of Ghazis and not a lot of units on the field for Vortex right now. Obviously, that age up was a greedy play, and Anitan's going to sense an opportunity here. We do see the Muscovy sack as the age up, so we could see a few of those units called from the Uvus to get a little boost to the military number the moment he's up. Also, the wood income is really convenient. We'll see.
Anitan, though, he stopped producing as many units here, now going for a few more spears, and quickly queued up a few more scholars as well.
The backup was crazy. The backup was crazy. I thought he needed to force the fight here if he wanted any chance. Like, I don't see what he's going to do. He's not anywhere close to aging up. He's not producing units, so he's just going to wait, right? He's just going to just try and hold out and hold for some age up, but it's going to be so far away.
This was a little bit of a moment for him to actually move out and do the damage. And you say you thought he's going to need to do it, but that was the reality. He just doesn't know that that was such a critical moment for him. And now with the age up in, he knows what's happening. The problem is his upgrades, even when he does go castle now, they are going to take forever. And Vortex is not in that same position. This is not a Delhi with 1 million scholars who will get those upgrades at normal speeds. You are going to need to wait. House of Learning being made with 14 now. He's trying to get this up, but it's still a very far way away.
Yeah, the problem with aging up with the House of Learning here on the back of this, right? You already said it. Traded away 10 scholars on a play for the middle of the map control earlier, and it did not pan out. Whoa, little speak there, but the upgrades are halfway in for Vortex, and I mean, maybe he'll get out of position here a little bit. Like, doesn't have that many units.
Oh, but the archers being the front line here, that's a
yeah.
tough one. And you see, they're about to hit their upgrades to the spears. Trying to force their way through. House of Learning about to finish, but what then? That's the toughest spot. He doesn't have the food to make any units.
He gets the upgrades and he fights. He just fights. He's just gonna fight.
The TC fire doing a lot of work here on the back line, but the spears need to follow through. The archers doing everything to just get rid of the spears. TC focusing on those archers, but it's not a lot against those veteran ones. It is a very deep dive here for Vortex, but he feels like this is it. We do see the commitment here from Anitan into the spears. He's still making more of them, but the upgrade is not queued, and that's just going to be a bunch of feudal age spears against this, but it feels like it holds. At least for now.
Nah, the Torgoods and the Kashik are too good here. It's just too much. This is too many units. Everything's gonna get cleaned up for Anitan. He's gonna have nothing left in the tank, and the reinforcements are streaming across the map and could go straight to the right. There's nothing defending the right side of this base. That's all the economy. This is it.
44 idle
Everything is
villages.
idle.
He lost a ton of units here, but apparently it was fine.
The
elephant.
chunky boy to save the day. He says,
gonna
everybody
do-
stand back. I got this. That's
As I
exactly
quoted
what
him.
he says. Look at the conga line of migrators trying to get to the wood line. That's it. There's not enough room for all of these villas on this wood line. Wait. I kind of got to say that. Can you look at that? Fair enough. Nope. An idleville. Not enough space.
Poor guys.
Oh, man.
He does
That was...
get... No, he does get a little bit of wood here, but this is not going to be enough to actually fight anything. Vortex is just pumping out more and more and more archers, and it's constant. I feel like Anitan, he might have that elephant, and it could fight off for a little bit, but there's no food income for him either. You can see every little resource just completely under his control.
Yeah, all that Anitan has right now is wood income, right? He's got literally every villager on this tiny little forest, hoping that it pans out, hoping that it's enough, and it's just not going to be. And Vortex is gonna see this. He's circling around the back of the base with his Torgoods and Khan. He's got Batu in the back looking for damage. Nothing to be spotted because there's no economy there. Every single villager is right here on screen. Vortex smells blood. He sees the economy. Everything is gonna go down. There's one elephant doing his damn best to hold back the tide of the Golden Horde, and is not gonna be enough. The villagers being forced to fight. Anitan feels it in his bones. He feels the defeat just on the edge here.
Winston, we gotta talk about this elephant.
Did he just hold again?
He held, but not the hold you want to hold. This is purely a survival. This is not something that is considered a hold. I feel like a hold is when you kill some units, but he may have killed a unit, and the rest of them...
Let's not change the definition of a hold. He held. He held.
An elephant in a dream, as we
An
see
elephant
here.
in a dream. This is it.
Yes.
No,
That
he's got some
elephant...
squad. Not a squad.
He's got a tiny squad, some spears. Ooh, he's got the scholars, the boys already. The farms, not manned just yet, but the elephant. You're gonna have to go past him.
Yeah, this is... Vortex sees it. He smells it. This is his ticket. If he can kill this one elephant, he will go to the semifinals of the Red Bull tournament. He will go to London to be able to try and win this tournament. This is such an insane qualifier for the finals, and looks like he's gonna make it. Vortex feeling good, looking good. The Vilpul's coming from Anitan. Anitan finally taps out. The elephant goes down, and Vortex is gonna make it. What an incredibly thrilling series. This was such a fun set of games. Wow.
This was a wild set of games at that. Vortex really... I kept us at the edge of our seats every single time. And honestly, gave us the show we could dream of. Anitan as well, with those clutch demolition ships, just really turning the tide and showing us that anything is possible with the right amount of hopes and dreams and vibes. 10 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with this count we have here, we see that economy, it held up. He got raided. He kept them alive. Ish. He just wasn't able to keep that going. I feel like in that game, he had a moment there where he could have attacked, and possibly just absolutely wrecked the economy, but was not sure about that position. And finally, looks like Vortex, he knew exactly how to hold back and strike where it hurt.
That's crazy. That timeline is crazy. Anitan's really just didn't... It sucked. It sucked for him there. You could tell he just did not want to give it up. He did not, because that's... It's going to be tough. There's one more qualifier, right? The week 4, sorry, is coming up. And that's going to be really hard. You know? That's going to be a challenge.
We have some pretty big names also in there. Could we, if we could, Mr. Production, could we take a quick look at the bracket to just see which one of those big names we'll be expecting over here as well? Oh, I love when that works. All right, so on the top side, we have Seed 1, which is Puppy Paul, who this week might not be Seed 1 anymore, with Myriad taking him down 3-0. So, but Puppy Paul, he is definitely a force to reckon with. We have Puppy Paul here. We've still got Lucifer in the mix. Beastie. Now Vortex making his way all the way through. You have Anitan here and the dark horse called Baltoon.
Yeah, it still feels like there's still several different players who could qualify. Isn't that kind of crazy? That's kind of crazy. This is must watch AOE4. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It feels like when we had this type of situation with all the players, it was definitely a very different split 2 years ago. You had your clear top 4, and Vortex was in there as well. So pretty consistent performance. He's been up and down, but honestly, Vortex is still a deadly threat in every single tournament, and you never know what you're going to get out of him. So Winston,
good. I feel like he's so consistently great, right, women? I think what stands out with Vortex for me is like I think he really has such a great sense for kill threats and when he has lethal attacks available, right? I think we've seen it in every single game that he's won. He's won because he senses the attack, he goes for it, and gets just a crazy timing and wipeout. And then on the other hand, when he's losing a game, we can tell he just didn't quite make that happen. It's so few games that happens, though. It's so consistently consistent. It's incredible stuff. And you have an interview, I believe, Landon.
Yeah, Vortex at the ready. Let's go talk to our winner, our third qualified player for Red Bull Wololo, Mr. Vortex. Looking good. Even GG Dog predicted it earlier. So, how do you feel about that last match? Are we good?
Yeah, feeling really, really well right now. I think not only because I won, but because I think I actually played my best. That's always a good feeling. So yeah, really feeling great now.
Honestly, watching those games, I think the whole of Twitch chat was at the edge of their seats. Everyone was shaking. Everyone was just waiting for the next move. Did you feel at any point in that last game that you might lose it in any of the trades?
Not really. I thought I was ahead all the time, but then when I decided to move back and go to Castle Age instead of just keep spamming units and pressuring more, I felt maybe I was throwing, because at the end of the day you cannot like H up very fast, right, with the golden ore. So I was like, okay, I'm doing well, so I can back off and H up, but even though he's behind, he's gonna be up at the same time, right, because he can actually power build his landmark. So I was like, maybe I'm actually throwing and I give him time to make one elephant, which is what I didn't want at all. But apparently it was the good call, I guess.
And I guess with your attack timing, you definitely hit him before any upgrade could matter. And I could see that commitment to that fight. You knew it was now or never with that. But when you were aging up, there was a moment when he looked like he was about to push out. And it felt like he could do an insane amount of damage. But you pulled back, ensured that your army was in position for any type of attack. Do you think that, I mean, bluntly, do you think Anitan has a good chance of qualifying next week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he can qualify, but so can Papi Bo, Beastie, Lucifer. And I think if any of them have like a really good day, I think they can make it. So Anitan, obviously, he's been doing well, but I wouldn't say he's like a huge favorite compared to the other three. Even Baltoon, he has been playing really well lately. So I think maybe he has a chance as well. But yeah, any of those players in a good day can make it. I guess Anitan has made it to 2 finals in a row. So he could be considered the favorite, but honestly, I think it's close between all 4 of them.
Anitan's been farming that prize money for second place every week. Must actually feel pretty good. Maybe he's just like cooking all along, leaving the best for last. So, Vortex, I'm not going to keep you here for too long. I know everyone is excited to really just soak in all those games. It was absolutely wonderful to just see the prowess of English being used. You really showed us that there are more picks to this draft. And you didn't win the game with English, but I do want to ask, is this still a comfort pick? Is this still the Vortex signature Civ?
No, not at all. This is just the typical situation where it's a very long series, so you are gonna end up playing one bad Civ for sure. In my case, English was the throw pick. Like, I knew that map was gonna be impossible with how my draft was. So I mean, I just tried, and actually I think I was way too scared of him going up to Castle Age when maybe I had more time than I thought. So I could maybe just spam units. Making Anitan was a terrible choice. I should have made Knights for sure. And actually maybe I could have won it. But yeah, at the end of the day, English is garbage. I was just, it was just my throw pick.
This feels like that moment where Marine Lord releases a tier civilization and he puts everything in like a bad tier, then picks all of them in a row. So preparation for Wololo
Marine
is...
Lord wins because
yeah?
of mechanics. He has no clue what he talks about when he talks about the H4. So you shouldn't listen to his tier list that much.
The tier list in question, guys. We can see Marine Lord with some spicy opinions here, but keep in mind those are before the nerfs. So nothing in S tier. He's a liar. Dirty, dirty liar. So, all in all, are you feeling like you have a chance of taking the whole Wololo at the main event?
For sure. For sure, I think I have a chance. Everyone there will have a chance.
Yeah, I think people are really excited about you in general, just because of your playstyle. You're very aggressive. You're always keeping the viewers on their toes. But it was definitely a pleasure watching. Congratulations, and we'll see you at the main event.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Oh! I don't think Winston realized... Oh, is he just revealing?
I'm muted. My whole thing ruined. My whole bit gone out the window.
Let's do that again, Cal. Let's do that again.
Redo. And there we have it. Oh, I'm so slow. This sucks. Okay, end this.
All right, guys.
This is. It looked way dumb. It looked so stupid. I was watching it. I could see it happen. That looks so dumb. Why did I think that would be cool?
It's okay. It's okay. It's the vibes. Winston, we talked about it. It's all the vibes, boy. So
it was even worse in the dark. It got dark in here today. It's dark as hell. Okay.
But guys, that will be it for our show for today. We'll see you back here next week for the big boy players, the last spot for Wololo coming up, and we have a lot of contenders for that one.
And if I don't see you guys in another cast, I will see you all from Red Bull. I will be at London. I'll see you there. Have a good time. Enjoy the rest of the qualifiers. I don't know if I'll be doing any more casting before then, but if not, I'll see you.